Shall we hence? Sup, nerds? Sorry I'm late. Blame the Playboy Cardi album this time. I was trying to get some of it in because I stayed up too late waiting for it. Then it didn't drop, and now it's out. If you can't hear me, that's your problem. My audio is working great. Sadly, G Sporto's wonderful YouTube chat thing appears to only be working in Chrome-based browsers at the moment. I am almost positive that is not a mistake he made. Wait, did it just come back to life? I've been trying to get it working for a bit. I like most music. Funny enough, I actually have a tab that I'm really excited to get through later. I didn't realize Bill Different finally dropped his top 100 of the year for 2024. And I'm very excited to get through all of this. I just need to sit down and do it. There's like over 100 songs and I've only heard like 30 or 40 of them. So believe me, it's hard for me to not like just go do that right now. But we have too much going on. We need to chat. Obviously, we have the reacting to Prime's vibe code video. I had another one I was thinking of earlier in the shower that I can't get out of my head now. I thought of it. The state of AI app builders. It's like I want to do a Bolt versus V0 versus A0 versus Lovable versus Same, just covering all of these tools and what the state of them is. Ping Discord. Thank you, FaZe. Da-da. To the right place here. Cool. Sent. Let me hop back over to research. Oh yeah, I saw this blog post being linked everywhere, and I definitely want to jump on this at some point, but I don't want to just do another what's effectively a free ad for Planet Scale. I know people will be sensitive to that, but I've heard incredible things about this blog post, so I do really want to go through it. And yeah, Friday stream. I couldn't go live Wednesday because of demo day. I invested in... I just made one of the bigger mistakes I've made with investment for the first time today. Some of the companies I invested in include the wiring data in the initial like investment PDF. Most of them don't, though. Most of them you have to sign and then you get the wire details. I try to be really early, like getting them the money as quick as possible because I don't want to be like a blocker in the way of anyone. And with my crippling ADHD, if I don't do it immediately, it might not happen at all. So right before I went to bed last night, I got an email from like the YC, like investor management portal, that they had just signed and were ready for me to wire. So I wired this company, not realizing I had already wired them the day before when I signed the safe in the PDF. So I accidentally wired the same company twice. Never made that mistake before. Yeah. We're good. They immediately, like literally within like 2 minutes, not even, had emailed me, hitting me up, letting me know about it, and already asked for wire details so they can refund the second investment. Yeah. Double it and give it to the next person. I've actually been thinking about, as silly as it sounds, like a realization I just had was because I am getting sponsorships from a lot of like medium to larger stage companies, like Series B plus for a lot of them. And I make money from that, and then I invest in these smaller companies. I'm almost like a redistribution mechanism to take the money from the startups that have found success and redistribute it to the ones that are still trying to find it. And it's kind of fun when I think about it that way. Ooh. None of that is what I'm trying to open. I don't know if that link's gonna work for the state of my Discord client, sadly. I appreciate it, but if you have like a public post, like a tweet or something, that's easier for me to look at. T3 chat Discord channel. Okay, I can check that quick. Here. Was it this one? Oh yeah, I saw this mock with the. Oh yeah, you did post it on Twitter. Yeah, I saw the mock, but that's all I had seen. Yeah, Twitter's image compression is awful. Definitely a lot of promise with this look. I would recommend to everybody like doing the cool redesign stuff for T3 Chat that you wait a tiny bit because our redesign's coming in very soon, and I wouldn't want people to how do I put it? I wouldn't want people to invest in like reinventing our design language because it is garbage right now. Like if you go to t3.chat, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that this is like a beautiful website that is a monumental achievement in design and like user experience. It's pretty good UX because of like the performance and whatnot, but there's a lot of little things here that are not good, and we're reinventing it entirely. Hoping, do I drop the date? Do I tell you guys when the plan launches? Have you earned that? Robin Theo, I love this. I'll say next week is the current plan. I won't say when, but next week is the plan at the moment, and I am very, very excited. Yeah, we have the functionality. I'm really pumped with the current like functionality of T3 Chat, but it's time for us to fix the design. It's the best. How do I put it? It's the best designed chat app I've ever used. And it's a lot better. And yes, Mark's font tweet was real. I managed to negotiate them down a bunch, but that was painfully real. The quote, the problem with that font was that their pricing is based on page views, which is a very weird way to price fonts. Usually fonts are priced on number of employees or number of users, not number of views. And the number of views cost because people use our site a lot. Like one user could theoretically have hundreds, if not thousands of page views as they navigate around the app. I'm not even tracking that well, so I don't know. But I don't like to lie to the companies I'm purchasing things from, and lying in a license could be very bad financially. So like their license, as they stated on the public site, capped out at 2 million views a month, and we're way over that for T3 Chat. So it was unrealistic. And yes, I create almost all my videos live like this. Appreciate that, Caliber. Thank you. When I started YouTube, it was because I loved watching tech talks and like having nerdy conversations at lunch and dinner at Twitch. And I couldn't find anything on YouTube that felt like that. And the reason I started making videos is I was going mad during COVID. I had just gone through Y Combinator, wanted to better understand creators, but also I missed these like nerd out sessions. And if you've ever met me in person, you almost certainly know that I am just like this. Like I'll sit there and nerd out for hours about any of the things I care about. It could be TypeScript, it could be React, it could be random music things, it could be skateboarding stuff, it could be camera stuff. I'm just a nerd about a lot of different shit. Oh God, CPU architecture, I've had quite the set of rants about. But yeah, it's just how I am. So I'm happy to have a place where I can do it productively. The funniest thing for me is that like I already did this. Like I would just nerd out hard about new software dev stuff. I was constantly checking out the newest tools and frameworks, playing with things I had no need for or used to be playing with. And instead of that, and honestly, before I was doing YouTube, that was kind of a waste of my time. Now it's not. Now it's profitable for me to do this, which is nuts. Dark mode to unduck at this point, yeah, I didn't, because the way I had set it up was that the background is transparent, so it should just be the color of your browser, but it seems like it's not being honored by a bunch of browsers. It did originally work in Vivaldi, but it's since changed and no longer is. I don't know what the fuck happened. So I might just default unduck to dark mode in the near future. How many companies did I invest in? In this batch, I don't know if these numbers are public or if I've shared them before, but fuck it. I don't have a reason to hide the numbers. Give me one sec. This batch is 14 companies. 12 have been wired so far. One is queued. One I'm still waiting on more info for. And total, I've invested in 67 companies. And The amount I've invested is a number that I am disgusted with and do not want to share. And to be fair, a decent number of those like total investments are coming from I work with Anderson Horowitz. I'm part of the Scout Fund. So a lot of the checks are from there. But the recent batches are personal checks, like out of my bank account. It's not what I was talking about before. Isn't the preferred scheme being blocked? It's that I have the CSS for unduck here. Jesus Christ, 45 pull requests. I got to get through this later. I'll do that later. I'm honestly considering like if there's somebody who's like outstanding and does a good job with maintenance stuff for this, I might just give it to them because I don't want to maintain this project. I just put it together because I wanted it to exist. And there's enough people interested that I'm down to give it away. Okay, where the fuck? Okay, I'm so sure I had... Is it in the index HTML? I had something that set the background to be transparent by default. Yeah, here it is. So I literally set on body background color transparent, which worked for a while, but doesn't appear to be working at the moment. Thank you for the reminder, Ronan. I have not. I'm not a big fan of Tori. I mentioned it in the Electron defense video. There's a talk about PR. Oh, yeah, we'll go through all this in a bit. I chatted with the Spacetime guys a while back. I haven't taken a look since. I saw their announcement did really well. About a third of the way through the Playboy Cardi album. I've been enjoying it a lot. I just finished the song after the Weeknd feature. The Weeknd's been on a fucking tear lately. I fucking love the Archetype guys so much. So, like, I don't know if I need to do a video on them. I've talked about it a bunch in the past, but yeah, I fucking love Archetype. I've been planning on moving more T3 chat stuff over to it, just optimize performance and whatnot. Stackoff's awesome. I'm an investor. Top 10% on your first roll with no code or app for YC is nuts. That's really good, man. A decent number of companies in YC have to go through like 6 applications before they get in. If you got top 10% and like they told you that is rare they even like mention it. So they clearly liked you. The best way to get in from here is by the time the next application round happens, have something out with users and ideally getting some revenue. If you can show a curve, like a chart that is like ramping up, they're gonna let you in. Yeah, I actually publicly confirmed that I invested in the Justice for Worker 17 group. I might get in trouble for my stance on this, but it's clear that those kids come from that world. Like they're experienced in all things like manufacturing and process, especially from where they're from. It's a goofy ass ad that's like tongue in cheek about the lived experiences they have. They're trying to build software to solve problems that they actually know about that aren't being invested in properly in the AI world. They like the fact that they're coming from a place that isn't as AI pilled and they're bringing it to it might look optically terrible, which it did. I'm not going to pretend otherwise, but they are fucking rolling with it really well. I think they have a really good shot of doing well. I'll check it in a bit. I got to get things rolling. There's so much going on. So the way I think of this, Storm, is that if it's not like they have to raise a certain amount of money. If it's not my check, it'll be somebody else's, and it could be somebody with worse alignment. And I would hate to watch a company like that get taken over by less good of people. And if I can get a check in and keep them on like the mission and not in the direction of evil, cool. I'd rather my money than someone else's. And thank you so much, NMG, for the gifts. I need to go through subs. Jesus Christ, 15 bomb. How many are you at life? You've been gifting way too much for like ever now. Did it drop the lifetime? 165 total. Jesus Christ, man. Thank you so much for the support. Jesus. Y'all are going crazy with the subs today. I feel bad not acknowledging this earlier. God damn. That's so much that we got to go through. Okay, let's get through it all. Pico with the first sub of the day. Thank you so much for the 4 months of support. Emily Nix hitting that tier 3, 6 months. Oh, getting close to that year mark. God damn. Thank you so much. Mitchell Stoon here with the tier 1, 27 months. How am I feeling? Pretty good. I'm finally catching up on sleep. Up until like 2 days ago, I had slept so little this week. It's insane. But I'm bouncing back. Although I did stay up too late last night because a game I've been waiting for a while, Wanderstop, dropped. You know what? Let's do a quick fun challenge. You guys might not know about this game, but you know about this guy. He made Stanley Parable and Beginner's Guide. He's a legend. Davey is absolute legend in the game world. No, stop spoiling it, chat. I was going to ask, do you guys know how he's related to Our Space? If you didn't know, he is Doug's brother. Which, don't worry, Phoenix. No, it's fine. I just thought it was fun. Like, I love blowing people's minds with that. It's just so insane to me. More fun inside info. Annapurna Interactive. Annapurna Interactive is a publisher, part of Annapurna, which was a like movie production and like publisher company. They spun up a mini like game publisher internally, Annapurna Interactive. And of my like top 10 games of all time, they've published 3 or 4 of them. Last year, they shut down. And that terrified me because there are so many incredible things that are like in progress that I was horrified might not be able to finish. And I shit you not, like the same day, I hit up Doug offering if Davey needed the help with funding. I had no idea what the state of like his work was. If he needed any help with funding to get it over the line, we would find a fucking way to make it happen. I'd help fund it myself. I could reach out to other people. Whatever it took, I was prepared to do because I wanted to see that game completed. Oh, I just realized I didn't announce my game investment yet. Give me 1 sec. I want to show something off. This isn't public, but that's not because it can't be. It's because I haven't had the time to do the announcement yet. And also because the guy making the game isn't on Twitter anymore, sadly. But, fuck it. I'm investing in Puppy Truck. I'm so excited. Me and one other friend decided to go in to make this game happen because he's been struggling to raise for it. I should say struggling to raise more, struggling to find the time and the people to talk to raise for it, and he just wants to work on the fucking game. And he didn't need much money. So, like, it's as much as I normally invest into YC startups is what he needed. And I gave him really generous terms. I might not ever see that money again, but honestly, I'm more likely to not lose my money on this than I am in all the other things I'm invested in right now. It's also not able to make $1 billion like the others can, but at the very least, like, I could make 2 to 3x my money on this investment. But what's important to me isn't that. What's important is much more so, I've been waiting for this game for 3 fucking years. I'm so excited for this game. It's a platformer where you play as a puppy truck that is the craziest, goofiest animation and sound design. That's super challenging. It's super hard and super fun. It like brings me back to my favorite moments in old platformers, but way goofier. The vibes are immaculate. The like gameplay feels incredible already. The rage baiting it does is something that has a lot of opportunity to go viral. I am genuinely super hyped on what Sean's cooking here. And yeah, I am very thankful for the opportunity to be a small part in it and very excited for this game to come out. Anyways, enough tangents. I got to get through the subs and then we can actually get started. I think I thanked you, Mitchell. Regardless, really appreciate it. I'm going to go spit out my gum and my tea bag quick. Where the fuck did I leave my tea? God damn it. Right back. Gonna start recording now. Wrong button. We'll do, what's the timestamp? 2840? Cool. Marker. Offset. 28. Cool. Marker set. My tea, not my teeth, nerds. I normally leave my tea on my desk here, and I had forgotten it in the other room. I also put the lid on the opposite way from how I like to. I'm annoying and anal about these things. Fixed. Cool. Yeah, I should take the lid off. I keep burning my fucking mouth while I'm filming. That was inconvenient last stream. Anyways. Marker set. Back to thanking subs. We got Hills Creed here. Always good to see you, man. Thanks for the 7 months of Prime. David CA6 with the 3 months of Tier 3 straight. Appreciate each and every one of those. We got Storm here, the legend, for almost a year now. 9 months straight. Self-Orientalist with the Tier 1 for 10 months. Crazy Philip with the Prime for almost 2 years now. Thank you so much. We got Elias here with the Prime. Thank you for that. RMXB for the Tier 1 for 8 months. Seagraveox here with the Prime. Denny Dev with the 9 months of Tier 2. The Few, the Proud, the Tier 2s. We got Seagrav here with the Prime as well. Thank you so much for that. Oh, no, I went down, not up, my bad. We got Uber CI here with the 2 months of Tier 1. 5 months total, thank you. Fucking 30 months of support from CD Dev. Always good to see you, man. Thanks for being around for literally fucking ever now. Daniel Liu here with the Prime. Nightmare965 with the Prime. 6 months in. Zick with the 13 months. Also, I just remembered, I saw a message I forgot to respond to from Jamin. It was, here it is. T3 chat invoice didn't arrive in the email, neither did Expo. We're using default settings, and I'm pretty sure Expo is too. It's possible that Stripe's screwing that up right now. God, I'm going to a party tonight, and the guys running it decided that Partyful and Lumo were too good for them, and they'd roll their own, and it's breaking all my notification settings. They're fucking spamming me, and I'm going insane. They're still spamming me. God damn it. I'm just going to mute my notifications. I have my notifications set to auto mute on Wednesdays when I'm streaming, but not other days. Sorry, I was doing some recruiting help for a friend and wanted to make sure she's not blocked. Nightmare965, 6 months. My contribution for the fonts on the redesign. Fucking hilarious. Appreciate the help. We definitely need it for that. Got Zick here with the 17 months of support, legend. The Schloth here, sad, with the Tier 1. Thank you for that. Almost 2 years from Yash now, fucking legend. Dan Vale here, always good to see you, man. GDC next week. You're going to be here, right? We should definitely chill if you are. Quantum Index with the gift sub. Thank you so much for the additional support. Definitely not an LLM. Hopefully not. Thank you as always for the support. 14 months in now. Jiraj with the Tier 3 for 31 months. Fucking legends out here. Fall Away with the Tier 1 2 months in. Matt Zess here with the 8 months. G Sporto with the Tier 1. Tennyson with the Tier 1 2 months in. Mosh Pit with the Prime. And then Gamer Level hitting that 1 year mark. Still here for Dev Insights. Appreciate it a ton. It's honestly, if I wasn't programming, I'd still watch a lot of this. The less I'm programming, the more programming content I watch, I swear. Just a good way to stay in touch with the stuff. Then Userin hitting that 2.5. No, it's more than that. Yeah. 32 months is insane. Thank you so much for the support. The thing about the stream schedule is that I'm live Friday instead of Wednesday because I was at demo day on Wednesday. Three-finger drag for select. No, I'm just pressing down. The fun thing with the Mac trackpads is you can click anywhere on them because they, as of the MacBook 12-inch, in order to make it thinner, because they wanted to put more battery underneath where the trackpad was, they made a new tech for the trackpad where it doesn't actually ever go down. It goes up with an actuating motor. So they are faking the click now. You can't tell because it feels so good, but more importantly, you can click anywhere on the trackpad. So if my finger is in like the top left corner or the bottom right, doesn't matter. I can just click wherever I am and drag. It's super nice. So shit, it's causing violation crashes in Chrome. Oh God, I am sorry. Yeah, this is so real, Jolly. When you turn off your Mac and you hit the trackpad and it doesn't work, it's the weirdest feeling ever. How do I confirm the initiatives that I'm investing in won't scam you? Well, here's the thing about investing in early stage startups. You lose your money almost always. Like the thing you have to, like, it's investing in early stage startups is nothing like investing in stocks. When you invest in an early stage startup, you're expecting to lose all your money. The difference is the times you don't like 50% increase your money or double your money, you 100x your money. So the way you play early stage is putting your money into those things that have, there it is, Nixia, the rare 100 to 1,000 X's. That's what you're looking for. That's why you're investing early stage. It's a very different world. If anything, the problem I have more often is that there are investors who think they can treat this like the stock market and try to pull out their money, which you can't do. When you invest in an early stage company, that money's not yours anymore. You can't get it back. Most of these investments happen through a SAFE vehicle, which stands for Secured Against Future Equity. It is an IOU where I give you money on the promise that you will give me equity later. I don't even have equity in almost any of the companies I'm invested in. I have an IOU for equity when they do another financial event in the future. So, yeah. If only I had any extra investment money. That said, Typecraft, I have so much respect for what you're doing. Hit me up later after stream. I'd love to take more of a look. Yeah, I killed the FAQ page. I might bring it back in the future, but yeah, it's dead right now. Just too lazy to maintain it. I have a couple on the second channel. I could see myself doing one in the future. The companies I've invested in, what's the percentage I have equity in? Okay, I'll just go through it quick. That's the only way I can possibly get this number. So I'm invested in 67 startups. And of these, I'm just like, I know which ones have equity. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Of the 67 companies I'm invested in, I have equity in 7 of them. About a tenth. I manage my finances, yes. It's hard to know the biggest win until you can actually cash out, but I did invest in Cursor way before their current valuation, so on the books, I have a pretty big win with them. The platform is my bank account. I do it all myself. It's a lot of work. Like I was in like 20 calls this week to talk to all of these companies. Yeah, I should delete the command. That's a good call. So Super Maven is my Cursor equities weird because I invested in them and there was a Super Maven acquisition, which got me more equity because they traded some Cursor shares for Super Maven like shares. So I have money in both. Supermaven isn't, or sorry, Ladybird isn't taking investments in the traditional sense. They're donations because they're not trying to raise money. They're trying to have enough money to finish the project, which I have like respect that they do that, but I just wish they had a real reason to exist. Me, like, if I could donate $1,000 to Zen, I would do it in a heartbeat. I've already given them a fucking laptop. Supermaven is still being worked on, yes. Let's get started on some videos. Jamin, how long are you going to be around? Because if you're going to be here for a bit, I'll delay this one. But if you need to run, I want to do this like right now, because I definitely want you in chat when I film the How Apps and Web Differ vid. About an hour, cool. We'll just do this now then. I want to do this one forever, so let's do it. Apps and Web Differ. App.excalidraw. This here, how apps and web are different. Apps versus web. Cool. We talk about the web a lot on this channel. We talk about apps occasionally too. Not enough though. And today I want to try and balance that out a bit. Not by just talking about apps nonstop, but by trying to highlight some of the differences between how apps work and how the web works. This is going to be a bit of a deep dive on the philosophy of how to build good software for different platforms. I find that a lot of developers think that one platform is just a worse version of the other and seem to fundamentally misunderstand some of the nuances between them. This isn't about Flutter versus React Native versus native. This isn't about how we should embed web apps into our mobile apps. This is about the fundamental differences between the two. So if you are a web dev building for mobile, this is about the fundamental differences between the platforms. So if you're a web dev building for mobile or a mobile dev trying to build for the web, this might be a good starting point to better understand how to do the right thing for these different platforms. I'm really excited to dive into all of this with you. But before we can do that, I need to get paid. So a quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll dive right in. Cool. Do I have any scripts? No, that was off top, as crazy as that might seem. I just do this a lot. I've been thinking about this video forever now, so I'm genuinely really excited to do it. Yeah, I've scripted like 4 videos, but that was not. Yeah, I'm proud of that one. Clearly I have a lot to say. Anyways, let's dive right in. So, the biggest difference by far, I think it's important that we acknowledge this first and foremost, is routing. We'll dive a bit more into what that means in a bit. Second big piece we're definitely going to need to dive into is, second big piece we'll definitely need to dive into is the platform. Why'd that go there? Is it because when I do that hotkey, it kicks me out of that? That's weird. Okay, fine. Cool. Web platform and mobile platforms are very different, and there's a lot of nuances here that we need to consider. 3, So this isn't for the video. This is me just thinking it through, looking for feedback from chat. The remaining pieces I'm thinking of are like storage and persistence and like background. Not sure if like this deserves its own section or should be part of the platform or what. I don't think security is worth like a bigger piece here. User experience expectations is a good one. Oh, deployment's a really good one, yeah. Next, we have the capabilities, which is kind of Next, we have the capabilities, which is kind of part of the platform, but it's different enough that it's worth talking about. Things like interfacing with camera, storage, all of that stuff. Also, background ability of your applications. And possibly the most frustrating one, deployment. The process of deploying and managing different versions of your applications is very different from the web. I think this is a good starting point for us to work from, and we'll certainly go down a lot of different tangents throughout all of this. Routing is going to be a long one, so I kind of want to just start with deployment. Yeah, let's do that. Deployment. I'm going to assume most of the people watching here are already web devs or have at least built a modern site. But for those who aren't, I'm going to show you how easy it is to deploy on the web really quick. Let's make sure I'm not doing anything sketchy in my terminal. I have way too many tabs open. Give me one sec. Cool. We can go from here. Cool. CD, sandbox, make dir. Okay, cool. Just so you can understand how easy web deployment is nowadays, just so you guys can understand how easy it is to deploy a real web app nowadays, we'll just make dir demo deploy cd demo deploy. Yep. Link here. Close my instances. Nice. Cool. Cool. Let's touch index.html. Hop in here. HTML. Head. Cool. Here is my website. MPX Vercel deploy. Oh, fuck. I hit the wrong button. Cool. Hit the wrong button. Cool. Now we have our wonderful HTML file here. Let's throw it on the internet. MPX Vercel deploy. Yes. Yes. No. Demo deploy. It's fine. We're done. What a difficult challenge. Deploying for the web is so hard. Obviously, this is a very simple, rudimentary project, but we could build something more complex here, and the deployment pipeline doesn't necessarily get more complex. On the mobile side, that isn't true. The level of complexity just to get it out is really high, but as the application gets more complex, it doesn't necessarily get that much harder to deploy. If we were to think of this in terms of like difficulty relative to the complexity of your app, we'll say this bottom axis is app complexity. And the other axis, the y-axis here, is deployment complexity. The complexity of deploying a web app starts very low and scales relatively nicely against the deployment. Or when you're deploying a web app, when you're deploying web apps, the complexity of your web app doesn't necessarily meaningfully increase the complexity of your deployments. It starts off super simple to deploy. As long as your app is simple, deployment should be. As your app gets slightly more complex, the deployment complexity goes up slightly as well. With mobile, this is a bit different. You start at a much higher level of complexity, and if you have things like additional permissions or things that Apple's annoying about during review, it might get slightly more complex, but not a lot more. So you have a very slight curve up in the complexity of deployment as your app gets more complex, but you also start at a much harder point. And this gap is something I talk about a lot when I'm comparing web apps and mobile app like developer experiences, because this gap sucks. It's so easy for somebody working on a project on the web to just get it out for people to try. If I'm building a web project and I want my mom to try it out quick, I can just send her a link and now she can try it. If I'm building an app and I want my mom to try it out, I better already have her on test flight. If I don't, good luck, have fun. I think this is one of the biggest misses of application platforms like iOS and Android. In a world where we have tools that make it easier than ever to generate experiences, like all the cool AI app builders and whatnot, this gap sucks Because if I have tools that can theoretically help me build all the way up to, I don't know, let's say I can get to this level of complexity using something like Lovable, Bolt.new, or V0, the build or the actual process of building the app, I can get real far with the complexity. But now I have to be a wizard with the App Store shit if I want to get it out to people. And that sucks. If I can get from like here to here in a day using all these awesome tools and technologies, but then getting it deployed up here takes a week of dealing with Apple's bullshit, that sucks. And Android's no better here. In many ways, Android's actually worse, believe it or not. So yeah, deployment is rough. The biggest reason why this is the case is, kind of a benefits and negatives of capitalism thing. The web's a relatively free market. There are so many options for deploying to the web. I'm using like 5 of them right now, and there are more coming out all of the time. You have awesome options like Vercel that take advantage of modern web tools and technologies and will auto-build, deploy, and scale them for you across serverless environments. You have products like Netlify that make that even easier for companies trying to add modern web infra on top of their existing older legacy stuff. You have companies like Cloudflare making it really easy to process data anywhere in the world, and deploying it's gotten easier than it ever used to be. We even had revolutions back in the day, like our friends over at Heroku, that was groundbreaking at the time and set this new bar for the experience of deploying your applications. On mobile, we kind of just have Apple and Google and the occasional effort to streamline parts of the process, like Expo. But it's so much harder because you're not building for the web and for servers, these generic things. You have to be building for very specific, chaotic platforms that change their expectations all of the time. It is significantly harder to build an Expo than it is to build a Vercel. The crazy bold statement I'm going to make that I honestly fully believe, I could build an MVP of Vercel in like a week. I couldn't build Expo. This might sound insane, but I 1000% believe it. Deployment platforms like Vercel are incredible in what they're capable of. I wouldn't be able to replicate some of the awesome infrastructure stuff they're doing, but the idea of link to a GitHub repo, deploy it on AWS for you, I could DIY that myself relatively quickly. I could even DIY it for other platforms like Azure. I could even DIY it for a platform like Azure, which I barely know if I really wanted to. Expo, I couldn't do. The idea of the Expo application service platform, which, let me go to it. Expo Application Services is an incredible achievement in software development in the fact that they've actually made it easier to take code on your computer and get it built and deployed for native apps. But God, it is tough to get going. And even when you're using EAS, you're going to run into problems because these platforms are so weird. Jamin's in chat. If you don't already know him, he's the CEO, or doing that. Jamin's in chat. If you don't already know him, he's the CTO of Infinite Red. Old friend, he's an old friend, fan of the channel from before any of you guys knew who I was. Also, good chance that they're the sponsor of today's episode. If not, they'll be sponsoring other stuff in the future. They're awesome to work with. If you're looking for help with your React Native app, hit them up. This isn't paid for. It's just my honest thing. Or this part isn't paid for. It's just love these guys. Even Jamin, who is the mobile wizard here, says that the amount of hours he spent in Apple and Google's consoles with certificates, provisioning profiles, he could have had another kid. That's, yeah. And I don't know how much work a kid is, but I know it's a lot because that's insane. Yeah. Also called out the fact that Expo initially had Expo Go on the App Store where you could send a URL or QR code and anyone could load it on their phone, and it was glorious. Apple sadly killed that a few years ago. Yeah. If you're not familiar with Expo Go, it's one of the really cool things the Expo team made. They made it so when you're working on an app locally on your laptop, instead of having to rebuild it and ship a new native binary to your phone every time you made a change, you could open up their client called Expo Go. You could scan a QR code that gets generated in your CLI, and now your phone is running the code from your computer with hot reloads. You save in your code file in your editor of choice, and your phone auto-updates with the latest version. It's awesome. Somebody is saying this is a lie. Expo Go still works and exists. It does for local dev. The thing you could do before that was even cooler is I could deploy out that web part, or the thing that you could do before that was really cool is I could deploy the whole, or the thing you do before that was really cool is you could deploy that QR code on a server somewhere at an actual URL, and a user can now scan it and in their app on their phone, load the data from the network to try out your app. It was really cool. It wasn't snacks. This was its own separate thing. Thank you for the sub, Jamin. This was its own really cool separate thing, but Apple squashed it because people were using it to use software that Apple hadn't approved of. My hot take here, and it's something that one of the reasons I really wanted to make this video, Apple's reign might be over. I've been keeping a close eye on the different court cases between Apple, Google, Epic Games, and a couple other parties of interest. And the Google case in particular was disastrous. The final results of that Google case were unbelievable. I hope I'm not misquoting any of the parts here, but if I recall, it was a 5-year ruling on Google that they have to first off allow all other app stores to have full access to the Google Play Store catalog. This is insane. The fact that the judges ruled that Google's monopoly was so absurd and potentially illegal that they had to counteract it by allowing every other app platform to have full access to their app catalog for 5 years. They also have to allow other app stores to be distributed through Google Play Store. Genuinely insane. So you can, once this all gets inked, you'll be able to install Epic Store or Amazon Fire Store through the Play Store. And arguably most importantly, Google cannot pay manufacturers to exclusively bundle their app store anymore. So previously, Google would pay a company like Samsung to only have the Play Store and not other stores. Google really wanted Play Store to be the only platform for apps on Android. They lost so hard in court that they might be the least popular platform for apps on Android in the next couple years. Genuinely insane. I am hyped on this ruling because both Google and Apple run their stores in a way that I would argue, if it's not illegal, it should be. You should be able to install software of your choice on a platform as important as your mobile platforms. When a user purchases a phone, they don't think about the applications that they're restricted from using. If you bought an iPhone in 2020 and then learned in 2022 that you couldn't use the Xbox game streaming app because Apple decided movie streaming and music streaming is totally fine, but game streaming is a remote software platform, which means it's an alternative to the App Store, so they're not going to allow it. That is bullshit, and that shouldn't be allowed. Apple should not be able to control what different app categories can exist and what different experiences users can have on their device. Needs to change. I think it's starting to change now. This Google ruling makes Apple's previous wins much, much more fragile. Having this as a precedent means that the next time someone sues Apple over restrictions that they're experiencing on the App Store, they are much more likely to win in court. The reason I'm saying all of this, and this is not legal advice, I am not a lawyer, I am not qualified to even really be talking about some of this stuff, let's be real. I want someone to challenge... How are you doing this? I want someone to challenge Apple. What do I mean by this? I mean one very specific thing. My dream is for someone... My dream is that someone who has an idea for an app, be it something really cool or even something dumb like a game about them and their friends and a creator world type thing. Imagine they could prompt for that app to exist using Bolt, V0, A0, whatever they use for it. They get something really quickly that they could play on their phone and be impressed with and proud of. Now they can screenshot a link or a QR code or something, send it to a friend, post it on Twitter, show it off on TikTok. Now you as a person on the other side can screenshot that. So I'm watching a TikTok. They say, hey, if you want to try my app, use this. You screenshot it. You open up the Magic platform, whatever you want to call it. We'll call it TMP for now. You open up the TMP app, and it has access to your photos, and it sees that you have this in your screenshots, instantaneously opens that experience by loading whatever code it needs, probably React Native or something like it, so it can control this native layer. I really want this. It's almost like Expo Go 3.0 is what I'm imagining here. The problem is none of the big players can do this because they're risking getting in bad standing with Apple. If you don't care about your standing with Apple, you should consider doing this. Let me know if you do. And once you have it working, let me know if you're taking checks. I think there's a really good chance of somebody with the right incentives doing something magical here. The catch being Apple will be fighting you every step along the way. There's a lot of other edge cases to figure out throughout, but if you can pull this off, you can do awesome things. And I do genuinely think Apple will struggle more than they ever have before to get you off the App Store without a potential massive legal issue. And if you can get Tim Sweeney from Epic on your side throughout this, you'll actually probably win. Anyways, there are a lot of other pieces of deployment. Due to this complexity curve, you have a ton of additional problems. The one that I care the most about is keeping users on the latest version. If I have a bug, here's an actual experience I had at Twitch. We were building the mobile app for a certain size of phone. We'll call this normal phone Pro. So the normal phone Pro is this size. All of a sudden, Apple puts out the normal phone Mini. Sorry, not Apple. We'll say this random company puts out the normal phone Mini. And it's slightly smaller. Even meaningfully smaller. We'll just pretend it's slightly smaller. If we had a bar somewhere in this UI, let's say we just had like 1, 2, 3, 4. This is our UI. We have these 4 buttons and this bar at the bottom here. Oh no, button 4 is getting cut off because the phone is smaller. We didn't expect the flex of the display to get to that size. In the web dev world, we're used to having cool things like flex containers. In the mobile world, especially on iOS, there used to be a limited enough set of different resolutions that you would hard code a lot more stuff. But if a new resolution of display came out, or an older one that hadn't been touched for a while came out, dealing with the smaller sizes was really problematic. So why am I bringing this up here? Because we fixed this bug as soon as we saw it, and we got reports about this bug for the next year and a half. Why in the world would we continue getting bug reports if we fix this in 2 days for 2 years? The reason is because they didn't update the binary on their phones. At this point in time, if you were on an old version of the Twitch app, it wouldn't do anything about it. You'd just be on the old version. Since then, the Twitch mobile team made a change where it will pop up in the app really aggressively saying, hey, you need to update, you should go install the latest version. But before then, we would have as much as 50% of users on an old version over 1 week after the latest shipped. This was very common, and there's a lot of applications that still deal with this every day. On iOS, it's not a guarantee. On iOS and Android, it's not a guarantee that users are on the latest version of your application. There's no way to really force it if you're all in on native. As such, a lot of these companies have moved away from having the whole experience be native. Let's say that instead of this tab bar being Swift code that's hard coded into your app, the code that actually renders each of these buttons might be Swift code. But the thing that says 1 goes here, 2 goes here, 3 goes here, 4 goes here, that might come from some JSON fetched from the server that describes how to lay out the app. This is really common for things like a news feed. If this app had a feed in it, we might have a text post, we might have a video post, but we also, because it's the holiday, might have a St. Patty's Day post. And if we're in app development, and if we want to make this new custom type of post in our app that has its own layout, its own view, maybe it has some fancy like animation in the middle or the text is green or something, we need to get this in the app weeks, if not months ahead of time. Because we need to get this in the app, put it under a feature flag, hide it, whatever we need to do there. And then when St. Patty's Day finally comes around, we can support this unique type of post because we already embedded it in the app. But if somebody's, thanks for the catch on spelling. But if somebody's on an old version of the app and they never installed the update with the St. Patty's Day post type, this might error out. It might render wrong. It might just fail. Okay, it's St. Patrick's Day. You guys are gaslighting me. I'll just call it the full thing so you guys stop doing this. Anyways, if you don't have the code for this in your app already, it can't render it. And you can all imagine what the JSON for this looks like. The JSON for this, something like, we have posts, and posts is an array. And each element in the array would be something like, I don't know, type St. Patty post, content, whatever, type video post. I don't know, Command-C doesn't work here. Video URL, HTTPS. Hopefully you understand what I'm trying to show here. You hit some API to get the posts, and each post has its type, its content, whatever other things it expects. And now our app has to take the fields from here. It uses type to figure out which component or UI element to render. It then uses content or URL or whatever else that post component type expects in order to render the right view for that. This pattern works great until you're changing the post types and the users don't have the latest version of the app to show the latest type of post. So what a lot of companies have started to do instead is they don't send this data. They send what's called server-driven UI patterns, where they describe what this post should look like instead of just sending down this JSON. So instead of type St. Patty's post, they might send down something that looks closer to HTML in order to get that data to the app so it can render the shape instead of rendering the content in an existing shape. The way of thinking of this, is you have two parts that matter. You have the box in the app, the component, so to speak, the shape of how the thing should render, and you have the data, which is the part that needs to get stuffed into the app in order to turn that box into the thing you see. It's the whole UI equals a function of state, or in this case, data. The problem is that the state doesn't have enough information to describe the UI if the function, which is what makes that UI, doesn't have the right pieces yet. So if we want to be able to send new things to our users without knowing what version of the app they're on, then state has to include more of the UI. It's a balancing act. How much of the way the UI looks gets put in the state versus into the application binary itself. Native apps have historically had to lean heavily on the native layer, so they've had to massage all the different ways that JSON can come in, filter out things they don't know how to deal with, or just error out if you're on an old version. But if the server sends the shape this should be rendered in, the version of your app matters a hell of a lot less. This is why every company from Facebook to Google to YouTube to Slack even has started moving towards the UI being defined by the server rather than by the application binary itself. Now, what if I told you the F part here could come from React Native? Then this whole paradigm becomes much easier, but that's a discussion for another time. The core point we're trying to make here is that we've had to fundamentally changed this relationship in a way that we've never had to worry about in web in order to make sure we can render all the different things the server needs without having to wait for Apple to send the app to users, knowing some of them will still be on the oldest version no matter what. I think this covers everything I need to say about deployment. I have a feeling this is going to be a long video. What do I want to talk about next? I want to sip a tea first. Let's do a slightly shorter one quick. I say self-aware, knowing how bad this will be. Let's talk about the platform. Nope. There we go. The platform. This is one of those slightly more nuanced things that web devs struggle to appreciate, but mobile devs struggle to appreciate from the web. All of these platforms are very different. The platforms being, at least the core ones, iOS, Android, and web. These things are all very different. We'll start with the one that most of us are probably the most familiar with, which is web. Web is a open standard. Putting it in quotes because people will fight about that. I don't care. It is genuinely relatively open. It has lots of competing implementations that are whether or not we want to admit it, these implementations are surprisingly compatible. Like, I'm in a Firefox-based browser right now with Zen, and I keep open my Chromium-based browser, Vivaldi, mostly for the dev tools. There's a lot of things I'll say about how if the Firefox platform is behind, but it's 99% of the way there. It's pretty insane that it's gotten as far as it has. It's really cool. There's a lot of other benefits to the web being an open platform and open standards. It means that you have lots of options on how to solve problems. Things like, how do you process payments? How do you store data? How do you interface with the web? What API methodologies do you use? What technologies do you use to build the application? How do you deploy the application? All of these things are part of what makes the web great. You have so many options for almost every layer. iOS and Android, less so. iOS is certainly not an open standard. The term people use a lot is walled garden. I think that's fair. They, for some reason, open sourced Swift, but I haven't actually seen anyone using it for meaningful things that aren't Apple platforms. The closest thing was Arc, and we watched how that went. Ooh, that's actually very useful, Jamin. Thank you for that. Yeah. So iOS is a walled garden. It has two blessed options for most of what you do. You have the core UI kit, like the original Objective-C based application platform layer, and now you have Swift UI as well. The reason they did that, the reason that you have Swift UI the reason you have Swift and Swift UI as well as the old core UI kit and Objective-C stuff, is because Objective-C is an ancient, decrepit language that's a bit of a mess. It's rough. And Swift UI, funny enough, was an attempt at learning the right lessons from tools like React to try and make application development way less bad. And if you want to see how the iOS community feels here, check this out. Almost immediately in chat, Objective-C is better than Swift. Swift is really underrated, though. Yeah, that's where we're at here. There's even still debate internally about the two blessed options. And both of them have lots of catches. I would argue neither are properly complete now. It's a bit rough. It also, both of those are very much Apple platforms. If you build an app in Swift and Swift UI, it might work okay-ish on Mac, but you're not getting that working anywhere else. Rough. It's also worth noting that Swift UI, when did Swift UI get announced? Swift UI was announced in June of 2019. React was announced in May of 2013. It took Apple 6 years to learn the lessons that React taught us, and it still is trying to apply them. I know a lot of devs still aren't using Swift UI because they still don't consider it stable enough. This is the problem, though. You can't really build a better app platform or native UI layer on iOS or Android because we're kind of relying on the platform itself to do it. Unless you're Flutter and you just ignore the platform entirely, which turns out is a lot worse. The capabilities of these devices are incredible, but the expectations of users are really high. And those expectations are that applications behave in certain ways because they're used to their phone working in a certain way. That's why, let me find, here. When Flutter recently announced their 3.29 update, I went and read the blog post. And the first example in the blog post, is that not making it sound cool? Yeah. When Flutter announced their 3.29 version, I went and read the blog post, and I shit you not, the first screenshot in the blog post had the worst alignment I've ever seen in a search bar. They're aligning on the bottom. Are you kidding? This is the default. This is their example. And whenever you use a Flutter app, you'll get this weird uncanny valley feeling. And this isn't just like devs or people focused on this will get it. My mom felt the difference when she tried using the eBay Motors app for the first time. It's bad. And this, like, since I flamed them, they hid this, by the way. This is no longer at the top of the blog post. It was right here before. They deleted the screenshot because I ratioed them. It's not good. And that's kind of the problem, though, is we have this expectation now. And if you try to build without using the native parts, without using the core UI elements that exist on the platform, you either have to recreate them to meet the expectations users have, or you either have to recreate them to meet the expectations that users have, or you have to do something so different that users' expectations are subverted and circumvented entirely. There's also a huge important piece to all of this, which is accessibility. Apple did a great job of building good accessibility into these native elements. If you use an actual button or touch element inside of Swift UI and you label it properly, that will work great for a user with a screen reader. And that's genuinely awesome. The fact that iOS, if you use everything in the platform properly when you're building an app, makes an experience that's great for people who are blind, hearing impaired, or have any of many other things that make navigating software harder. Apple is genuinely groundbreaking in the accessibility space. One of the best companies when it comes to that. And as silly as it sounds, when they do their accessibility commercial every year or two where they show something incredible, when they showed the paralyzed woman editing her own commercial, I fucking cried. Like, I don't know, like, if you've never met one of these incredible people that work so much harder to get things done in a piece of software, I implore that you find someone you can talk to about this, because it's the challenges people have to go through with accessibility needs to do things that we do every day. Something as simple as a drag and drop interaction is entirely inaccessible to hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people. Apple has made incredible strides here with their mobile platform and with their mobile SDKs. But if you go down a different path at all, you have to re-roll pretty much all of that yourself. You lose all of the benefits of Apple's platform and how it benefits accessibility if you try to roll your own. So you end up locked in a way where if you're not building like a game, you pretty much have to build into the platform. Any other option is borderline irresponsible and hurting hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people and their ability to use your software. It's a good thing that React Native uses the native platform, isn't it? But yeah, you get the point I'm trying to make here. The platform is good, and they've done things no one else can do. The web will never be as accessible a platform as iOS simply because they built it from the ground up with this in mind, and the standardization that they have pushed for has allowed for things that are not possible on the web, as old and like supported as it is. It's incredible. Pivoting from incredible, we need to talk about Android. Android is technically open source. It's also technically Linux. It's forked hard enough now that it's hard to say that in good faith. But in almost every other way, it's like iOS, but more jank. There are good things. Kotlin's an awesome language. I've been meaning to do an in defense of Java video for a while, but using Java in the JVM for an operating system is such a cursed idea that we should never have let it happen. Yeah, Android's an interesting beast. I used to be deep in the Android world. I used to contribute to custom ROMs all the time and even tried contributing to Android Core. It was my favorite thing in the world when I was in high school. And then iOS 7 came out and rewired my brain. Regardless, the thing I want to emphasize here is you probably should be using the Android platform, but it's also fragile enough that something like Flutter makes a lot more sense on Android. It's actually relatively similar to the native runtime on Android. It's also part of why using Flutter on iOS makes it feel like a crappy Android app. Yeah. Just remembering the Flutter people. Oh God, what do you have here? Yeah, when you select text in Flutter Web, it puts an actual DOM element of text and tries to overlay it exactly where you select the text and misses like 30% of it when you try to do so. This is the stuff Flutter has to do in order to make it accessible because it's not using the platform. It's using its own layer on top of the platform, and then it still has to fall back on the platform in order to do basic things like accessibility. I'm getting a call from the UK. One moment. Never gotten spam from the UK before. Yeah, it's tea time. They knew. International spam calls are so expensive. Why would you ever do that? Anyways. I'm about to show my knowledge gap a bit. I hope I don't regret saying this. Jetpack Compose is supposedly really good. This is the tooling ecosystem around building and bundling for Android. I've heard it went from absolute garbage to actually surprisingly good now. That's awesome. It's crazy to think that Android went from comically worse development experience than iOS to arguably slightly better, but it has. I actually, like, full transparency, a big part of why I was contributing to things like CyanogenMod is it was easier to modify Android itself than it was to build an app for Android. Nonsense, but yeah. I've heard really good things about the state of the Android ecosystem nowadays. Good to see, because it was horrifyingly bad before. The core point here being, if you drift too far from the native platforms for either of these, you end up in a lot of pain. There are benefits to these platforms, though, compared to the web. The one thing I didn't say here is the web can never deprecate anything. There are so many APIs in the web that are subpar that can't be changed because there are millions of websites using them in their current, often broken states. It's horrifying. So it's Smooshgate? Yes, Smooshgate. one of my favorite examples is an old drama called Smooshgate. If you've never had to bang your TV to fix the reception before, you've probably... I'm going to change this to dark mode. Cool. Redo on this if people aren't mad about that dark mode thing. One of my favorite examples of web deprecation being a problem is Smooshgate. If you're not old enough that you had to bang your TV to try and fix the reception, you probably have not heard about this. So for everyone here who hasn't, a while back, we didn't have a way to flatten arrays. If you had an array of nested arrays, you wanted to flatten it, you're kind of screwed. There were a couple libraries that did this, and at the time we were all using them. Things like MooTools, jQuery, stuff like that. But the web standards committees wanted to make this an actual web standard because it's a common enough thing. It should be in the standards. What we did initially is array.flat. So you'd have an array like this that's like triply nested. You call array.flat, and it would flatten it. You could call it with .flat and a number like infinity, and it will keep calling in order to make it truly, properly, fully flat. This is also the proposal that flat map came from, which is like my favorite. I abuse flat map. I use it in places I probably shouldn't. It's so nice. The issue is that they wanted to go with flatten, but they couldn't because MooTools already had their own non-standard version of flatten. When you loaded MooTools, it would override the array prototype and flatten, or when you installed MooTools, it would override the array prototype key for flatten and would make its own implementation of it. And their implementation was different from the one that Web Standards was trying to do. So if they were to name the new web standard flatten, that would conflict with and break for MooTools users. Terrifying. Really bad. And because of that, because it was a common enough library that this would break the web, they ended up having to, because this is a big enough problem that would break a bunch of websites, they ended up having to, God, I don't know why I'm phrasing this so badly. Because it would have broken a ton of websites, they had to name the API differently and implement it in a different way in order to not break for people using this older library when they implemented this. Insane. And these things happen all the time. Thankfully, libraries know better than to just constantly override array prototypes now. But if they didn't, this could be bad. This is the state of the web platform, though. By supporting everything forever, by being able to go to a website from 20 years ago and expect it to work now, they can't deprecate things. They can't remove things. They can't change how things work. Sometimes I wish Apple operated that way because they changed how Swift UI worked every single major release for like 4 years straight. But that's the difference here. How do I want to frame the next points? Sorry, thinking this one through. Changing a filter on my phone. Cool. Anyways. One last thing on the platform, and I've been touching on this here and there. Tools should be built on top of it. There have been attempts to build things for the web that aren't built into the platform. The biggest two being Flash and Java, the reject of the bunch being Flutter. These technologies aren't part of web standards. None of these are standardized. Java kind of is, but barely. These technologies were attempts to build different things into the browser via native plugins that were part of your operating system, not the browser itself, that would allow you to run different experiences. Flutter obviously uses Canvas in the browser, but Flash and Java were both things you would install on your computer and use as plugins inside of the browser. This allowed for a level of, this allowed for the standards, or This allowed for the web platform to advance way quicker because at first the web wasn't very interactive. Flash and Java were almost exclusively interactive. So all of a sudden we could embed these things and do things the browser couldn't do before. And I still dearly miss the Flash game revolution. We haven't had anything to properly replace it since. I do actually have a video planned in the near future called In Defense of AI Games, where I'm going to be talking about the relationships between the new AI game building things people are doing and the old days of Flash that I grew up on. I probably wouldn't be a programmer if it wasn't for how I fell in love with Flash games at the time. We have since built the things into the platform that you would otherwise have had to need and use Flash and Java for, but those standards are harder enough to use that we haven't seen a level of innovation and genuine revolution in particular small games that we had with Flash back in the day. And it breaks my heart every time I think about it. These were all attempts to try and build something that wasn't part of web standards into the browser. And there's a reason all three aren't things we expect to use in web pages anymore. Building things on top of the web platform sucks because the web platform will always win in the end. And if you have something that kind of works in the browser that you're building it in, the chances that your abstraction will work properly in other browsers and other places is relatively low. I wouldn't be surprised if Flutter's crazy canvas hacks broke entirely in Safari. I wouldn't be surprised if Flash didn't work it didn't work in iOS because Steve Jobs refused to let it. And when it did work on Android, it did not fucking work on Android. Let me tell you, as one of the Flash diehards when I was in high school, I was so hyped for my Android phone to have Flash. I tried 2 Flash games built for Android, and they were both so broken and not able to handle touch and low latency anything that I just stopped using Flash games on my phone. Also, they ate my battery. I shit you not, my Droid X's battery probably died in an hour of playing a Flash game, not even. So, yeah. These allowed for us to move faster, but they also died because they showed us where the web should go. They were rough enough that they didn't stay along for the ride. So what about iOS and Android? We've had attempts here too. We've had things like Cordova and Ionic, which were attempts to build basically a browser that has some native platform access. Not good. I've never used an app built on these technologies that I actually enjoyed using. We have, obviously, React Native. We had what was the other one that Microsoft acquired and slowly died? Xamarin? Yeah, Xamarin. Oh, fuck Xamarin. That was such a disaster. And once again, our friends over at Flutter. Time for one of my hotter takes here. With the web, we have an open platform. Because the web's an open platform, the web is a platform with a lot of different options in how we consume it. Because the web has a lot of different options in how we consume it, guaranteeing that any one of these abstractions will work on the majority of web platforms is basically impossible. That's why these first two required you to install something native in order to handle it. And that's why Flutter isn't something anyone actually sincerely uses for the web. On mobile, we don't have one platform, or on mobile, we don't have one open standard with thousands of implementations. We have 2 platforms. They're closed, but they're limited. They're large, but they're limited. So theoretically, if we could build the right layer on top to have one piece that uses the right thing on iOS and the right thing on Android, which will be different, by the way. The problem with web is everything has its implementation, but the implementation might behave differently across platforms, giving you hell to build on top of. With something like React Native, you can use the different specific native thing. Like you can use the native tab bar in iOS, and you can use the native equivalent in Android that are 2 separate things, that are 2 separate standards. It ends up being much more work overall. But once you've built that platform, you can actually consistently call native things from this abstraction much better than you can do through something like Flash. And this is unintuitive because the web has 1 standard, mobile has 2. So wouldn't it be easier to build a platform on top of the 1 standard rather than 2? Turns out no, because of the variety within this 1 standard. since these two standards are relatively locked in, they behave the exact way they're supposed to, we now have the abstraction on top that, or we now can build an abstraction on top that, because these two platforms are relatively locked in, even though there's twice as many platforms, they are very consistent because there's just one implementation of each of them. If you put the effort in, like Meta did with React Native, they have 300 plus engineers that have worked on React Native over the years, and plenty more from other companies like Microsoft and Amazon. They've put in the effort to build this abstraction, and the platforms themselves can't really change enough or differ enough to cause problems. The result is something genuinely impressive. You can have, at least with some of these options, much better. With some of these options, you can actually use the whole native platform, which is really cool. Wish it was more of them. You get the point. The platform is a very important thing to consider. One more quick tangent, because it's another one of the points on our list. This one will hopefully be short. Platform capabilities. There's a lot of cool shit you can do on a platform like iOS or Android. Things like the gyro, things like the camera, things like file system access, things like location access, all being native APIs is really cool. But everything I just listed also exists in the browser now. In every way that the web, or in the same way that the web led to new developer experience expectations, then things like React forced the native world with iOS and SwiftUI to catch up to make better developer experience. Native platforms building these awesome capabilities and integrations into their platforms has resulted in the web having to catch up as well. That said, the native platforms tend to be first. Native tends to have new like device capabilities first. Things like camera access, like file system, Bluetooth, BS, wearables, all of the crazy things that get announced. Like basically what I'm saying here is when a new iOS release comes out, those features are only accessible to native app devs. Generally speaking, there are exceptions here and there, but if Apple adds an awesome new feature to iOS, the web is lucky if it ever gets it. Usually doesn't, but it'd be cool if it did. There's also the problem that the web platform there's also a problem with the web platform in that it kind of competes with iOS and Android because they're trying to get you to build native apps on their platforms so they can make their 30% cut, which we'll talk a lot about later. Because of that, Apple and Google are disincentivized from making the web platform really good. As such, web platform on mobile has lots of catches. Apple often restricts PWAs. They have done so many things to destroy PWAs over the years. I'm surprised they actually shipped notifications to it. It seemed like they never would. I think it works now. I haven't checked in a while, but I remember when they announced that that would be happening. If anyone in chat can confirm, do PWAs on iOS have, or if anyone in chat can confirm, do PWAs on iOS have notifications now? Like, is that real? And have any of you actually used it and seen it work? Okay, chat says yes. Awesome. It's a pain in the ass, but yes. Yes, they do. Okay, that's cool. So PWA implementation is garbage. It is getting more features, but it's still very, very far from where we need it to be. Like, native stuff is sketchy at best. So if you're trying to like access Bluetooth things, it can work, but as soon as you go to a different tab or leave the app, who knows what's going to happen. Backgrounding is basically not happening. If you do anything in the background, good luck, have fun. If you want to, even something like full screen GLHF. Like, seriously, Apple has made it so hard to do proper full screen in the web on mobile. If you're not rendering a video player, good luck getting your full screen working and hiding the like tab bar and all of that in Safari. I think they announced that it's coming in some future Safari version. Good luck, have fun. If you've seen how good that open an app button works at the top of a page, you know how good Apple's attempts at making a more app-like experience in the web are going to be. It's an absolute disaster. Yeah. So the combination of Apple's incentive and Google's as well to keep you from here is very real. Even if the web itself and like the official web standards committees introduce more and more of these APIs, the likelihood that Apple gives you access to them ever is low. And even if they do, it's coming years later at best. Apparently PWAs can now finally hide the tab bar. Awesome. But can they be performant? As Jamin just said, very important. Performance is still an issue on web, especially if you get into 60 FPS animations and especially gesture following animations. Yep. Apple does not give you the full GPU and CPU power of your device through the web browser. You cannot run your CPU at full throttle via a web page on your phone right now because Apple doesn't want all sorts of crappy tracking and ads and bullshit on a news site when you're trying to just read a page quickly to destroy your phone's battery. I get why they want that. I get why they're pushing for it. But the thing is that they don't want the web platform to be an application platform. Apple wants the web to be for browsing and apps to be for experiencing. They don't want an in-between. Their incentives are fundamentally misaligned with what web standards committees are at. And because they control their platform so strictly, there isn't the flexibility that we would want. And it's, on one hand, it's a big part of why iOS is so successful. It's why things like spyware and viruses, I'd make the argument that iOS was the first major computing platform that never had a massive spyware or like virus problem. Every other major platform has had a pretty significant issue at some or point or another in terms of consumer used stuff. The amount of crap I saw my dad have on his Android phone back in the day was horrifying to me. His BlackBerry was somehow even worse. Windows, we all know how that went. Mac's not a sincere... Windows, we all know how that went. Mac's never been a major compute platform. Linux, guys, you didn't even get this far in the video. Your audio drivers aren't working. But for everyone else, iOS was able to But for everyone else, iOS was actually groundbreaking in security in these ways and also had a much higher bar for experience than other platforms did too. Awesome. I get it. We need to lower the bar for developers who want to make good experiences, in particular for them to share their experiences with others without having to go through so many hoops. If I make a bad app, maybe I can't put it out in the App Store, but maybe I can send a link to my friend to try it, and he can give me feedback on why it sucks, and I can learn more and fix it. That loop just doesn't exist on mobile. You basically need a really good mobile dev next to you holding your hand in order to do it well. And your reward for all of that, Apple gets 30%. I don't want this to be just a video about Apple and Google's cuts on these platforms. I should have probably talked about this during the platform section, but it's an important thing to understand. On web, we have lots of ways to pay. It didn't used to be this way. Even back when like iOS first dropped and like the App Store first came out, processing a credit card payment on the web was a challenge. When did App Store come out? App Store dropped 2008. Stripe came out 2011. We didn't have good, simple, reliable ways to process payments in our apps and on our websites especially when the App Store dropped. So Apple taking a 30% cut, matching what was expected from like game distribution, made decent sense at the time. Since then, the bar has been shifted. Platforms like Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, Google, and Apple, and Steam. These platforms all take around 30% of your revenue. This might not sound too bad, but when you compare it to something like Epic Game Store, which is default 12%, I believe. But they also will waive your but they'll also waive your Unreal Engine license cost, which is normally 3%. So it is often an effective 9% rate. That's a third as much. But then we look at something like Stripe. Stripe takes a much, much smaller cut. If I just say it, you guys might not believe me. 2.9% plus 30 cents per successful charge for domestic cards. That's insanely low. That is hilariously low compared to these other options. The issue is, there's an issue here though. If you subtract the gamer brain rot from this list, you don't have other options here. You have to buy through one of these companies, because if you don't, you can't sell an app or a game on those platforms. Epic is an option for how to buy games. There are other options on PC as well, which is why they have to be more competitive with their cut, and also why they choose to. It's why they made this in the first place. Stripe is trying to be a general payment processing solution, so their cut is way, way lower. To show how this affects people, I'm going to give an interesting example. I am currently live streaming on Twitch. I have a bunch of people who are subscribed to me on Twitch, and I appreciate each of them greatly. Subscriptions on Twitch don't work the way that they do subscriptions on Twitch don't work the same way that they do on a platform like YouTube. They are paid. A follow on Twitch is the equivalent of a sub on YouTube. A sub on Twitch is the equivalent of a member on YouTube or joining a Patreon. My subs here are for the most part paying roughly $5 a month. Some of them are getting a free sub through Prime. If you're an Amazon Prime subscriber, you can subscribe, or if you're an Amazon Prime subscriber, you get a free sub on Twitch every month. You can throw that to me to support us a bit. It's really nice. Thank you for everyone who does. But everyone who's not using Prime is paying for their tier 1 subs around $5 a month. Yes, a sub is free if you have Prime. It's a really nice thing, and it does pay me money. So why am I bringing this up? For a long time, we didn't have subs on mobile. The Twitch sub split is an interesting thing. If a sub costs $5 and I am not in a certain tier of creator on Twitch, this $5 gets split in half. $2.50 to me, $2.50 to Twitch. If you're a big enough creator, or if you've negotiated with Twitch, you can change this to a 70-30 split. That's what I thought. Cool. So, wait, I'm famous. Then the $5 gets split a little differently. $3.50 to me, $1.50 to Twitch. This might seem like a lot of money for Twitch to take. That's because it is. But also, Twitch was providing something really unique at the time, which is a way for viewers to directly contribute to the creator, which just wasn't really a thing at the moment, which made this a much more justifiable thing. YouTube came out and took 30% by default, so it's the bottom numbers, not the top ones. Patreon came out and it took like 5%, but they've increased that percentage over and over again since, in really weird, kind of toxic ways that I don't love. This is the split, though. And I will defend Twitch taking this bottom number here. I won't defend the top one, because the rates of fraud on Twitch are insane. Because you get a social reward if you subscribe a bunch on someone's channel. If you donate like 50 or 100, 500 subs to somebody, they're going to shout you out. It's going to be a whole moment. As such, it's a fun place to steal credit cards and use them to scam people on Twitch. And there's a lot of credit card fraud on Twitch. So they need to increase the cut here a bit to handle as much of that fraud as they can, because fraud is expensive. A chargeback on Stripe costs $15. Subs on T3 chat cost $8. You can see why this sucks for us. Twitch eats that. They don't make creators eat the chargeback fees. They only have to give up the money that was paid. Oh shit. Bye, Jamin. Thanks for stopping by for this one. Yeah. Sad you weren't here for the routing part, but that's fine. Anyways. This sucks. It sucks that the fraud is a big enough problem that they need a decent buffer to handle it, but it's also the main source of income at Twitch. So this number conflates between a bunch of different things. Regardless, it is what it is. Why am I talking about this here? Well, what about mobile? Let's say I'm famous and on mobile. We have the $5. $150 to Twitch. I'm going to break this down again. Cool. We'll do it this way. So $150 goes to Twitch. But Apple broke in here too. $150 to Apple. I'm left with $2. If somebody was to donate $5 to me on Twitch and they were using the mobile app, Apple makes almost as much money as I did. That's pathetic. If I'm not in the good standing famous split tier here, $250 goes to Twitch, $150 goes to Apple. I'm left with $1. That's insane. And Twitch knew this was insane. So instead of doing it this way, they changed it. It's $6 to sub on Twitch. Twitch takes a lower cut. I think it's like $120 or so. Apple gets their $2 or however much they take, their fucking highway robbery. And then you get what's left. It's like $380 or so. Or I think it's $280 maybe? Yeah, $280-ish. Yep. Yeah. So if you weren't famous and you were on, if you weren't famous, you didn't have the special split, and you were getting subs on mobile, you'd make slightly more than you would on Twitch. Because Twitch, you get $250. Here, you get $280. But I'm making 30 cents more. My viewer is paying $1 more. Twitch is getting fleeced. This is the same case on Android as well, by the way. This isn't specific to Apple. It's just insanity that they charge this much. Like, how crazy is it that Apple's cut is closer to mine? Like, how crazy is it that Apple's cut here is so close to mine when they had nothing to do with you subbing to me on Twitch? Maybe, just maybe, you wouldn't have subbed if you didn't have the Apple Pay integration. But if you already have your credit card attached on the website, you can't use it on the mobile app. Apple will not let you default to your existing credit card that you've attached to your account because they make you use Apple Pay for digital transactions. You might be thinking now, wait, when I use Uber or Amazon, I can use my credit card number in those. You can, because Apple has the most bullshit, arbitrary distinction imaginable here. Services, real world specifically, no cut. Digital goods, 30%. This is Apple's rule for how they split these cuts. If you are paying somebody to come clean your car, if you're paying for somebody to drive you around, if you're ordering something on Best Buy or Amazon and it's a physical good, they don't take any cut. You can still use Apple Pay, you can still use everything else. Apple just lets you do it. But if it's a digital good, if you're paying $3 for an indie game, Apple takes their cut. A company like Bank of America pays Apple $100 a year for their dev license, and that's it. An indie game dev pays Apple $100 for their dev license and 30% of all the revenue they have. So indie game developers are subsidizing Amazon and big banks on the App Store. What the fuck? How did we get here? How is this okay? Companies like Amazon and Netflix have refused to play by these rules, by the way. Netflix fully pulled out, and they will not let you sub on mobile. You can only sign in on mobile. You can't subscribe on it. You have to sub on web because they will not give Apple their 30%. They went to court multiple times because Apple tried to restrict them from doing this, and they lost. Netflix can't tell you, by the way, in the app, you have to go to web because Apple will ban you from the App Store if you tell people they can go to web for a better price. That's what happened to Epic, by the way. Insanity. So when Amazon was ready to do a similar move where they were going to pull for Amazon books, like the Kindle store and for Amazon Prime, specifically around Prime Video. They were going to pull out and not support paying for it on Apple at all. Apple made this new bullshit announcement. I want to find it. Yeah, the Apple Video Partner Program. Apple announced this thing that they did to give a better cut to certain companies doing video distribution through iOS because they were so scared of losing Prime Video after they lost Netflix. And the deal is they only take 15%. So you're left with 85 instead of 70. At the time, it was just Prime Video. But now, since they've updated it, there are more companies. For 2 years, it was just Prime Video, though. They announced this as a way to keep Amazon from leaving. And now they support a bunch of these other giant companies. Notice that Netflix still isn't here. Yeah, it's rare I say something is objectively monopolistic bullshit. This is objectively monopolistic bullshit. What the fuck, Apple? It's not better on Android, by the way. But it's insane that they can just charge these numbers and draw these arbitrary lines and distinctions and get away with it the way they have. Absurdity. And to go back to Stripe, none of this is a problem. Hopefully you see the problem here. Since Apple controls the only way you can pay in an app, they can make arbitrary rules and distinctions, favor some companies, fuck over other companies, choose to subsidize big banks with indie game devs' money. Whatever they want to do, they can do it because these are the capabilities of the platform that they chose to implement and the restrictions of the platform that they chose to enforce. Personally, I think this should be illegal and they should get fucked over in the courts. But that's just my take. Okay. So with all of this said, we need to dive into the part that inspired me to make this video in the first place, and I'm sad Jamin's not here for it. Hopefully I'll do a responsible job covering this. Routing and navigation. This honestly could have been a video of its own, but it's a really important thing to understand in terms of how the experience on apps differs from the experience on web. I'm going to start with the simple one, which is web. Let's say I go to a website. I go to website.com. I'm on website.com. I see a link I'm interested in on the site, so I click it. Now I'm on website.com/about. Then I realize I can sign in and I might get something different. So I go to website.com/login. I click the Google Auth button. When I click that, it will redirect me quickly to like google.com/auth or something. And then it will redirect me back to website.com/success or something. What's cool here is that you can edit this stack. Because what's happened here is we've created a stack. If I'm on website.com/success, maybe this just redirects me right back to the homepage, .com. If I'm on website.com after going through all of this and I go back, I don't go to success. I might not even go to google.com/auth. If you've set your browser history stack correctly, then I should be able to go from website.com, hit back, pop this off the stack and end up on /login again, hit back again, pop that off the stack, go to about, hit back, pop that off the stack, go to website.com. When you're navigating on the web, you're almost always navigating vertically, where you're adding things to your stack of URLs you've been to. So when you hit the back button, it can send you back to the place you were before. The one thing we do have that I'm trying to showcase here with the login thing is in a given spot in this stack, you can swap out what is in that element, but it's not super common, and it's usually just for something like a redirect or a temporary visit. You don't swap out where you're at in this stack unless you're doing that. A simple example here is GitHub profiles. If we go to github.com/t3.gg, I'm going to switch browsers so you can see the URL bar more easily. Here we see I'm on my GitHub profile. I can click repositories, and you'll see it change to !tab equals repositories and type equals source. If I go back, it navigates me back to where I was. Oops. When I'm in this tab, I can also change. But if I'm in this tab, I can change to other tabs too. I can go to projects, I can go to stars. And now when I go back, it navigates through the different tabs I've been to, as it should, as we would expect it to. I could replace my current location when I switch those tabs, but that would be a very unintuitive experience. Generally speaking, when a user clicks on something and they navigate, the expectation is they can go back from the place they just navigated to or from. Oops. Mobile is not so simple. There's one last piece I want to discuss, which is the structure of these URLs. If we go back here and we see where I'm at in GitHub, it's a little weird they're using query params here. Most sites would do something more like this. If I did this /t3.gg/repos or /projects or /packages, because there's the top level page of /t3.gg, and then there are routes that follow up from it. A really common workflow on the web, and we've all hopefully seen pages like this. If I have a dashboard page, call this my dashboard. The dashboard has this top nav of the my dashboard header, but it also has the side nav that has different content pieces that we can navigate to. Let's say it has overview, analytics, users, settings. So you have all of these different places we can go within dashboard. So by default, we're on /dashboard. /dashboard has the header, the sidebar, and maybe some content here that's like, welcome to your dashboard. I put that there. That's not what I want to do. Cool. So let's say I then click analytics. My expectation would be, as a user of the web, believe it or not, I actually use browsers here and there, is that going to analytics would send us to /dashboard/analytics. And now a couple things change. Analytics gets highlighted because we're on this, and the content of this page here becomes your analytics. And now we have, I don't know, some charts. Let's make it fun. Users over time. So there we go. Realistic dashboard for most of your guys' apps. What's interesting with this way of doing URLs is we're stacking in a different dimension. We have the vertical stack of the history of the different pages that we've gone to, but we also have this horizontal stack that has a different role. As we go horizontal here, we have the dashboard, which is the core route we're on, is what defines the top nav and the sidebar. But then we have /analytics, which controls the content of this main section here, but also allows for slight changes to the section on the side here. The mental model is that /dashboard has everything but the section here. And then as we want to do more in this section, we expand the URL. Chances are it's a little more complex. It's going to be more like dashboard /app ID /analytics. When I click on different things here, when I go from analytics to users to settings, we're still adding to that vertical stack. So I can go backwards and forwards and the browser behaves as expected. This is more how the page chooses what content to render. The navigation is how we choose the stack and where we're trying to go backwards and forwards to and from. I really want us to think about the two directions here. We have the vertical stack, which is the links we've went to. So /dashboard, or we'll say we go to the home page first. So site.com/. Actually, I'll start for the bottom because it's a stack. So we go to site.com. Then we go from site.com to /login. This might send us through some crazy flow to do the auth, but at the end, this is what's left on our stack. Then it redirects us to /dashboard. I'm going to move to just the slash here because you get the point. Then I go to /dashboard/1 for my specific app. Then I think I have to expand this. I go to then I'll go to /dashboard/1/ I don't know, analytics. And now this is my stack. This is the vertical stack. This is me adding new links in places I've been to my navigation stack as I am navigating my site. There is a horizontal component here too, though. The URL is getting longer and more info is being added to it as we navigate the site. Sometimes we just hard swap out this horizontal stack where it's /dashboard is the first page, /dashboard/1 is giving it the data for our specific app, /analytics is now telling us which tab within our app we're in. Hopefully, actually, let's ask chat, how am I doing? Does this all make sense so far? Are you following this way of thinking of navigation? You have the horizontal stack, which is what content renders, and you have the vertical stack, which is where we came from, how we got here, and how we go back. The horizontal describes what we see. The vertical describes how we got there. So this direction is what we render. And this direction is how we got here. Horizontal is our content. Vertical is the navigation history. Here is where things get complex, or retake on that. This model is pretty cool. It is super standardized. We expect it to behave certain ways, and for the most part, websites behave well here. There are some interesting edge cases, like here's a fun one. I go to some random photo that I posted. Here's me announcing 200K. You'll notice here in the background, you can see the content of the page underneath because this is opened as a modal. But if we look at the URL, nothing here indicates that this is a modal URL. It's /theo/status/ this ID, photos1. If I hard navigate, we end up with an entirely different view because when we click the link, it opened it as a modal. When we load the link, it opens it as a page view. This is very interesting because it means the behavior when you click a link is different from the behavior when you go to the link. There's a lot of complexity here that I could go into, but it's also a relatively rare thing. It's cool they built this as a feature in Next.js now, but it's not needed that often. We're going to choose to ignore this for the time being because of that unnecessary complexity. But that's about it for complexity navigating the web. Is when you have a single page app, so you're not loading new HTML for each of these URLs, you can do some interesting weird things. But for the most part, URL equals certain HTML. In the JavaScript world, the URL always might point to the same HTML file, but the JavaScript that loads will change the content of the page from that point forward. Generally speaking, though, URL determines what HTML appears on the page. I think that all makes sense to you guys. So what about mobile? We have to recognize some things that make mobile meaningfully different here. Thing one, mobile doesn't have URLs. You can build URI support into your apps. You can do things that are like URLs for your apps, but by default, mobile apps have no concept of a URL. Usually, applications, in particular the app platforms, have a concept of a navigation stack. And this navigation stack is its own method of rendering different views on mobile. And it behaves very differently from how the Web 1 behaves. It might seem similar at first, but the deeper you go, the more different you start to realize it is. So let's take this dashboard example. Actually, no, we're going to do a different example. Let's use Twitter as the example. I almost want to screen share myself browsing on the Twitter mobile app. It's annoying, but fuck it. I'll do that. Give me 1 sec. Oh, hit mute accidentally. Connected. Yay. Here. Okay. Let's switch to there. Cool. So, here I am on the Twitter app. Right now, I'm on the home page of the Twitter app. So if we were to put this in the stack, it's going to be so annoying to lay out properly. I'm going to make a new place to put all this. Give me 1 sec. Make this usable. Cool. Nice. Okay, as good as this is going to get. We'll go with it. So, if we show this on the stack right now, the current location, the place that we are at, is the home space. I'm going to visualize this slightly differently. I'm going to have this all just stack up. So we have home view is the place that we currently are. It's actually probably something more like the timeline view. I can go to other tabs on the bottom here. I can hit the search button and go to the search tab. If I drag sideways, it doesn't bring me back though. It brings me to my sidebar and my other accounts. If I go here though, so now I'm in my profile, suddenly I can slide back. The reason is we added to the navigation stack, we added the profile view. And this one has some metadata on it. This one knows that it's profile Theo. That's the profile I clicked on. So we have this profile view now on the stack. Here's where things start to get interesting. If I hit a different tab within here, now watch what happens when I drag. I'm not going back to posts. I don't go from the posts profile view tab to the media profile view tab back to posts. I just go back to the home. Because the thing that happens with any spot in these navigation stacks is they have their own horizontal layer to them. So profile view here is effectively being swapped out. So this profile view is effectively being swapped out for profile view, but okay, let me reword this. So this profile view isn't really profile view, it's posts view on profile. And now we switched it to media view. This replaced posts view in this location in the stack. So certain navigations will add to the stack. If I click a post here, like I'll click this one where I hit 200K, that added to the stack again. So now I have single post view. And this post view has a profile indicator, but also has post ID, because it needs that information to render this view. Now, when I go back, if I just drag to the side here, will it let me? Yeah, I can drag back to where I was before, which is the media tab, and I can drag back again. I don't know why this is being so buggy over the wire. What the hell? Yeah. Now I can go back again to where I was before. And maybe not. Will not let me go back up the stack here? It might not. Yeah, it doesn't. But you can see now when you navigate apps, you're either adding vertically to the stack or horizontally as you navigate around. The difference here is when you navigate around, like if we're in using the dashboard example here, and you switch to the different sections, back will bring you to the one you were on previously. If I go to x.com/t3.chat, and I navigate to a different tab and I go back in the browser, it brings me to the tab I was in before because it changed the URL. When I go to /media, it's now /t3.chat/media. It's not navigating horizontally. It's always navigating vertically. Whenever you go to a link in the web, unless it's something automatically happening like a redirect, there's a very, very good chance that it's being added and appended to that vertical stack. On mobile, you have to make a decision about this. It's not a free thing where we all just do what the browser does. You have to think about this every time you're adding navigation features to your app. When I am in this post view where I'm looking at a post I made, should going to my profile go up the stack or should it go horizontal? If I switch the post I'm looking at, should it go up the stack or horizontal? Here, when you're in Twitter, going to a new post or a new instance of a thing always adds vertically. But if you're going to a different view of the thing you're in, it goes horizontal. So if I go here and then I switch to replies or subs, you get this horizontal navigation, but it doesn't add to the stack. And this is all much more important than it might sound because all of these things are handled with everything from gestures, like the sliding with 2 fingers left and right to handle it, to the native back button being handled properly, but most importantly, accessibility. Some people don't use their fingers to navigate their phones. They have custom commands and layers in order to do this. So if you don't handle navigation the way the platform expects, their way of navigating might just not work entirely. And this is a huge difference in how we have to think about our apps. It's the reason we can't just take a web page that has links that work a certain way and just dump it into an app and expect it to work. And when I use an app that's based on web technologies, things like, and when I use an app that's based on web technologies, or worse, an app that's built by web devs that don't understand mobile, they will just port every single URL over to a specific view in the app on the phone. And now you're just constantly building these massive navigation stacks. When Blue Sky first came out, it was really guilty of this. If I was like navigating through a profile and like looking at some information, I'd have to slide back like 20 times to get where I started. Most navigation flows in something like Twitter, you only have to go down a few layers. And there's a lot of navigation you can do where you're not going down layers at all. Like when I go from my home feed to search, that's not a navigation that's changing my stack vertically. The way to think of this with iOS is very much like actual layers. When I open this post, it is now open on top. And when you watch me go back, you see that. You see that this layer on top is being pushed out of the way or back on. And when I go to my profile, you see a new layer sliding on top of that. This isn't something they built in with their custom engine for the Twitter app. This is just part of how the Twitter app works because it's part of how the native platform works. These stacks of vertical navigations are essential to how you experience mobile apps. And if you just shove URLs in and handle navigation the same way the web does, your app's going to feel really jank. And this is super common. When mobile devs complain about React Native, this is one of the things they're complaining about the most. Not because React Native makes you work the way the web works, but because a lot of React Native devs are web devs. And those web devs are used to using this way of navigation with URLs. And as such, they force it into mobile apps where they don't fit. It's a very, very interesting dynamic. And it's one I think about far more than I probably should. But this idea of I now have my profile open on top of my post, which is open on top of my timeline. And now when I navigate within here, I'm still in that layer on top. I'm just moving around within it. Hopefully, this helps give you an idea of just how different these methods of navigation are. I'm tired of web devs pretending that mobile doesn't have any differences. They can just port their website over and it's fine. And I'm tired of mobile devs acting like their way of navigation is obviously superior and there's no benefit of the web way, which is why when you hit that little open button on random web pages to try and open it from the web page in the app, it never works. There's a fundamental incompatibility between there's a fundamental incompatibility between how navigation works on web and how navigation works on mobile. And I don't think we can just solve this with tooling. These are decisions that need to be made with care as we're building our apps. And for better or worse, using React Native often results in devs that don't care as much because the devs that care the most are the ones who are the most obsessed with their platform. Those are the ones who are building using the native tools and technologies. Oh shit, Daniel, thank you for the raid. Really appreciate it. I'm going deep on mobile versus web right now, and we're talking about navigation for those who just showed up. Thank you all for coming. This goes the other way too, though. If you are using Flutter on web, there's a good chance you don't care about the web platform. And even if Flutter for web was theoretically really good, most Flutter for web websites are going to be bad simply because the people using it are the ones who don't like or don't understand the web technology. React Native devs are less likely to know how apps work and how we should use them. Mobile devs are less likely to know how the web works and how we should navigate it. And you can tell when you're using a web app made by a mobile dev or when you're using a mobile app made by a web dev. It's very apparent. This is also the big reason why I'm not a fan of the tools that try to be a web and mobile app project at the same time, because the navigation is so fundamentally different that if you make something that works on both, it's optimal for neither. And this isn't the most complex code in your apps. Like this, the code that handles this navigation stack for Android, or like the code that handles this navigation stack for Twitter, it's probably a few hundred, maybe a few thousand lines. It's not even 1% of the code in those applications. It's not that complex. But as soon as you make one app platform, but as soon as you make a single project that compiles to web and mobile, you have to have one routing paradigm. And as soon as you have that one routing paradigm, you've made everything less optimal. Yeah. I think I've covered everything I wanted to here. What a journey. I did not think this video would end up being this long, and I appreciate you greatly for sticking through with it. Hopefully you got something out of this. Hopefully you have a better mental model for thinking about the differences between mobile and web. And maybe, just maybe, we'll see a future where shipping for mobile is as easy as shipping for web is today. But until then, I'm mostly going to be sticking to web. Believe me, I want a T3 chat app more than anybody, but we're going to have to do a lot of work to get there. Until next time, keep building. Cool. That was a really good one. Yeah, I did see that. Pretty cool. Yeah, Zach, thanks for the shout out. And thanks to Distinguished Yardy as well. Oh. Rip. Nothing I can do about that. I'll just delete my post. Screenshot so I remember I made it. I'll go hunt for it later. Delete. Cool. This is a video. Yeah, I'm recording videos. That's what I do live. We're here to hang out together and record some awesome stuff. Happy that you're getting a lot out of it. Thank you all for stopping by. Let me thank all the subs that I've missed while I was doing all of this. Oh shit. Cheek Skulls or Chusk Skulls with the 5 gift bomb. Thank you so much for the support, y'all. Really appreciate it, guys. Got a lot of people here today too. The viewership's been slowly climbing a ton for the live streams. I never thought we'd have more than like 300 views simply because of the chaos that is the times of day that I stream. It's just not a good hour. But it's not stopping y'all from showing up, and I appreciate y'all so much for being here, each and every one of you guys. Okay, I'm pretty sure I got you, Yusarin, so we'll start from here. We got Menchie Solom here with the 9-month support. Thank you so much. Christopher Andre, or Anfrey. I'm just calling you Chris. Thank you so much for the gift bomb there. We got Jamin here with the Prime, finally. Thank you so much. Pesky Beat Lol, calling you Lol. Thank you so much for the 2 months support. We got Krish, the legend. Always good to see you, man. Thanks for over 2 years. I need to read that blog post. I did open it last night. Then I saw at the same time that game I was waiting for years dropped, so I went and did that instead. Insanity later, 34 months. Jesus Christ, you're right on that 36, the 3-year mark. Thank you for the years of support. We got Robo Edit here. Thanks, Theo. I learn a lot every week. Chat's always fun to interact with, too. It's great when you have the devs of the repos that you're discussing in chat to answer questions. I thank you so much. It's so cool that I have the creators of these awesome things here hanging out, helping us out. It's the best. We got Moxie here with the Prime. Thank you so much. Obsidian here with the Prime. Thank you again. Pargangate throwing the Prime in for 6 months. 25 months from Reese here. Unit Kimbo with the Prime. Style Please with the Prime. ID3 with the Prime. Emma Vulcan with the Prime. Better Than Clay with the Prime. I love that you guys all dropped these after I mentioned the Prime sub thing. Tramp Boat. New Telefax Machine. Who dis? Thank you for the 13 months. T-Dub with the Prime. Allegedly May with the 3 months. Chask again with that 5 bomb. Thank you so much for the support. And then Robbie Lane 1 with the Prime as well. I did not see the Anthropic DMCA, Yash. What's the license for Claude Code? Oh, is it not even on here? They just put this here so they can, like, have the dev container and have a repo to point at? Interesting. Did someone leak Claude Code's source? And yes, if you pay for Amazon Prime and you haven't linked your Amazon account to your Twitch yet, you can, and you could sub on Twitch to throw us. It's $5 equivalent, but it's I think $2.50 to $3 is what I should get from it each month too. Yeah, YouTube chat is not more complete. It's a buggy shit show. Its way of sending updates is horrible. The whole manually clicking all messages is the worst. The moderation tools are garbage and super slow. If somebody says something terrible in YouTube chat and I hit delete, it takes like 2+ minutes for that deletion to go through for everybody in chat. On Twitch, it's instantaneous. Interesting. Yeah, the mentions have been broken for fucking ever on YouTube chat. Yeah, the Ludwig extension was okay. It helped, but it was far from it. Oh, it's in the... Oh, shit. Link me that and I'll requote it, man. Sorry. Yeah, link me... Oh, is it... Yeah, just relink it here and I'll go requote it. I've seen same dev. I helped those guys out a ton. Oh, I just realized I'm on the wrong desktop. Cool. 1 video done so far. They shipped it with source maps. That's hilarious. They pulled the tar balls down from NPM. That's super hard to do. I keep hitting the wrong fucking button for that. Thank you for this, by the way. It's awesome having that to like make free content out of. Yeah, YouTube Live has actual discoverability. It's still garbage compared to non-live video, but it's at least real. I also just realized I haven't set up studio on here yet. Give me 1 sec to fix that so I can actually see things like who is here. Actually, you guys want to see my favorite YouTube bug? I was just in YouTube Studio, And the YouTube Studio tab I was in was for an old stream that isn't on. You're going to see the thing right here that gives me a heart attack every time I open up YouTube Studio for live. Did it really not do it this time? Okay, that's good. Almost every other time, I'll navigate to the currently live stream, and it still has the offline state cached. And it will tell me my new stream is offline. I'm like, wait, fuck, did I accidentally go offline? What did I do? And then I realize if I refresh, it's fine because it persisted the wrong state when I navigated around the UI. I'm surprised it didn't do it this time. It does it every single time. Maybe the pause as I was explaining it is what caused that. But yeah. Oh, did I miss a gift on YouTube chat? I did. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, it was the YC application. I talked about that earlier. Thank you again for the support. Yeah. Almost everybody finds me through the videos, but it's you don't know I'm live unless you see that on YouTube, and then you might find your way over to Twitch because of it. I did see this. I don't know if the update's enough for me to do a new video. I think my old video did a good enough job describing that, like, it's probably not malicious, but the dude is malicious enough I don't care. Yeah, I'm with you on that phase. Oh, shit. That's a ton of Prime subs. What happened? Goddamn. Thank you all for the support, guys. Did me pointing that out on YouTube just get everybody to show up with their Prime subs? That's so cool. Thank you all. That's like actual money. Jesus Christ. We got Robbie Lane with the Prime, Level Up OK with the Prime, The Realness with the Prime, New Do Not with the Prime, James Peters with the Prime, Piff10 with the Prime, Malik with the Prime, Dom Scholes with the Prime / gift to tier 1. Tramp Boat with the 5 bomb. Thank you so much. And then No Good Nick for 31 months of tier 3. Jesus fuck. Thank you so much for the support, man. Prime gets mentioned every time. I'm surprised we don't make more Prime jokes. I'm a T3 sub to Prime, which is the ultimate Prime sub. Yeah, I'm supposed to be doing a call with somebody from the information about the about vibe coding, but I forgot to follow up. I need to do that later. Thanks for the reminder. That is my problem for the near future. Hype train level 6. Jesus Christ, guys. You're really going now. We got Mecca with the 5 bomb as well. Thank you so much for the support. 45 lifetime. Jesus. What are we at lifetime for Tramp Out too? Chesk's 35 lifetime. Jesus. Tramp Out's 39. You guys have gifted so much subs. Don't ever feel obligated to pay us, by the way. We do a pretty good job of making money through the sponsor stuff now. But obviously, we super greatly appreciate it. It helps you fund the team and do lots of fun things. And recover my funds from the crazy amount of startup investing I just did. Redesigns next week. More info coming very soon. I was originally hoping to drop it today, but there's a couple other things I'm behind on I have to fix. So, yeah, I'm the one blocking now. Aw, thank you, Trampo, for bumping it up to 42. Great number. Thank you again, all of you guys, for the support here. It's absolutely nuts. Yeah, Savala and Postdoc are awesome. We have a ton of awesome sponsors right now. I love that we finally have a page that lists them all too, because there's a lot of good companies, and people ask all the time about each one. And like, I'll get questions like, I heard you talk about this thing in a video, this sponsor. I can't remember who it was though. Can you tell me who it is? And I made this page because I got that question so often. I just wanted one place to have them all. And I get the question way less now because people go here, find it, and grab the links from there. It's great. Investments that became sponsors, yes. Sometimes it goes the other way too. Like Clerk I invested in after they sponsored me. Who else? I've done that multiple times. I know there's a couple in here. It's not closed yet, but I'm almost certainly going to invest in Convex. Blacksmith I invested in. both I'm investing in. Unkey, I was an investor first, actually. Browserbase, I was an investor first, too. FAL, I just wanted to be involved in with anyway. Investor or ad. I pushed hard to do both. I got my check in first, if I recall. Yeah, that's most of it. Definitely is. Oh, shit. Pixel Architect. DM me after stream. It might take a bit for me to get back to you. The advice I want to give to you is not the advice that I want to give generally, because you're doing something different here than most will, and you should lean into that difference. The leaning into the state, or the current state of this thing is not good enough. In an AI future, we need better tooling around things like the operating system. It's time to leave behind the old way. Getting that pitch right is difficult, but if you can, you'll fucking kill it. So yeah, let's chat later. What's my site? If only it was in my username, t3.gg. Revolut set your name to all caps and their AI support bot tried to gaslight you into thinking you cannot change it back to normal. God. No, G2I is super legit. G2I is awesome. They run some super cool events too. Like React Miami is one of my favorite. It's probably my favorite developer event, and it's run by the G2I guys. Can I check the total for how much you've gifted? Can I? At least 900 according to this. It's just easier to get the hard number, but yeah, at least 900. Thank you all so much for the support. We got to start filming again. I want to get something slightly shorter out, and then we'll do this one, because I know this video is super long, so we'll do that in a minute. Let's do in defensive AI games. The CEO statement from Anthropic, fuck, I kind of do want to cover that. Does anybody have a link to the Anthropic CEO's statement on the percentage of code being AI generated? I appreciate the sentiment, Cyrus, but the long term there, like, I am an investor, and hopefully my investments do result in more wonderful apps. That's like the long term we're hoping for here, but it's hard to know for sure. Do I want to make this its own thing? Let's do it. People are going to hate me for this one. Okay. So for the actual video, I'm going to do a different cut for the intro, but I want to listen to this with y'all first. So.
Of the job side of this, I do have a fair amount of concern about this. On one hand, I think comparative advantage is a very powerful tool. If I look at coding, programming, which is one area where AI is making the most progress, what we are finding is we are not far from a world, I think we'll be there in 3 to 6 months, where AI is writing 90% of the code. And then in 12 months, we may be in a world where AI is writing essentially all of the code. But now getting to kind
of... Okay. That's a statement. let's throw this in here so Phase has it. Use this for the edit. Anti-DLP should snag it fine. Cool. I have what I want to start with. Yeah. Cool. These sleeves are bunching up weird. This shirt does not like the rolled sleeves thing. Anyways. By now, there's a pretty good chance you've heard this quote from the CEO of Anthropic. Cut to just the in 3 to 6 months part, start from there, where it's in 3 to 6 months, I'd expect 90% of code to be written by AI. Just put that tiny part in and chop it a little bit to be even shorter if you can. What the fuck, Cooper? I have to reshoot this intro. God damn it. Thank you so much for the 65 bomb, you fucking lunatic. That puts you at exactly 1,000. Holy fuck, man. Fuck. Well, thank you for the years of support. Unbelievable. Thank you so much, man. You've gifted more subs than I currently have viewers. Insane. Thank you so much. If there's anything on the topic list you want me to cover sooner than later, let me know and we can bump it up in the planning. I need to get this video filmed, though. I just realized I wasn't showing my screen for any of that. Of course I wasn't. Why would I do my job? But yeah, the 65 bomb. Fucking lunatic. Thank you so much for that, man. Anyways. Yeah, if there's anything on the list you want me to cover sooner than later, let me know and we'll get it prioritized. Anyways. Redo on this. By now, you've probably heard this quote from the Anthropic CEO. I get why you might not agree with this. And again, cut to the quote there. This is a pretty egregious quote, and I understand why most people totally don't agree with it, but he's kind of right. Not in the ways that you guys probably think, but in ways that are important that I do think we should try to understand. Personally, I would never have imagined myself defending a quote like this, even 3 months ago. But the more I've been going down this crazy AI pipeline and the more I've been trying tools and using things like Cursor, Claude, I could never have imagined myself agreeing with or defending a quote like this, even 2 months ago. But the more I've gone down this chaotic AI pipeline, the more I'm starting to see the hidden truths of these statements. They don't mean the thing that you think they do. Or I don't think what's Dario's saying. Dario's his name, right? Let me get that right. Hey, Dario. What Dario's saying here sounds terrible. It sounds like all of our jobs are about to be replaced with AI. I don't think it's that simple. And honestly, the second half of the statement is kind of garbage. But the essence of it is hinting at something really, really interesting about how code will be written in the future. We're going to get to that in just a second, because if I'm going to pay my bills and I'm not going to be able to write code anymore, someone's going to have to. We'll be right back. Cool. So what the hell is Dario saying here? And why do I think this is in any way, shape, or form a reasonable take? As always, with the spicier takes, I need a diagram because people seem to think I'm smarter when they can look at what I'm thinking instead of just hearing it. Here's the rough quote. 90% of code will be written by AI in the next 3 to 6 months. There's a couple questions we have to ask before this statement can make any sense to us. Question 1 is, what code? Is this code at companies? Is this code on GitHub? Is this code in general? What code are we talking about? What is the bounds that 90% of is going to be covered in 3 to 6 months? Question 2 is, who's writing this code? Is this being written by professional developers? And when I say written, I mean prompted by people who are writing code for a living. Or is it people doing it for fun? Is it people playing around with Cursor? Is it AI tools doing it entirely themselves? Who's writing the code that we're talking about here? And 3, most importantly, has this ever happened before? we've all seen Prime's tweets that he's been doing now for like what, 2 to 3 years. It's the joke is we're 18 months away from the 6 months away from our jobs being taken by AI, because people have been saying this, in 6 months we won't have dev jobs anymore thing forever. And that's bullshit. If the way you're interpreting what Dario said here is 90% of our work is going away, that is bullshit. And you should be annoyed by that, because that is not a statement that makes any sense at all. And I agree, 90% of our work isn't going to be automated in the next 3 to 6 months as developers. That's absurdity. But there is something similar that has happened in the past. Imagine you're the creator, or imagine you're around when the language C first came out. When C came out, most of the code we were writing was in obnoxious, horrifying systems like COBOL, or if we wanted actually performant code, we would just write it in assembly. Somebody find the Prime tweet. Thank you. 22 months into 6 months away from AI stealing your jobs. Yeah, quality tweet. So imagine when C first came out, if you wanted performant code for platforms, you'd have to write assembly. When C first dropped, imagine somebody saying, in 3 to 6 months, 90% of assembly will be written in C. At the time, this would be a nonsense-sounding statement, because there are so many devs that are incredible at assembly. There are so many projects in flight that are written in assembly. There is so much work going on in the assembly world. The thought of a new language replacing all of that in a short time frame is just funny. It didn't replace it, though. Here's how we have to think about it. If this is the circle of assembly code, and we say 90% of assembly is going to be written in C, what you're thinking is something like this. What we're saying, or what you're interpreting us as saying, is this part is real assembly, and the rest isn't. The rest is C. And this is how you interpret that statement, that we're taking the assembly code being written right now, and we're splitting a line here where the existing code, where all the stuff in this box here, this is all going to be written in C. Anything that's currently in this box written in assembly, screw you, you're gone. It's going to be compressed in this tiny little thing. That is not what happened. What happened was very different. This is what happened. Assembly, written natively, has become a much smaller portion of the overall native application code space. C greatly expanded the number of people who can program code that operates on a native level. C broke ground in a way unimaginable. It didn't 10x, or it didn't replace 90% of the assembly code. It 10x'd the number of people writing code that compiles to assembly. So it's true that eventually, way over 90% of assembly code is being written in C or things like it, but not because 90% of this bubble was swapped, because the bubble got 10x'd. The number of people writing code that compiled to assembly, be it writing it themselves or writing it in C, got significantly larger. So why are we talking about this right now? I don't want to open LinkedIn if I don't have to. A couple months ago, the platform Lovable had an incident. And quick bias checks. I'm an investor in Lovable. I'm also sponsored by them here and there. If they don't pay me for anything other than the ad slot, so my bias is what it is, but know that I've worked with these guys in the past. They had an incident in January of this year. They had a GitHub outage. If you're not familiar with Lovable, It's an app generation platform. You tell it to make a thing and it makes it. One of the things they do differently is they back your project on GitHub. So a repo is created that your project is mirrored to, and you can make changes there and see them in Lovable and vice versa. But it means everything deployed on Lovable gets a GitHub repo. The sheer volume of GitHub repos that were being made through Lovable was so absurdly high that GitHub locked them out because there were too many things being created by them. I want to see if there's a throughput somewhere here for it. Just for reference, these guys have 500,000 users who are building over 25,000 new projects a day. Do you know how insane that is? 25,000 new projects being initialized and a surprising number of those being deployed every single fucking day. And this is one of the options. We have Lovable, we have Bolt, we have V0, and recently we have a new one I'm invested in, A0, that I'm super hyped about, focus on mobile apps. These guys are awesome. More and more of these platforms are appearing. We also have Same.dev, which was just created by Aiden, the guy who made MillionLint, the React wizard performance guy, also made React Scan. Love Aiden a ton. Is this homepage not good on other browsers? Oh, no, they just changed it a ton. Cool. Yeah. All of these project generators are generating unbelievable amounts of code. And there are just some numbers that we don't like to think about as developers because most people aren't devs. So any tool that allows for non-devs to do things that traditionally only devs did is going to result in just absurd amounts of stuff happening that wouldn't happen if it was just in the dev world. I experienced this myself when I dropped T3 chat. Most of our projects, we got a couple hundred to maybe a few thousand users in the first 1 to 2 weeks. T3 chat got like 100,000 users in the first week because it wasn't just applicable to devs. For every dev, there are hundreds of people who aren't devs and at least a couple dozen that want to do things that devs do but can't. The amount of code that exists is going up faster than it's ever gone before. If we were to like diagram out how fast the amount of code in the world is growing, there have been lots of moments where the amount started to ramp up faster. Like when we had to do it with when we had to do punch cards, the amount of people coding and adding code to the world was relatively low. Then assembly happened and chips got more accessible, so it started to go up a little bit faster. Then C happened and it started being taught in schools, and got easier and easier to make apps. Then the web happened, and all of a sudden, we can build things in ways we never could before. This curve's already too aggressive because we need to get way more aggressive momentarily. The point being here, now that anyone can go type in some text and generate a project with thousands of lines of code, this just happened. We now have significantly increased the amount of code going online every single day. The sheer volume of code going out right now is increasing like it never has before. And if you're using these AI tools, you've felt this some amount yourself. I've never had so many projects on my machine. Obviously, I'm higher than average here because I'm a creator and I'm knitting small things to do demos and stuff here and there. But I'm also building more projects and releasing more individual things than I did in the past by quite a bit. I've put out like 4 or 5 apps in the past few weeks just solving specific problems that I had. And while obviously I'm writing a decent bit of that code myself, most of the starting points aren't written by me. I'll use a tool like V0 Bolt or Lovable to get the first parts put together. I'll use them to generate a component and pull them over. And then once I'm in my editor, I'll use my editor to smooth parts out, make changes, do stuff like that. When I'm using Cursor, I'd say, depending on what the task I'm doing, between like 20% and 70% of my code is probably being generated. If you count the tab completes as well as the things I'm opening up Composer and the little Command I and Command K views for, depending on the feature I'm working on, it might be a really small amount, like 20%. I'm just using the autocomplete and not much else because the thing I'm working on is complex and it can't figure that out. But when I'm working on other things that are just like big UI overhaul changes, most of my biggest PRs, the T3 chat repo, have been like 80% AI. The small, really hard ones have been closer to 0%, but the big ones have been largely generated. Here's a question I will ask you guys now. Do you think the biggest assembly, or how do I put this? If we were to analyze the biggest code base that compiles down to assembly, do you think that code base is written in assembly? Or do you think it's written in C? I hope this is an obvious question. I hope we can all clearly see that C is the answer. And there's a lot of reasons why. When you have a bigger code base, it becomes easier to maintain if you use a higher level language. Looks like chat agrees. And also, thank you so much, Uber CI, for the gift bomb here. Really appreciate that. Yeah. People clearly agreed that between those two, it is much more likely that C is the thing that has the largest assembly compiled code bases. And it makes intuitive sense for a handful of reasons. The bigger code bases are going to benefit more from the abstraction that C represents. C isn't going to compile to the most optimal assembly code. So it's possibly going to compile things in ways where there is more code in the binary than there would have been if you wrote it yourself. And the people who are working in these giant code bases, like if you have a team with hundreds of people working on the same code base, finding hundreds of people smart enough to do it in assembly and work together, good luck, have fun. In C, much easier. In C++, potentially easier, but it has its own disasters too. The point I'm trying to make here is that as your team gets bigger, as the people contributing become a wider range of people at a wider range of skills, and as the resulting output of what they create getting larger as well, the likelihood they're using these higher level tools goes up. So as unintuitive as it might seem, the larger the code base, the more likely they're using higher level tools. Simply because these abstractions make managing big things easier. They make the gap between skill levels much better. One of the things Go is actually quite good at is making it so the code that a senior dev writes and that a brand new Go dev writes look relatively similar. Combination of the formatting, the lack of options for a lot of different things. A lot of work was put in to make Go feel consistent across different skill levels and experience levels. Do you see where I'm going with this? So I can hide that. As the number of people contributing to a given code base gets larger, as the number of code bases gets larger, and the number of devs, in quotes, goes up, the amount of code being created is exponentially increasing. And AI tools are a big part of why that is happening, if not the entirety of why it is happening. So when someone says that 90% of code is being generated with AI, what they mean isn't we're going to stop writing code. All code is going to be AI now. What they mean is the amount of code is going to 10x. The size of these projects is going to keep getting larger. The number of projects is going to keep exponentially increasing. We are quickly approaching a point similar to C, where there is just so much more code that assembly devs are their own weird pocket. And I think that's where we're going right now with AI. The capability of people, or While right now, an AI dev that doesn't have real coding experience can't really keep up with devs that do. And you can see this, by the way. Just go to t3.chat and compare the experience you have here to the experience using almost any other similar tool. I used AI to help building a lot of this, believe me, but the important parts AI could not help with at all. And if you compare the experience here to an AI company's experience like DeepSeek, Claude, or even OpenAI, the actual experience using their products is way worse because the people who work on it aren't as focused on building great experiences in the web. They don't have a decade of work doing this. They didn't build Twitch chat and go out of their way to make every single frame respond as quickly as possible and handle thousands of updates per second. If you don't have that experience, there isn't enough public references of that experience to do it well via AI, because the AI cannot be better than effectively the general consensus. If the info doesn't exist in the public domain, it is very unlikely the AI can figure it out. But most of the code we write is code that exists all over the internet. We've had the joke forever in software that like most of dev work is just Googling. I know Prime in particular has always hated this quote. But when you're working in these giant code bases and you're working across many different projects and many different stacks, this can absolutely be the case. The code that you would spend a lot of your time Googling to do can almost all be done with AI now. And the AI will make it so you can skip through the steps of learning the thing and be productive in it much faster. I would not have been able to deploy on Cloudflare, or I would not have been able to deploy a bunch of the T3 chat stuff on Cloudflare if it wasn't for how much easier the AI made it for me to smooth out the weirdness of their developer experience. And as a result, I'm building more projects, shipping them to more platforms, and doing more work as a whole because the AI is letting me be more productive. I would estimate that of the raw lines of code that are coming out of me right now, I would guess 70 to 80% are AI generated because I'm spinning up random projects all the time on Bolt and V0 because it's fun. It's genuinely enjoyable to do that. And when I have a random problem that I want to solve, I can hop over to V0, generate 5 versions of a thing, copy part of the one I like, go into my editor and tidy it up myself. But for the 30 lines of code I put in my code base, I might have generated 300. I might have generated 3,000. But the amount of code that didn't exist before, that now does, as a result of me trying to write the same correct 30 lines of code, instead of writing it twice like I would have before, sometimes I'd write the same feature 2 to 3 times just to get it quite right, I might have deleted 100 lines for every 30 I committed. Now it's closer to 1,000, maybe even more. The amount of code I am creating has gone up significantly. When I say that 70% of the code I create is AI, that's because I'm creating 3x more code. That's not because AI is replacing the code I wrote before. It's allowed me to have different workflows that result in more things being created, more code being made, and a whole different process. My skills as a dev have been helpful using these tools, but my skills in reviewing have been way more so. I have reviewed way more code than I have written in my life, and that makes my skill set for this new era of AI tools way better. Because when I finally get V0 to spit out something usable, I can go through and find the parts of the code I want and the ones I don't, rip it, throw it in my code base, and make the changes I want to there. I like the phrasing here that Bot Cooper made. Creating does not equal committing. And I totally agree with that here. There is an absolute gap between the things that I am creating, or there's a meaningful gap between the things I'm creating in V0, the things that I am generating with T3 chat, and the things that I'm actually putting into an existing code base and committing and putting out there. That's not going to be replaced by AI. That's not going to be replaced by somebody who doesn't know how to code. The fact that they can get as far as they can now is awesome, but that is a different thing. And I think we need to be able to acknowledge that the majority of code right now is written by AI. Way over 50% of the code that is coming out today, of the code that exists at the end of today that didn't exist at the end of yesterday, probably 70 to 80% is AI generated, just knowing how popular these tools and technologies are. There's so much changing in the space and the way we build, and the skills of Googling, the skills of piecemealing, the skills of parsing through a pile of shit to find the thing you actually want, that skill is becoming more important than ever. So, as silly as it sounds, on one hand, we are replacing the people who just Google all day with AI. But on the other hand, the people who really are finding that skill of finding the needle in the haystack to solve the problem that no one else could quite solve by finding an obscure resource somewhere no one properly understood, finding the one weird line that isn't doing what it's supposed to, and pulling it all together, those people are set more than they've ever been. And I've experienced this in ways I never would have expected. I can't tell you how many times we had some obscure bug in some code base I've barely touched for 2 years. Like, I'll be real. I can't contribute to the upload thing code base right now. It has gotten to a level of complexity and is using tools I'm not as familiar with because Julius has just killed it taking over that project. He is running the infra side. He's running the SDK side. He is the lead of upload thing at this point. But when there's an obscure bug, like a user said that they couldn't download certain files, but they could download others, and they sent me a screenshot, I was able to intuit from the screenshot that the big difference between the files that failed and the ones that didn't is the ones that failed had non-standard English characters, like they had tildes over them and things like that. And I suggested that maybe our serialization layer that would turn the file name uploaded to a key we had on our service, that layer might be handling these characters wrong. And I ended up being right, even though I hadn't read any of the code. That intuition of understanding the layers where things fail, being able to look at a set of information, things that aren't going right, and piece together the places where a failure might be occurring, those skills are so valuable. And I will forever make the argument that those skills, being able to solve a complex problem with lots of layers and identify the individual layers to do that, that's real engineering. The lines of code you write aren't real engineering. Solving complex problems across many different systems without understanding the depth of any of them, that's the skill that makes you an incredible engineer, be it one who builds bridges or one who builds crappy CRUD apps. Doing that is a really important thing to hone, refine, and get good at. And now it's not just how you level up. Now it's the essential to be really good at this stuff. As Bot Cooper said here, this is the actual real life experience that AI can't replace. And I, again, totally agree. Honestly, I think I can wrap up here. I was about to go down another tangent, but I don't think I should. I think this is a good stopping point. So, yeah, hopefully you understand the thing I'm trying to communicate here. The future isn't all hard code being written by AI. It's not our jobs being replaced with these crappy AI chat generators. The future is a ton of code being created by random people, the same way that Tumblr was one of the biggest things to ever happen to... The future is more things being created by people who aren't devs. Similar to when WordPress happened, suddenly anyone could throw a website online. That's happening again in a way we've never seen. And we need to be able to acknowledge that without pretending that our skills as engineers are no longer relevant. There's an in-between here, and I think that I'm landing somewhere right smack in the middle of what Dario said and how Prime feels, where I don't think people like Prime will be replaced, but I do think they need to change the focus area of their skills. Your ability to write code really fast is not as important anymore. Your ability to solve hard problems and debug weird issues across complex systems, that's never been more important than it is today. Hopefully this helps you better frame the way you think about these things. Let me know what you think. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. I'm not throwing shade at Prime. I did see this. Is this video where, let me check something quick. Whose site won't be shit and lock me out? TechCrunch should be fine, right? I think I do have to cover this. Fuck me. That there. It is. I haven't broken the habit yet. Oh, I have a video coming out about this soon, Zach. I already recorded it. It's called React is the Last Framework. This talk is not available. That was like an internal thing. And I'm with you on this. It makes it harder to adopt new tools in tech that doesn't have a lot of good examples online. Probably almost the same take. Interesting. I'll watch this. I'm curious enough. This might go in the video, so I'll mark her. Maybe for Dario vid prime reaction. I'm curious.
It's a fact. You know what, TJ? There's actually there might be an accidental truth here because he didn't say it technically.
Accidental? What do you mean?
Well, what I mean is that I assume from his side, he's actually saying that all companies need to adjust right now. Like all of your engineers are effectively going to be not as valuable. It's actually going to be the tool that they're selling that happens to be where all the value's at. Your engineers are really just the cart driver, but it's the goods that are really and the cart itself that you kind of want to purchase. But it might just be that, TJ. That is so much overwhelming code going to be generated that people who are not using that or people that are even editing it are so far behind by accident. He is correct. And in 12 months, it will be just so large that it'll be like 0.1% will be hand artisanal code and impossible to keep up with. Now, Casey, I know you love a...
Yep. Yeah, I guess Prime and I do actually agree here. Oops, didn't watch this yet. I actually had it in my watch later. I am excited to finish this video in the future, but yeah, we're definitely going at it with different angles, but came to the same conclusion that the majority of code that exists on the web and in general in the very near future is going to be AI code. End of extra clip. All right, what tweet is this? I'll keep this. I have thoughts, but I'm going to bookmark that and think about it more for later to see if I can form a good thought on why I think it's fine. Super cool. Oh. Thank you, Zam. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate having you here. Is there another take from him on this? Oh, this video is long. I'm planning on doing a reaction to this later. But there's other news I have to cover first and foremost. Did I already marker this one? I did. This is the first priority vid of the day. Label that accordingly. Actually, this one's priority as well. Let's do it. Oh, like to be clear, we are going to watch this whole thing in a bit. But I want to talk about this first. Cool. It's no secret that OpenAI is pretty scared of DeepSeek. You can just look at the pricing for O3. They're weird. It's no secret that OpenAI is pretty scared of DeepSeek right now. You can look at their pricing of O3, their commitment to do more open source stuff, or the thing that just dropped now, their request to the US government to ban DeepSeek from the United States. This is going to be quite a dive. I have so many thoughts here, from the meaning of open in AI to the weird things Sam does to hold the stranglehold he has on the space, to the surprisingly good faith operation of the team over at DeepSeek, there's a lot to dive into here. And if I'm going to lose my DeepSeek models and I have to spend a whole lot more money, someone's going to have to pay for it. Rather than make it you guys, I'm going to let the sponsors handle that. We'll be right back. Anyways. Sam, why are you doing this to us? In a new policy proposal, OpenAI describes Chinese AI lab, DeepSeek, as a state-subsidized and state-controlled operation, and they recommend that the U.S. government consider banning models from the outfit and similar People's Republic of China-supported operations. If this proposal was them suggesting they ban access to their platform and services, I could theoretically see it. But that is not the recommendation in here. I want to read this to be 100% sure. I want to... You know what? I know what I'll do. Give me 1 sec to hide some things from my docs. Cool. Don't know why that used my Mac speakers. Anyways. Here's what I'm going to do. Because I am lazy and I built a platform for these problems, we're going to attach the PDF. What specific things does this proposal call for the banning of? Let's see how Gemini feels about this. Gemini did very poorly. Let's try this again with Claude. What does this proposal recommend we ban? Okay, this is better. Still not what I want, so I'm going to read a little more quick. There are some fun numbers in here, actually. Their phrasing is that we need to ensure people have the freedom of intelligence, by which we mean the freedom to access and benefit from AGI, protected by both autocratic powers that would take people's freedoms away, and also from layers of law and bureaucracy that would prevent our realizing of these things. This is the crazy thing. More than 400,000 people around the world are using ChatGPT to ideate, discover, and break through beyond what we're currently capable of doing on our own. The parts that matter here, let's see if I can find what they're calling for. In advancing democratic AI, America is competing with a Chinese Communist Party determined to become the global leader by 2030. That's why recent releases like DeepSeek R1's model are so noteworthy, not because of their capabilities. R1's reasoning capability, albeit impressive, are at best on par with several US models, only because you put out O3 Mini. Because DeepSeek is simultaneously state-subsidized, state-controlled, and freely available, the cost to its users is their privacy and security. Okay, this is what I was looking for. Absolute fucking bullshit. When I'm running a model on my machines and on my infrastructure, my privacy and security are not being compromised, unlike they are with OpenAI. Because when I use OpenAI stuff, it has to run on their infrastructure. Unless you happen to be using, or unless you happen to have a partnership with Azure so you can run it on their stuff, you cannot run OpenAI stuff in a way that doesn't inherently put your privacy and security at risk. This is absolute bullshit. This is why I wanted to read it. I wanted to see if they were actually saying what it seemed like they were, and they are. They are saying that open models are inherently less private and secure because they think that China is bad. And on one hand, if we had to send all of our prompt data to China and to the actual business of DeepSeek in order for us to use the model, then yeah, that would be bad. But I don't even know if DeepSeek's APIs are the majority method used for DeepSeek usage. I would guess that it's a high percentage, but I don't think it's going to be over 50%. The magic of what DeepSeek did is they were more open than almost any prior models. They put out 12 papers last year, 12, about the different things that they invented, the different training methods and technologies that they figured out in order to improve the way that they train, in particular around the restrictions for imports that existed in China. One of the big things that Chinese AI companies don't have access to, it's not the GPUs. We're not just keeping them from getting A100s. The bigger problem is we're not letting them have the technologies to connect those GPUs with really high bandwidth between them. Technologies like NVLink allow you to take tons of these giant GPUs and have really fast transfers between them. They have no access to that in China right now, so instead they have to build new, novel ways to minify and minimize the amount of data being transferred between the GPUs. And they've done some genuinely incredible, groundbreaking research and innovation there that doesn't just make it possible for them to work, it also benefits the people making models in other places without those restrictions. And to ignore all of this, to say China bad because you want your competition to go away, and you look bad because there's a more open alternative now, I hate it. Like, yeah, I'm tired of OpenAI, and more importantly, I'm tired of Mistral posturing as though they are an open option when they're not. Thankfully, OpenAI doesn't pretend they're open anymore, just their name, but Mistral loves to brag about how open they are, while you can't use their models outside of their infra unless you pay them massive licensing fees. And they don't open source any of the interesting stuff going on. There's no way to host Mistral as fast as they do on their own infra right now. That's not open. DeepSeek showed us how they trained. They showed us what technologies and innovations they made. They open sourced a ton of things, from the file systems that they invented to make it faster to do these trainings, to the novel ways they found to compress the context size as they're generating new tokens. There is so much cool shit that those guys have done. I want to find this video. I watched one recently that was really good. Yeah. This video by Welch Labs is so cool. If you're curious about these types of things and you want to see the actual innovative work DeepSeek is doing and giving out, check out this video. I'll make sure this is linked in the description because Welch Labs killed it with this. This made me feel like I'm actually somewhat qualified to talk about this stuff now. I had to rewatch this video like 4 times to actually understand it because it was so absurdly detailed. But it's actually incredible what DeepSeek is doing and how much information they are sharing. I'm not saying you should use their infrastructure. I would push against that. Having our data being sent to sending your data to a company controlled by a state sending all of your data to a state actor, not a thing you should do. I totally agree in that regard. But we don't have to do that to use DeepSeek. We can all learn from it. And there's a reason that Meta hasn't said a word about Llama for months now. They are rebuilding everything internally because they realized how much shit they were doing wrong based on the success DeepSeek had. This is so pathetic. The claim that they make in this proposal is specifically that DeepSeek has requirements under Chinese law to comply with demands for user data. Therefore, this model should be banned. No. Maybe ban their platforms. Maybe put different restrictions on hitting the APIs for these things. But banning the use of these models is insane. There was a proposal a while back that was just so absurd I didn't even cover it. The proposal was that we should fine people for downloading these models. That's insane. I think I already posted this model on, or I think I already posted this meme on Twitter. You get the idea, though. I'm not even going to export it. This is stupid. It's unclear whether OpenAI's references to models are meant to refer to the DeepSeek API, the lab's open models, or both. I think it's pretty clear right here. Their models also more willingly generate... Okay, that's not it. No. The potential that DeepSeek could be compelled by the CCP to manipulate its models to cause harm. You're specifically saying the models should be banned. And the call out here that DeepSeek's freely available, it's assumed what they're talking about there isn't the APIs, because the APIs cost money. What they're talking about here is the model. Maybe the mobile app, but they didn't say that anywhere in here at all. I love this call out saying that the CCP views violations of American IP rights as a feature, not a flaw. Because I can't violate copyright with your models, right, OpenAI? Are you going to start saying the reason you're not open source anymore is because people would be able to do things like that? Because that would be really funny if you said that. Jesus Christ. There is one last good call out here that's worth acknowledging. There isn't any clear link between the Chinese government and DeepSeek. There are a lot of big companies that the Chinese government is very directly, clearly involved in. There's a bunch of them. Like, you could make an argument like this for something like Alibaba, where there is much more Chinese government involvement. You can't for DeepSeek. You can argue that their APIs might be risky because of Chinese law, but this is a hedge fund project. A lot of the DeepSeek guys used to be crypto bros and we're just looking for things to do with their GPUs. This isn't some government plant. This isn't some crazy effort by China. No one expected DeepSeek to be as good as it is or to have found the success that they've found. Certainly not China, certainly not us, possibly not even them. The work DeepSeek did is incredible. And the fact that they open sourced it is unbelievable. DeepSeek is almost without question the most open AI company ever made. The OpenAI or DeepSeek published more open work and research last year than any, or arguably than the rest of the AI world combined. It's insane how much shit they did. And to see them talk shit on like this because OpenAI will do anything to win, it hurts. I hate that. I saw a quote from Paul Graham here that I want to bring up. You could parachute Sam Altman into an island full of cannibals, come back in 5 years, and he'd be the king. I'm starting to see what they mean by that, because this is not great. I'm a big fan of open source. If you've been here for a while, you probably understand that about me. There's a decent chance you are too. And I hate the fact that a company called OpenAI is trying to destroy the most open AI company that ever existed. DeepSeek's work should not be talked shit on. It certainly should not be banned from the US. And it's sad to see a company like OpenAI doing what they're doing here. I am disappointed. I hope they reconsider the absurdity of this request. And maybe in the future, we'll see them take the DeepSeek exister. And maybe in the future, we'll see them look at DeepSeek not as a thing to destroy, but as an opportunity to improve their own work and maybe, just maybe, be a little bit more open themselves. But if I'm getting anything from this, it's that GPT-5 isn't performing how they want it to. Because yeah. And I'm sad because OpenAI has been growing on me again recently. O3 Mini is an incredible model. It's my favorite model right now. It's what I use for the solving of so many hard problems. 4.5 is a great step in the right direction. I've been working with them more, and they've been great to work with. But this is an unnecessary destructive path, and I'm disappointed that they're going down it. This reminds me of like Apple's weird legal cases where they start suing people for importing motherboards to replace broken ones on phones because they had an Apple logo on it. This feels like that, like an absolute bullshit circumvention of the law and people's understanding of certain behaviors and things in the world in order to make it slightly more likely that you win. And I hate it. Let me know what you guys think. At the very least, you should go download your favorite DeepSeek models so that we can still have them in the future. Until next time, keep prompting. Cool. Thank you to chat for convincing me to cover this. S. John, I know this was for the earlier topic. I hope you're still here. What the fuck just happened to chat? Okay, YouTube chat being weird. You're the exact type of person I'm thinking of when I use that distinction of engineer. You are very good at solving difficult problems and understanding the pieces. The thing that's exciting about AI stuff to me is that people who are good at solving problems but just don't care about the code side as much can be much more successful. I'm not a vibe coder. I still read every single line of code I ship, at least that I merge. AD, did you type right or left one character there? Do you mean SF? We can hang possibly tonight after all this, maybe, but I definitely want to see you while you're here. So make sure you hit me up later. I need to do this prime reacts thing before people get too mad at me. Oh, you fucked up yet? Oh, you're in SF next week. Ah. Yeah, we can definitely hang. Next week I'm not too crazy. Or next week I'm not too crazy busy, thankfully. About uploads not working without VPN. On T3 chat or upload thing in general? Either way, I would like you to hit up support at because I want Mark to look at it, and Mark's is on vacation right now, and if it goes to support at, then he'll look at it later. So yeah, throw that there if you can. Yeah, we got a long one to do. So I move this to Zen. I'll move it to Zen. That's fine. Sorry, Lucia. You got to move to the better chat. Because we use Stripe, I'd have to reset up everything to make it work with PayPal as well. Yeah, this one's going to be a lot. Let's marker it. Oh, did I already marker it? I think I markered it. Well, let's pause if I did. Yeah, no, that's the end of DeepSeek one. Did I do? Yeah, I did. My vibe code reaction. Cool. We're good to go. Let's get started. Cool. Vibe coding is the future. At least according to... Vibe coding is the future. At least according to... Vibe coding's the future, at least according to Y Combinator. If you didn't already know this, I'm a YC founder and generally a pretty big fan of the stuff those guys do. I'm not going to say I'm a fan of everything and I can defend all the stuff going on, but generally speaking, I find the big drama around YC stuff to be misunderstandings as well as the wrong content getting to the wrong people, which will always cause weirdness. Speaking of weird, I'm not going to just watch their video about it. I'm going to watch Prime's reaction to it. I don't know if this is going to become a main channel video or not. We're going to see how we feel as we go through it. But if it does end up a real video, it's going to need... But if this does end up being a real video, we have to pay my editor for the work he's about to do. So let's hear a quick word from today's sponsor, then we'll dive in. Shout out to poor FaZe for figuring out how to turn this into a video. Let's dive in.
All right, we're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it. Vibe coding is the future. We're doing it. It's vibe coding.
It's like
We're going to...
How are volume levels? Good? No one said too quiet or too loud. We're good. We're going with it.
We're going to watch
it's
it.
like somebody dropped some giant beanstalk seeds at night. We woke up in the morning and there it is. Like, whoa,
What's going on? I mean, I think
Dang it, I pressed if you press full screen before the side video loads, you can't full screen it. So if you beat full screen before full screen, then you can't full screen. You know what I mean?
it's like somebody dropped some giant beanstalk seeds at night. We woke up in the morning and there it is. Like, whoa,
what's going on? I mean, I think our sense right now is this isn't a fad. This isn't going away.
I assume this is like
the dominant way to code. And if you're not doing it, you might just be left behind.
I've always hated that statement, and a very, very simple reason why. And you'll get this from every last person, which is this: the exact same argument will be made. If you're not using it now, you're going to be left behind. You're like, oh, really? Well, does that mean AI is going to be the same here in a year? And they're like, no. In the next few years, it's going to be so different. What you're doing now will be completely different the next couple years. And then you have to go, okay, wait a second. So if I learn it now, I have to relearn it anyways in a couple years. So in other words,
where do you guys think I stand on this? Do you think I'm on Gary's side or Prime's side on this disagreement? Where Gary thinks you're going to fall behind if you don't learn this now, Prime thinks it's going to change a whole bunch anyways. I am pumped you guys know me so well. I am 1000% on Prime's side. I have whole videos on this that nobody ever fucking watches. Thank you to Ronan for quoting it. It's good to be late. I say this all the time. I got into React 5-6 years after it came out, roughly. Halfway through React's current life. At the time, it felt like it had been around forever and it was about to be replaced. I got in around the same time Svelte 3 was happening. I was very late to React. I was there I had started writing it more actively the week that hooks got announced. Being late isn't a bad thing. It's often actually a good thing because you can skip over all of the things we did wrong up until that point. There's a lot of assumptions that exist in any new tool or technology. And if you got into React half a year before hooks, you're worse off than somebody who got into React a month or two after them. Because you get to skip all of the chaos of the class component stuff and go right into the better DX, the better way of doing things. Getting into stuff late has never hurt me. I was late to being a dev YouTuber, but instead a whole new type of dev YouTuber has started to exist since I started, and it's been awesome to watch. I was late to AI. I put out an AI chat app 2.5 years after ChatGPT, and it's still doing very well. Being late is often a good thing. And the example I usually give is, funny enough, mobile development. Let's say you were really, really early on mobile. You knew as soon as smartphones started to happen that mobile was the future. So you decide, I'm going all in on mobile. We can agree that's a good idea. This, just in and of itself, solid statement, probably a good idea. I'm going all in on mobile. But the iPhone isn't out yet. You still know smartphones are going to be the future, that people are going to be doing more and more things on their phone and less on a big desktop clunky computer with a giant CRT. So you're going all in on mobile. I'm going to be the best mobile Java applet dev that ever lived. If you got into mobile too early, you got fucked. You got absolutely screwed. Because if you got into mobile so early that the existing app platforms that we have today didn't exist, you're worse off than somebody who waited a few years after the App Store came out and like, you know what? This mobile thing seems to be going pretty well. Maybe we should learn how to make apps for it. That's the difference. People who got in too early ended up learning the wrong things. Do you know where this was the case more than anywhere? YouTube. If you look at the top 100 creators from the first 5 years of YouTube, like 3 of them are active at all anymore. And of those 3, 2 of them bitch all the time about how the algorithm is ruining the platform and it's so terrible. The algorithm just follows what the people want. When they were there, it was so novel and the meta of making YouTube videos was so different that they learned the wrong way to make good videos. And now, when the bar has been risen and the expectations are different and the whole process has changed fundamentally, they're not better off because they're early. They're unable to learn the new way because they're so deeply ingrained in the wrong one. So, yeah, I don't agree. I love Gary. We were just talking 2 days ago. I do not agree with that sentiment. I do not think you are going to miss out terribly if you get into this a bit later. But if it's exciting to you, it's in a really good spot now. And some of the things you can do with these technologies are incredible. If you're already in VS Code, maybe give Cursor a shot. Maybe give Windsurf a shot. At the very least, give something that lets you try out these tools a shot. You don't have to, but you might be surprised. You might also not. You might just hate it and move off it. I moved off Cursor 3 times before I actually had it click for me and got more into it. You don't have to give these things a shot, though. Like if you saw Svelte when Svelte 3 dropped and you bet heavily on that, you would have been screwed. This stuff's a lot further along and you can get more from it. My point is that I totally agree with Prime here. You shouldn't feel like you are losing out or missing out if you don't try this stuff a little bit earlier.
What I learned now using AI, apparently I can't catch up in a couple years. Like, I'm not really sure what you're trying to, like, what are you actually trying to sell me? Is it in its peak condition where if I learn it now, I'm like good for the future, or is it going to be completely different in the next couple years, right? It's just this weird argument that's made that I don't think makes, by the way, only 20 seconds into a video and I'm already pausing it. Here we go, boys. 33 minutes. This one's going to be a long one.
I am so sorry, guys.
All right, Light Cone. Let's go, Light Cone Podcast. I love the editing, by the way.
Another episode of the Light Cone. I'm Gary. This is Jared.
Okay, I'll disagree with Prime. I hate the editing. I hate over-edited videos so much. Like intros, first 30 seconds, make it a little flashy to keep attention. From that point forward, all these fancy animations and shit, fuck it. Just put their name. Who cares?
Harj and Diana, and we're partners at Y Combinator. Collectively, we've funded companies worth hundreds of billions of dollars right when it was just an idea and a few people. So today we're talking about vibe coding.
This is weird for me because I do watch the YC channel a lot. I've seen the original video. I had feelings about the original video, but I always watch it at 1.5 to 2x. So this feels weird.
Which is from a Andre Karpathy post that went viral recently. There's a new kind of coding I call vibe coding, where you fully give in to the vibes, embrace exponentials, and forget that the code even exists.
Yeah, so we surveyed the founders in the current YC batch to get their take on vibe coding, and
I do like that every post you read now on chat, like on Reddit/ChatGPT or Reddit/ whatever it is, coding with LLMs, they're all like, help me! I'm 30 files into my program and everything's freezing and it constantly seems to break. Dude, I love vibe coding. You know, nothing seems to be better than having no expertise and just stop caring about where you are. Like you can imagine, you probably, like a lot of you've probably worked at a company that attempted to set, like, say, a pattern for how you like develop, try to effectively set like an architecture, and the decisions you've made even within that architecture had this crazy exponential climb for difficulty as time went on. So you reworked the architecture and it kind of flattened the curve a little bit. But then as time went on again, you are re-hitting like this exponential difficulty curve where every time you need to change something, it just starts ballooning and getting harder and more problems and weird side effects start happening. And you kind of see this thing happening over and over again. Now imagine you decided to go full vibes and you just didn't care about your architecture. I wonder where that would, like, I just wonder how long could you actually go, like in a realistic way. And maybe that's something that I need to try, is just like, how far could you actually get with vibe coding? Now we've tried to let, we got Devin to do 120.
Interesting. The vibe thing is like a tier system. Like how hard are you leaning into the vibe with vibe coding? Because I'm almost sad the term was taken the way it was for paying no attention to the code. Because when I think about the vibe with code, I feel very differently. I've often said that code has a bad vibe to it, where I'll read something in code review and just not vibe with the way it's written. I'll look at it and be like, this doesn't seem like it's going to maintain well. I can go through line by line and say each part of why I think this is the wrong way to do it, but the vibe of this is just off. I don't feel like this is the right way to do things. And vibe to me often meant like, and my solution when I ended up in those places would be to try a few more times, roll a different way of solving the problem and see how you feel about that new solution after giving it a shot. But for me, vibe code wasn't, I'm vibing out, I'm not looking at the code. When I think of vibe coding, I'm thinking about vibe of the code, not coding without looking at the code. And I'm sad the term has been appropriated to mean that thing. And I know it absolutely does. Vibe coding will never again mean the vibe of the code. It'll mean avoiding the code as you vibe out. But it's sad because some of what I use these tools for is to roll 3 or 4 different solutions to a problem and see which solution I vibe with more. I think that actually has a lot of potential for scale, and it's one of the coolest things about AI. Previously, if I had a 500 line of code file or 3 complex pieces building one specific feature, and it was getting harder and harder to maintain, I would put a lot of time trying to patch that feature to make it work and to fix the edge case and move on. Now it's easier than ever to just blow that part out and re-roll it from scratch, getting something that looks identical to the user, but is simpler, that I have a better vibe about. And to me, that's what's exciting about these tools is at any different scale, you can benefit from just deleting some shit and trying again. Previously, the cost of deleting a handful of files that 20 people built over 10 years was not viable. It was just too expensive to do those types of things. Now I can roll out 3 alternatives in a few minutes and look through them and see how I feel about this afterwards. One sec. Where are my moderators? I handled it. Anyways.
26 commits to a game where we literally vibe coded our whole way through, only letting Devin program. And when we had a expert game developer like review the code, it was kind of a wild experience because it had all these ideas that were all like mirrors of what game development could be, but they weren't actually like proper in any sort of way. They were like oddly, you would sort on the Z-axis, but then you actually would never even use the Z-axis sorting because it was, it wasn't used, but that is something you would normally do. Because again,
one more important, interesting point in games, I have a whole video I have planned to do in the future of, I call it In Defense of AI Games, because I think there are some genuinely cool stuff in that space and a framing that we haven't acknowledged for how it's good. Keep an eye on the channel for that coming soon. One of the problems with AI game code is that the amount of open source code available for examples of doing good games is very low. The number of good games versus good apps is already relatively low. The number of good open source examples is like 100 to 1,000x difference. There are like 2 or 3 okay open source games, and of the like tools we use for game dev, basically none of those are open source. In the application dev world, there is an insane amount of open source examples showing us how to do things correctly. The gap in the amount of good open source training data and the ratio of good data to bad allows for AI tools to be really good at the things that there's a lot of data for and that the data is high quality for, and not as good at the other things. If someone was to go to all these big gaming companies and buy their source code and train a model on that, it might come out a lot better. But right now, the data that we have to train AI on game stuff is relatively low. We mostly just have demos people made in 3JS. We don't have a whole lot of like real games or even the tools that real games are built with. So I don't think games are the best example of how powerful AI can be while architecting applications, simply because it doesn't have the right data. I like this quote from Zach. Game dev is very vibe-based, and I mean it in the literal opposite way of how they're saying it here. Good games are N of 1. Like, there's just so few of them. Yeah, totally agree. The other problem is the nature of games and cross-platform compatibility means that we don't even use the C++ build in the hash map. Or another point from Dan Vale here, who's very experienced game dev. The other problem is the nature of games cross-platform compatibility means that we don't even get to use things like the C++ built-in hash map, and AI doesn't understand that and wants me to use standard string, even though that doesn't work for many of the things we do. That makes a ton of sense. There's just so little good data for models to understand the game world that I would be surprised if any of them can consistently generate good code. I would be absolutely blown away if any of them could figure out Unreal Engine. There just isn't good examples there. Godot is an open source engine. It's an open source engine with very few games that are good using it. And of the great games built in Godot, which there are a handful now, I'm really pumped to see the success of the engine, none of them are open source. There just aren't good examples of using Godot to build things that are open source as a reference point. There are a lot of web frameworks that are open source too, like Svelte. Try to build a Svelte app with AI, I dare you. The lack of good examples of writing things with Svelte is the problem, not the tech itself. The fact that the tech itself also is closed source in a lot of the game dev cases makes it even worse, but there's just so little tooling that it's tough. Oh shit, Prime. Good to see you, man. So far, we've agreed on almost every point. So this is going to be an interesting one. I was told we weren't going to agree on this one, and so far that has not been my experience. We're like point for point, fully in agreement. Thanks for stopping by. Good to see you. Let's get back to it.
And remember, statistical models, typically you do sort by z-axis and then do some things. Well, but it turns out that like maybe that will just show up because that's just what happened, because statistically it should happen, and boom.
Prime, you absolutely do have reasonable takes on AI. People keep like misquoting them to me like you're some crazy doomer on it, but you're absolutely not. I opened this when you said that like the big thing that I totally agree with you on is you're not missing out if you're not using these things yet. Like, you're not at all. If you show up years late, who cares? I showed up 2.5 years late to building an AI chat app, and it's still exploding and making us a ton of money. I showed up 5 years late to React, and it hasn't hurt me at all. Being late's often great because you get to skip all the crap that happens on the way there. So yeah, we're almost fully aligned on all of this. I'm curious to see where we differ, but yeah.
It's happening in your code base. Why? I don't know.
You know, we essentially asked him a bunch of questions. We asked him what tools are you using, how has your workflows changed, and sort of generally where do you think the future of software engineering is going, and how will the role of software engineer change as we get into a world of vibe coding. And we got like some pretty interesting responses. Anyone have any favorite quotes that jumped out from the founders?
I think one of them that I can read verbatim is, I think the role of software engineer will transition to product engineer. Human taste is now more important than ever as code-gen tools make everyone a 10x engineer.
I'm going to drop my take before Prime's biases me. I half agree. Taste matters now more than ever, but not just in the like, I have the right idea of what the user wants sense. More in the, taste doesn't just matter in the good taste sense. It matters more so in the bad one, where if I see the AI recommending we combine these three things together, I have enough taste and experience to be like, yeah, that doesn't sit right. I'm not sure about this one. I'm going to try again, or I'm going to take the wheel and take over from here. That matters now more than ever. Being able to catch the AI as it's going down the wrong path and steer it the right way, or just take over and do it yourself, that matters a ton. Or even more importantly, when you're starting to run into weird edge cases where things are causing bugs that don't make any sense, having the right skills to identify where the cause might be when you're even less familiar with the code than you would have been before, that matters a lot. The crazy thing that can happen with these tools is previously, to have a code base with thousands of files and hundreds of thousands of lines of code, you would need dozens of engineers. So somebody would have to know for each file how it works. But if that person's on vacation and you're on call and something is broken in a part of the code base that you have never touched before, none of that matters. You got to figure that out yourself. What's crazy is now we have individual devs or small teams of 2 to 3 people who are in the same situation because they vibe coded their way to a monolith that normally would take a lot of engineers. And when things are starting to fall apart at the seams, which it will more aggressively than with the devs, simply because the system isn't as aware of itself as the humans who would have built it prior, these skills are now more important than ever. Like, can you dive into a code base you've never seen before, get shown a bug in the production version, and figure out how to fix it without knowing the code yet? That's an incredible skill. And I would kind of bucket that with taste, but it's a different thing. Enough of me. Let's see how Prime feels.
That's from the founder of Outlet.
Does CodeGen make you a 10x engineer? I mean, I get what he's trying to say is that you're more, I mean, that's ultimately what all programming comes down to, is your ability to change something into what you actually like, right? Creating a game. I mean, ultimately creating a game is a bunch of difficult stuff so that you can create a platform in which is your vision to execute. Now, it's the 10x part that I'm just not buying. But I do understand this idea that it's like, I want to be concerned with why I like or dislike something. And if CodeGen's fast enough, then you don't technically ever write code again, right? Like, I think that's the whole argument they're making. I would argue that startup founders are probably the worst people to ask for this. My general take on why they're the worst people to ask is because startup founders fundamentally program in a different type than, say, people who are maintaining a product or adding features to a long-living product, because founders are programming to get an idea out as fast as possible. And you take concessions on the technologies you use, the languages you choose, the services that you use. You take concessions everywhere at the rate of trying to just get something out. And so I can imagine that maybe an overarching architecture may not be top priority. And it's okay to vibe yourself into certain things. And I do think that you could argue that vibe coding can work if you slice it into small, like 1,000 or less lines of code sections, right? There could exist a world where you try to set up the architecture and then vibe code the small bits, because, you know, again, the smaller you make the prediction, the more likely the LLM's able to get it correct.
So I'm going to give a weird perspective on this one, because I entirely agree. But I think there's a layer here that's really, really promising that I had a really good experience with when I was at Twitch. And this was well before we had these AI tools and vibe code as a concept. A thing I would run into a lot is we had a feature that was inherently complex, and we built this crazy system around it so it could be expanded and we could add all these other things in the future. And then 3 years pass, and we don't add any of them. Then another year passes, and we remove 2 or 3 of them. And now time has passed, and of the 10 to 50,000 lines of code for this feature, only 20,000 at most are being hit. And most of them are more complex than they needed to be because they were built with assumptions that ended up not being true. There's no good term for the second time you write something you do better, because the second system problem is its own negative connotation. But there's a positive thing where if you write the same thing twice, it'll be much better the second time always. And that retrospect is super valuable. What's cool to me about these AI tools that I've benefited from a lot is if I have one of those monolithic disasters in my code base that was built for something different than we ended up actually doing, previously I would have to maintain that for a while. And the bar I'd have to hit for frustration before I throw it away would have to be really high. And I have to get a bunch of buy-in from my company and my team in order to get permission to go throw that away and rebuild it. And I did that all the time. I was the sledgehammer guy. When there was a thing falling apart that needed to be redone, I was who would be called to come in, destroy it, and rebuild it. And that was a very vibe-based thing. I can vividly remember sitting back on my couch, blaring music, smoking weed, coding away at this feature that I just deleted like 50 plus files for, to see how how simply I could recreate it. And I shit you not, I had times where I threw away 30,000 lines of code and replaced them with like 500. Totally fine. Trivial even to do. And that's a skill of its own. Being able to recognize, oh, there's a clean cut point here where I can throw away everything below this line, rebuild it, and have something that actually solves our problem that's significantly simpler and easier to maintain. That is more accessible than it's ever been, and that's something I'm really excited about. With T3 Chat, I rewrote the entire data layer 3 times in under a month. I changed databases twice in a week. That was never viable before. Writing a complete data architecture in a day was stupid. And does that mean we had more bugs than if I had handwritten it over 2 weeks? Sure. But it also means that my first 2 plans for how to do this got thrown away much faster because I got to see how they failed much earlier. That's awesome. I got to prototype 3 different architectures for one small section of a giant code base and throw each away and I got to throw each one away as I hit the wall on it. And that was great. Doing that before would have been miserable. Great quote from Prime. Why solve a problem with 500 lines of code when 30,000 will do? I quit my first startup over this because there was a giant backend code base that was using Redux Saga for syncing WebSockets on the server. The performance was so bad that one node could have about 5 users in it, so we just had 20 dedicated servers spun up when our average user count was 5. We had 4x the servers that we had users at this startup. And I was going insane. None of this was necessary. I felt like I was going mad. I rewrote that entire backend in 300 lines of code and had more features, better compatibility, and full drop-in replacement for all the other web platforms as well as the mobile platform. To which the response was, we can't ship this. It's not unit tested. You don't know what you're doing, Theo. You haven't tested this code. So my last PR was a 200-line addition where I hit 100% code coverage on that rewrite, and I submitted that along with my 2-week notice. I've been there. And the cool thing about these tools is, and it's crazy, but I knowing the founder of that particular startup, I won't name and shame them. If I had told him that I rebuilt the backend with AI and now it's 100x more efficient, he would have been all for it. But the fact that no worries, Prime, thanks for coming by. But the fact that I wrote it and I was the front end guy meant he looked down on that work. But the big boss who blocked me from doing that would have been more cool with it if he felt like he was getting into the AI hype by accepting that code change. But that's like, it's stupid. But the people who kept me from rewriting the 30,000 lines of code into the correct 500 lines, they're more likely to say yes if I tell them I used AI to do it. It's stupid. It makes no sense. These people are morons. But I don't care. I can vibe out now in a way I couldn't before, and I can get away with murder, and it's faster. It's so good. This is why I like this stuff. The fact that more people can see this path in the code base sucks, I'm going to rewrite it. That scales to any size. But with startups, everything sucks, so you're more likely to just throw it all away anyways. The difference here is that a startup might throw away their entire code base with a new AI-generated one. A big company will throw away a very small portion, less than 1% of their code, but it's still more code than the entire startup. So I just want to acknowledge the difference there, where if you can slice out parts, as Prime said, rewriting a chunk has never been better. And with awesome tools and solutions like React, making it way easier than ever to properly compartmentalize a giant front-end code base or even a mobile code base, being able to say, okay, from this component down, we're rewriting, you can do awesome things.
Also,
I love that we're 6 minutes in, he's 1 minute in, and we're like 20. This is going to be great.
I don't want to be writing unit tests for the rest of my life. Like, do imagine there is a world in which you have to write the test and the spec, and then you just try to prompt yourself into it working. Yikes.
That one. Abi from Astra said, I don't write code much. I just think and review. This is...
One sec, phone call. To stream. Yeah, my sister just called to say hi and show me her cat's new toys. So, yeah. Will do. Bye. Love you guys too. Talk soon. This video is already going to be 2 hours. Who cares? You can leave that in face.
Like a
Why, dude, does any engineer actually think that's a good thing? Is anybody like, you know what I want? I want to review more code.
Kind of. This is actually one of the biggest concerns I have with AI stuff. People who don't like reviewing code are screwed. I have reviewed way more code than I've written in my life, and that makes me pretty unique as an engineer. I'm not a fan of code review, to be clear. Nobody actually likes reviewing code, but I understand how important it is, and I understand how much better it makes me and the developers around me. It helps everybody level up together. If I am let's say we have 2 devs with different levels of experience. I can't believe I'm diagramming for this, but it'll help. If I have 2 devs with different levels of experience, let's say the size of the bubble is how experienced they are. We have dev 1, they're this experienced, and we have dev 2. Dev 2 is less experienced. If dev 1 is reviewing dev 2's code, they can help expand their circle to make it bigger. But you think, well, dev 2 is less experienced than dev 1, so that only goes one way, right? It can only help everyone get to the same amount of experience as the most experienced person. No, because there's actually a Venn diagram. And while there will probably be a lot of overlap between the circles, there's a gap between them too. There's areas that dev 2 knows about that 1 doesn't, and a lot more the other way. So if you have 2 devs, even with widely different levels of experience, collaborating and reviewing each other's code, both circles get bigger. And that's awesome. Code review's ability to distill knowledge across a team and help everybody level each other up, and making the bar for engineering knowledge on the team as high as the sum of everyone's unique knowledge. It's so cool. And the ability to watch a team grow like that is awesome. And it's why I push so hard for code review stuff. Like, I have pushed for rules at companies like you start and end every day with code review. I've pushed for rules like, and I've pushed against rules like code review is only the problem of on-call. Absolute disaster. I've pushed for people to ask more questions during code review. I've went as far as to say that if a PR has more than 20 lines of code, you need to leave at least 1 comment or it doesn't count as an approval. The cycle of letting people collaborate on such an important element, which is the code that we're shipping to production, is so valuable for leveling up our knowledge as engineers. And it is still also a grind. I won't pretend otherwise. But at the same time, I kind of blame GitHub for being the worst code review tool ever fucking made in the history of software for making us hate it so much. I legitimately think we would hate it at least like 20% less if we had a better website for doing the code review. By the way, shout out to... let me open a new repo. Make sure I don't leak things. By the way, I just found this and I figured here's a good place for it. Shout out to the new, it's not even that new, the GitHub pull requests extension. Now I can click a PR here and see what the changes are all within VS Code, and even leave comments. I can leave a comment on this and it appears on GitHub. It's so much better than doing this through the god-awful GitHub UI. Also check out Graphite if you haven't. It's way better too. But somebody else said one of my favorite things, so I don't have to be the one getting flamed for it. The GitHub mobile app is better for code review than the website. Yes, by a lot, which is hilarious. Oh shit, Brew. Phenomenal username. Thanks for stopping by. That extension is just the GitHub pull request extension. If you just search GitHub pull request, you'll probably find it pretty quick. Anyways.
Like, no, like, I don't know an engineer that wants that.
I just think and review. This is like a super technical. I just.
I'm an investor in Mastra.
Think and review.
So there was a similar name to. Let me make sure I'm right on that before I so confidently say that. Give me 1 sec to confirm. I'm scared how many of the companies I'm invested in are about to be roasted. Okay, I'm not. Cool. It's the other M company is the one I'm invested in this batch. Cool. Cut me saying that I'm invested in them because that would be a bad slip to get into that video. Current batch. Yeah. Not invested in Mastra. Phew. Cool. I'll keep that list open so I keep double checking it. Yeah. Anyways.
This is like a super technical founder whose like last company was also a DevTools company. He's like extremely able to code, and so it's fascinating to have people like that saying things like this.
There's another quote from a different RB from Copycat, who said I am far less attached.
Okay, I am talking to Master, and I might end up investing. So, anyways,
Attached to my code now, so my decisions on whether we decide to scrap or refactor code are less biased. Since I can code 3 times as fast, it's easy for me to scrap and rewrite if I need to.
Yep, this is the point I was just trying to make. I fully agree with this. The willingness to throw away code makes it so, or the willingness to throw away code has been awesome. And I think that despite AI code not always being great, the overall quality and experience working in the code bases that I build nowadays is better because when things do suck, I'm less scared to throw them away.
Since I can code 3 times as fast, it's easy for me to scrap and rewrite if I need to.
And then I guess the really cool thing about this stuff is it actually parallelizes really well. So Yoav from K60, he says, I write everything.
No, it does not. Doing multiple AI code things at once in parallel is fucking awful. And anyone who says this has not worked on complex enough things, trying to run 2 agents at once in your code base at the same time, horrible. Horrible.
With Cursor, sometimes I even have 2 windows of Cursor open in parallel, and I prompt them on 2 different features.
I'm just trying to get work trees working in Cursor properly. There's no way in hell you're working on 2 different features at the same time. Ugh.
Which makes sense. Why not 3? You know, you
Exactly.
could do a lot, actually.
And I think another one that's great is from
Interesting. Sounds like a merge. I mean, of course, but I mean that's just 2 workers working, right? Merge conflicts are natural. I'm not too worried about that. The one part where he said if I don't like a piece of code, I can just throw it away and refactor it and just redo it again. I don't get nearly as attached to code. First off, that's like a mentality choice. You can always fix you being attached to code. It doesn't really.
Okay, actually, I was going to jump in there. I'm going to let him finish his thought first because this is one of the first parts I don't fully agree with.
Have anything to do with the speed. I mean, if you want to get faster, learn your language, type faster. Honestly, you can get through so much code when you know what you're doing. But then on top of that, I think that's probably irrelevant. I will say that the faster code changes, the more likely you are to reintroduce bugs or introduce new bugs that are subtle and very difficult. And that is kind of there's definitely like a challenge to that. That's very interesting.
Yeah, okay, this is where I'm jumping in because I don't fully agree. I'm going to ask you guys a quick question. I'm going to present a fun exercise for you guys. I want you all to imagine a person that you've worked with in the past or know of. Imagine a perfectly average dev. The most average dev you've ever worked with. Somebody who doesn't hang out in chats like this. Somebody who's annoyed that server components exist because they don't want React to change from the way they learned it 5 years ago. Somebody who's kind of burnt out, just doing it for the money, but is fine at the work. They sometimes give good comments in code review. They sometimes put up PRs that are fine. Sometimes they're garbage. Who cares? Everyone has good days and bad days. Just imagine like the perfect average, as average as they can be, average developer. Do you have this person in your head? Ideally, a human that you know, not yourself. If you're here, you're almost certainly above average. I want you to imagine a perfectly average dev, the kind of person that you're not upset that you hired, but you're not that excited you did either. Like if they were to disappear tomorrow, it'd be like, yeah, it's an average dev. You're perfectly average dev. Do you have that person in your head now? Half of developers are dumber than that person. That's how averages work. If you have a person who is right in the middle, half of devs are dumber than them. This is an important thing to understand as you make decisions about tools and technologies, generally speaking. when you have, or the average developer and the devs below that average, the majority of devs, are not that great at software. And if I've seen anything from working with these devs over the years, they get really attached to the work they did that actually got through, because they have to work harder to get the thumbs up on that PR and to get that code merged into the code base. As such, their willingness to throw things away is generally much lower. And the skill Prime just talked about that you can learn, which is the willingness to throw away code when it's no longer solving the problems that you care about, that is a skill you can learn, but it's a skill that puts you in a very high tier of engineer. The majority of engineers don't like their code being thrown away. And this was a very hard lesson I had to learn early in my career, because I was the sledgehammer guy. I was the one who would come in, throw away the giant pile of garbage, and replace it with 300 lines of more maintainable code. And I'm sure I would introduce bugs here and there with it. I know for a fact I did. But for every bug I introduced, I had squashed 3, as well as a 4th edge case nobody had even bothered documenting. This happened all the time. I can't tell you how annoyed my product manager and I can't tell you how annoyed my PM would get, because there would be like 50 issues in Jira that just are being left stale. And we go through them a year later, and I'm like, oh, yeah, I killed half of these with these 2 random changes. And I couldn't even find the PR to link to so that she could mark it proper when she closed it. The systems aren't built for that mindset. They're not built for people to come in and rewrite something, because most people are arbitrarily attached to their bullshit. I didn't mix up mean and median. I know what I was saying. I'm not telling people to theorize a median programmer, because the average programmer and the median programmer are going to be very similar. Shut the fuck up. If you actually think that matters, you're probably on the wrong side of that median. Anyways. There's absolutely, this is actually a really good point, K. Martinez. There is a difference between skill and mentality. 100% agree. The point I'm trying to make is that one of the biggest blockers for improving your skill is your mentality. And I know a lot of skilled developers that have the wrong mentality, but I don't know any bad developers with the right mentality. That I almost never see. If you have the right mentality, your skill is just a work in progress and you'll get there pretty fast. The mentality of being willing to throw away code will make you skill up so much faster that I can't imagine somebody with that mentality not being pretty skilled. And sadly, most developers are not that skilled. The really magical thing that happened here is that those less skilled developers are already having their mentality shifted, because now they can feel like the Vim god, where they type and the reason that mentality is shifting is they can now kind of have that feeling of being the Vim god. For a lot of these devs, AI is the first time they could write hundreds of lines of code to solve a complex problem and have it work first try. These are devs that would have had to spend weeks on those things in the past. And I agree, someone like Prime or myself can do it in a day, maybe even a few hours. The AI lets people who couldn't before do that. And that's allowed for a less capable developer, a developer who has a worse mindset, to more easily accept this. And many of them are the ones who are dreading this the most. The people who are so scared of AI are the same people who are scared to delete their code because they put a lot of work in, and it's terrifying to lose this thing that they had put all this effort into. AI is forcing those people to get over it faster and also making it a little easier for them to do the same. So I think that's the one piece I would add to what Prime is saying here is there are a lot of devs who have struggled to develop that specific skill of being willing to throw away code. AI has made it easier for them to digest and easier for them to do in the first place, because now they can generate code faster. They're less likely to be attached to that code. And that's a good thing. Being really attached to the specific implementation of a problem that you wrote is bad and will hold you back as an engineer and will hold back the quality of the code base and the team that you're on. That is a much less likely thing with these new tools.
I also think I don't like the idea of using somebody's ability to sell a company as a means for if they're a person you should listen to. Like, I do think, like, maybe they have there's the get lucky aspect. There's the actually smart person. There is somebody who saw what they did and kind of snake oiled their way in, and they got lucky by somebody else trying to, like, effectively just sell and get out as fast as possible, right? There's, like, many different reasons why something is successful.
I am fighting so hard to go down the craziest tangent that will make this video 4 hours long. You guys have no idea. I pretty much entirely agree with Prime on this one, to be very specific. Building a company is a whole different skill. And on top of that, your ability to succeed during the YC batch isn't a predictor. Your take on that? I'll go a step further than he did here, actually. Successfully getting into Y Combinator and getting through it and coming out on top doesn't prove much of anything. Once you get into YC for any of many different things, but it all comes down to one key point. You impressed a group partner more than all of the other companies they're talking to. If you impressed a group partner enough, you're in. And if you didn't, you're not. So the only real thing we know by your success getting into Y Combinator is that one of the group partners liked you. That's it. That's the only thing you have proven by getting into YC. You haven't proven that you're a great engineer. You've certainly not proven that you have a good idea. Or you've not proven that you're a great engineer. You certainly haven't proven that you have a good idea. In fact, it might be the opposite. I'd say 3/4 of YC companies pivot, and of the successful ones, like 9 out of 10 do. And you certainly, and we don't even have proof that you know how to sell your company or raise money yet. That I've seen a lot of startup founders struggle to figure out as they're going. So getting into YC and being a Y Combinator company does not mean anything other than that you impressed a specific human. And a lot of the time I'm impressed with somebody, I'm wrong. And I know that's the case with the YC founders, or I know that's the case with the YC partners too. A company getting into YC doesn't mean that they're superstars or they're really talented or they're going to succeed. It does mean they impressed one person. And impressing one person can happen for a lot of reasons, and not all of them are the person was good. So consider that here. The other side, the tangent I'm not going to do, but I'll give you a hint of it so you guys can tell me if you want this one in the future. It's a defense of a handful of these people. I'm sure you all know Levels.io. Levels is the creator of a ton of different small to medium-sized projects that make quite a bit of revenue, including his new flying vibe-coded game that is making way more money than it probably should be. His ability to make money on these things does not prove that he is a skilled developer. And on top of that, it doesn't mean that we should listen to his advice with software. I think we should all listen to Pieter more. Or I think we should all listen to Levels more, though, because he has cared, or because the things he cares about are things we all can learn from. He cares more than, or when he is building solutions, or when he is solving problems and he is building software, the thing he cares about most is the ability to make changes quickly and address problems as soon as they come up. He has built a stack that would make most of us cower in fear so that he can, in 2 clicks in his editor, not even clicks, key prompts, like when he does Command S, it doesn't save because he saves on every key press. It commits. And when he does Command Enter, it auto deploys it straight up to a VPS. We shouldn't copy his workflow, but we should copy the things he has done, or we shouldn't copy his workflow, but we should learn from his way of thinking about these things and see the real meaningful benefits of shipping faster. It makes it easier for him to address customer concerns. It makes it easier for people to get hyped on what he's building because it's so much faster moving, and the back and forth and the relationship he has with his users is fundamentally different as a result. It means he can sell better and turn things around faster too. And most importantly, it means he could build something that doesn't work and throw it away way faster. In a lot of ways, Levels was the first vibe coder because he was so willing to write 15 projects and throw them all away because the 16th did better than he expected. And there's a lot we can learn from that. It isn't the technical details of how he builds, it's the philosophy that he uses when he makes these decisions. So when someone is as successful as Levels, you can't trust anything they say still. But in the case of Levels, there is actually a lot we can learn. And that's why I'm so defensive of him in the way that he does things. Not because we should all do things by Command Enter, auto deploying via FTP to a pipe, and I'm not saying that because we should all be using Command Enter to auto deploy via FTP to a PHP server. I'm saying it because the way he thinks is interesting and should challenge us all to ship better and faster. But yeah, almost entirely agree with Prime. I would go further. Someone being in YC saying something means absolutely nothing.
Successful. And it could be that the person's actually really wise, was able to have a lot of foresight and able to solve the right problems for the right time. It's just, it's an interesting reason to use as a means for good or bad. Like, oh, we listen to this person because they've sold a company. It's like, is that a good reason?
Which makes sense.
Yep, I totally agree. If you're listening to somebody, it should be because the things they're saying vibe with your understanding of it, or because the person solved a specific problem in the area that you're trying to do.
Why not 3? You know, you
Exactly.
can do a lot, actually.
And I think another one that's great is from the founder of Train Loop. He mentions how coding has changed 6 to 1 month ago. 10x speed up 1 month ago to now is 100x speed up, exponential acceleration.
One.
I'm in pain. This one hurts me.
100x speed up? Really? That can't be real. Like, how slow were they before? That's dude, that's like an insane statement to say you're 100x faster. I get some people that are just so, like, I've watched people who don't know how to code attempt to code, and like watching them formulate an if statement is like probably akin to ripping off my toenails.
If you've never watched somebody have to do 3 Google searches to write like an if statement, you don't know true pain. The reason I put us through that exercise earlier of like, imagine the average engineer, half of them are dumber. It's this. We're all in a bubble. Everyone hanging out here, most people watching this video, the vast majority of us are in a bubble. Some of us work in a place where we're the best engineer and the people around us are so dumb that we feel miserable constantly. I know I've been there and I'm sure a handful of you have too. But generally speaking, the people hanging out in this chat, the people who are and the people who are in the comment section right now, for the most part, are not the types of people that we're talking about here. These people are actually probably experiencing 100x speed up, but they're probably now able to ship bugs 100 times faster too. At the same time, there's another thing happening here that is actually kind of good. People like Prime and me, when we're on a team with somebody that stupid, or when somebody like Prime or me is on a team with someone that stupid, it quickly gets hard for us to help them grow. It's just so frustrating watching them work that we start avoiding it at all costs. We're more likely to just do the quick feature ad than let them near the ticket. They don't get the same growth opportunities because they're awful and nobody wants to work with them. The AI doesn't care though. And I would be surprised if we don't see more of these like 0.1x devs skill up to like a 0.5x dev, because these tools help them do much better. And I think one of the cool things about this tech is that people who otherwise would not have had coworkers help them because they're just straight up too dumb and bad at this, now get a much tighter feedback loop that allows them to improve more effectively. That has actual potential. I would bet that if you took one of these people, if you took somebody who feels like they're 100 times faster with AI, if you took their AI away, they're still going to be 10x faster than they were pre-AI because now they can read more code, get more feedback, and skill up faster. I would hope. I am sure that there are plenty of people who are using this to close their eyes, not open them. But the ones who now are looking at more code, getting more feedback, and improving as a result, there are some devs that are going to go from entirely incompetent to almost competent just because they're doing it more. Because if you're that dumb that you have to do 3 Google searches per if statement, you're not writing a lot of code because it sucks to do. You just feel bad doing it. These tools make you feel less bad. You're more likely to get over the hump and do better. It's the same thing when I teach beginners how to code. I try to get them to a point where they have code that results in something they can use as quickly as possible. That's why I use React and Vue to React and Next.js when you're starting, because you can so quickly get something where you have code in one view and you have the web page on another tab, and you can switch between the two and see your code changing the site. That feeling gets you going faster. That reward makes you more involved and invested. AI helps more people have that, more points throughout their dev cycles. They could actually get smarter here. Not a lot smarter, and not all the time. For every one person who does this, there's going to be 5 who get dumber because of it. But I would be excited to see the devs who do actually level up because the reps they're getting in are much more aggressive. They're doing it more often. Yeah, I like this actually. It's kind of related to fake it until you make it. Absolutely. You can now fake it much more aggressively, and just by being in the seat, seeing the code being written, seeing what does and doesn't work, you're getting the reps in. You're doing more of it. And that's a good thing.
Like it's very, very, very painful. And so I can imagine that something like Copilot is actually like it actually feels 10x slower or 10x faster because like you're no longer just like like right, like you're fast. You know, it's like
I thought I was being too harsh on these devs. I feel way less bad now. Thank you, Prime.
can understand that.
And he says, I'm no
But
longer
100?
an engineer. I'm a product person."
100x?
Yeah, that's super interesting. I think like that might be something that's happening broadly. It really ends up being two different roles. I mean, it actually maps to how engineers sort of self-assign today, in that either you're front end or back end, and then back end ends up being about actually infrastructure, and then front end is so much more actually being a PM. You're sort of almost being like an ethnographer going into the obscure.
I don't know what an ethnographer I don't know what that means.
Underserved parts of the
Maybe an AI wrote the script. I've never heard that word either.
pie of GDP,
Ethnographer.
and you're trying to extract out like this is what those people in that GDP pie actually want, and then I'm gonna turn that into code, and then actually evals are the most important part of that.
When I was running TripleByte, this was actually one of the things we noticed. It was almost as important as a technical assessment of engineers when trying to figure out who's a good match for a specific company. There's a certain threshold of technical ability you need, but beyond that, it was, do you actually want to talk to users or not? Like some engineers are actually just a lot more motivated by working on things where they know who the users are and they get to like communicate with them and they get live feedback and they can iterate, and essentially being a product engineer. And other engineers really don't want to do that at all. Like they find it annoying having to deal with users, and they want to just like work on like hard technical problems and refactor
That's a
code.
back-end engineer.
Yeah, that's what we call it.
So, I mean, it's also like there's also tools engineers. There's more than just front end and back end. It's a very web centric way to look at the world. But there is more than just that, right? And so one of the big things I think what they're saying is that like I personally am not a huge fan of just working with customers. I rather would be the customer and I build a product for something that solves the problems that I'm trying to have.
Bangers on bangers. The best, it's, how about this? If you have a company with however many people solving a problem that they don't have, or one obsessed dumbass that cares a lot about that problem and has it every day, that one obsessed dumbass is going to win every time. I know, because I'm that obsessed dumbass. When I have a problem and I'm frustrated with the solutions that exist, I will run laps around 1,000+ person company because they are so lost because they don't understand the problem. I even had Twitch cloning the features I was building for Ping because I understood what Twitch creators needed more than the Twitch staff did. And when I built the wrong thing, they blindly followed me there too, which was even funnier. So totally agree here. Ideally, you are the customer. And if you're not, you better be spending a hell of a lot of time working with them and empathizing with them. The part I disagree with is the idea of like, there are these different types of engineers and some of them don't need to talk to their users. No. If you're a tooling engineer, you still have users, but those users are developers. You might not think of it as talking to your users when you have lunch with them and they complain about this thing that your tool didn't do for them, but you are. Being able to talk to those users and understand what they want and need and what could possibly benefit them is an essential skill for anyone building solutions to problems. And sadly, it's a skill that has been somewhat rare in the software dev world for a while. One of the things that's both exciting and terrifying about these AI tools is if I have a problem and I'm motivated enough to solve it, I can push through learning enough code to make the thing work. And I've seen people who are so frustrated with the state of one specific thing they use every day that they learn code enough to solve it. This is a weird example tangent, but we're already here. We're going to ride it. When I was waiting for a flight back, I think it was actually at TwitchCon. I was trying to fly back to SF. Oh, it wasn't TwitchCon. I was in LA for something. And I was trying to fly back to SF. My flight kept getting delayed. And I was just standing waiting. And I was standing next to a pilot who was trying to jump the flight in order to get to a different flight he had to take from SF. I just chatted with him a whole bunch and was talking about software for flight stuff. What had happened was I got a notification on my app Flighty that the flight had been delayed again. I mentioned it to him. 3 minutes later, the flight attendants confirmed it at the desk. And he's like, how did you know that so early? I showed him the app. He's like, oh, that's really cool. I love when people build good apps for flight stuff. And then told me this wild story. One of his old coworkers, another pilot that he used to work with, was so frustrated about the state of the bidding system for them to pick which flights they wanted to have, because there was this crappy dashboard that would go out. Actually, it wasn't even a dashboard. I think it was an Excel spreadsheet they would send out to all the pilots. They'd have to go in the spreadsheet, mark the things they want, and send them back and hope that someone would dedupe it and they would get the flights they want. And it never worked. He was so annoyed about this that he built his own web app, having never coded before. He taught himself to code to build a web app to better track which flights were available and which flights different pilots were taking. That ended up doing so well that he quit to do it full time, ended up selling it for some number of millions of dollars, was really well off, missed flying so much he went back to it. So he's still a pilot. That's the thing he loves, is flying. He solved a problem he had. It went way better than expected. He sold the solution, and he doesn't write code anymore. He just flies. The dude did not want to be a developer, but the fact that he cared this much meant that he could run circles around anyone else because he would learn the thing he had to because he was so pissed off. You don't want to be on the other side of that person. It doesn't matter how skilled you are. You will not beat them. You do not care as much. They will win. The same advice I give to companies that are like, how do we make our own YouTube channel? If you're not as obsessed with YouTube as I am, if you're not watching hours of a day of this shit, which I shouldn't be doing, but I can't help myself, I just love this platform, you're not going to beat us if you're not obsessed. It doesn't matter how much money you spend, how much care you put in, or it doesn't matter how much money you spend or how many people you hire. You will not beat an obsessed dumbass because they don't know what they're doing is wrong. They're going to keep pushing until it suddenly is right. So, yeah, I think that's one of the cool aspects of these tools is somebody like that pilot can get a lot further along using these AI tools, and now they'll have that feeling of, oh, I might actually be able to do this. The earlier you can get that feeling into someone's head, the more likely they are to push through the hard parts and make it happen. So I think of all of this in terms of skateboarding. Somebody who gets close to an ollie in their first 3 or 4 attempts is much more likely to go all the way with skateboarding than someone who takes hundreds of tries. But the person who took 100 tries to do it, if they still keep going and they don't stop, if they take thousands of tries to land their first ollie, that fucker's going to be unstoppable. Don't get in their way. Doesn't Twitch have user research, though? The problem with user research is the people that you want to get info from, which are the top creators, they don't respond to user research requests. And if you're doing user research, the people who get that email from Twitch and they're like, yeah, I'll dedicate an hour to telling Twitch what's wrong, they go in and complain about how hard it is to be a small creator. And if you listen to those people, you're going to ruin the fucking platform. I know that because they ruined the fucking platform. So no, there is no user research that works at a company that has that level of tiering between its users. You can't interview the users that matter. You have to understand the users that matter. You have to be friends with them. You have to be the person they call when something goes wrong. There's no world in which Twitch's user research could ever have solved these problems. It just doesn't work that way. Even with moderation, we had a PM that was so deep that they were the moderator for a bunch of giant channels because they were doing the moderation work every day. I'm sure there were formal user research things here and there. What they ended up doing is he hit up his friends and they put a demo in front of them to show them and say, hey, how do you feel about this idea we have to solve these moderation problems? And they could give us feedback as we were working on it because they were friends with the PM running the project. That works. Generic user research teams that don't even watch Twitch themselves, they don't know the difference between an XQC and somebody with 14 letters in their name that gets 5 viewers. They are like, oh, I have 2 pieces of feedback. These are both equal. They have no idea what they're talking about. User research teams will destroy Twitch.
And so being able to build tools that solve building tools that can solve other programmers' problems is something that I largely enjoy, just because it is my own problem as well. So I understand it at a very intense level. And so there are other places that do exist, right? I mean, the ML that they're talking about also is filled with ML engineers that are neither front end or back end.
Back-end engineer, yeah, sure. And that's only a theme that came up in these survey responses, right? This idea of sort of the LLMs are maybe going to push people to choose because the actual writing of the code may become less important. And it's about, do you have taste and you want to solve product problems, or are you an architect and you want to solve systems problems?
Oh,
Did he just claim that back-end engineers have no taste? Perfect face. I paused it on literally the perfect face.
I'm a back-end engineer. I have at least a little bit of taste. I will defend this some amount. If you're a backend engineer that's refused to learn any modern web tools, technologies, and solutions, the likelihood that you have taste or user empathy is relatively low. To compare that to somebody like Prime, Prime deeply understands React. He has frustrations with it that I'm not fully aligned with. Our conclusions on React are different, but he tried it. He built things with it. He understands so much about React. He is not the person that they're talking about when they say a backend engineer. The same way I'm not. There's a spectrum here. But there are absolutely people who staunchly sit in the backend and get really mad that web is improving at any point. So, yeah. I can see why Prime would think they're talking about him, because I even felt like they were talking about me a bit, because I still kind of identify as a backend engineer. Most of my time's on backend, not front end. So, I get it. But I also genuinely feel that backend engineers who have avoided front end at all costs, they don't have taste or user empathy yet. I know, because I was one of those. It took me until 2019 to take front end seriously, and it fundamentally changed how I think about product. And it's made me a much better person, fundamentally. Not just like a better engineer, but I'm a more empathetic human that can better understand the needs of other people, because I've talked to more people and I've seen how they use the things that I built. So, yeah. Prime is right in being annoyed because he feels like they're talking about him, and it sounds like they're talking about him, but they're not. I feel the same way. Stupid comment on their part.
Faced. The actual perfect face. Backend engineers don't have taste. I know what he's trying to say, though, right? Which is that you prefer the aesthetics and usability as opposed to the building of the actual product. And so I think they're making kind of like an odd distinction, because the front end actually needs this too. Any complicated project. I mean, I think the thing is that a lot of founding stuff isn't a complicated project. And what I mean by a complicated project is, like, if you built a CAD thing or some sort of like interface that's actually a user thing that does not involve the front end, meaning that it's not just another React app, you actually have to have logic sitting off to the side. You have like to have a whole state world that is created and then a smaller front end. Then, I mean, that person they're probably equating to as a back end engineer, because
Kind of agree. I want to find this company quick. Yeah. It's just particularly funny to hear this right now, because one of the companies in the current batch is one named Atom. It's an AI generator for CAD 3D mocks. So you can generate CAD files in seconds. And some of the best CAD people I know have been very impressed and surprised by the quality of what this is capable of already. It's a genuinely really fucking cool company, and I probably should invest in these guys. I'm 50-50 on it still because I don't know shit about CAD, but I've heard nothing but great things from people who I would have expected to be assholes about this. One of the things that YC brought up in recent videos, one of the things that YC's been bringing up more in recent videos is this idea that the best startups right now aren't the ones that you can vibe code in a week, which is weird because that's how I've actually felt for a while. Is ideally you can take any idea and distill some part of it down to something that takes a week to build so you can start testing it as quickly as possible. YC has been encouraging more companies to do things that can't go that fast. Something like an AI immigration law service, because that takes months, if not years, to get right. But if nobody else is making that investment and it turns out to be the right one, by putting the time in to make this really hard thing, you're more likely to succeed. And if you do, your winnings will be huge. If you win with a project that takes you a week to build, the foundation you've built for yourself isn't very sturdy. If you win with a thing that took you months to build and no one else has tried yet, they're not going to be able to catch up. The strongest wins right now are the companies that spend the whole batch building something really hard, get it out right at the end of the batch, and suddenly start blowing up. Those companies kill it.
That back-end engineer person that kind of runs this whole state world is actually on the front end doing stuff. So any like Google Sheets. Google Sheets is a marvel of technology. That right there is probably 99% back and then some amount of front.
This is the first point I've like fully disagreed with Prime on. Do not discount the unbelievable engineering work that went into the client side on Google Sheets, Google Docs, and all the other Google Office Suite products. The front-end engineering of those things is a fucking marvel. The back end is a stupid crud sync layer. I mean, it's more complex than usual because the deduping there is miserable and the multiplayer aspect is tough. The back end for Sheets is more complex than most back ends. The front end for Sheets is more complex than almost any other front end. I don't even want to think about the front end code for Sheets. That makes me like feel sick. One of the most complex companies, or one of the most complex things to do in the web is a high performance table. One of my favorite sponsors is AG Grid. These guys sell a grid component because doing a good one is hard. And you look at this, and you're like, oh yeah, I would never want to build this and make it work with like filters and like changing sort orders all automatically with animations. No one wants to build this. And anybody who's had to hated it. But that's a purchased component. There's no way big companies are buying that, right? 90% of the Fortune 500 use AG Grid. That's how fucking hard this is. So yeah, making a complex table, as simple as it might seem, it's not 1% of the code for Google Sheets. I'm sorry, Prime. You've said one stupid thing so far, but this is the stupid thing. Google Sheets is not 1% front-end code. No.
Or maybe 80% like just they would call back-end coding despite it being on the front end, despite it being about the UI.
Okay, he just immediately recovered. The actual rendering part is still more complex than almost any other app, but the logic to handle what element is re-rendering when and the layer to go between the backend, the state, and the UI, that architecture is complex beyond fucking belief. And it's one of the reasons there isn't a Google Sheets competitor that's viable. It's so hard to do that. It's unbelievably difficult. So I don't know how I would cut these lines, but yeah, I think it's a bad example. There are lots of other much better examples to communicate what he's saying. Something like Twitter, for example. That's 1 to 5% front end, majority back end. Google Sheets is a tough example here.
Despite all of that, then 20% actually like UI work.
Oh, and interestingly, I guess one thing the survey did indicate is that this stuff is terrible at debugging.
Yeah.
And so the humans have to do the debugging still. They have to figure out, well, what is the code actually doing? Here's a bug. Where's, spot
everyone's
the bug.
favorite
Where's
thing
the
to do,
code
by the way,
path
debugging.
That, we have some, logic error, just didn't figure this out, right?
Prime is touching on a thing that I have felt really bad in non-code spaces. One of the problems I've had with AI tools is they often try to replace the fun part, not the annoying part, especially in video editing. There's all these tools that are like, I'm going to edit your videos for you. And none of them are, we're going to make it easier to collaborate with your sponsors and swap different assets out depending on what they request. Or we're going to make it easier to organize the giant pile of assets you're managing to figure out what goes in your video. No one's doing those parts because they're hard. Everybody's trying to automate the fun part because it's easy. And also, more importantly, because they don't understand it. It drives me fucking mad. We're getting there with dev now, where more and more of the dev tools that we're using every day are trying to optimize the fun parts to make it faster to ship. But things like debugging and things like code review are kind of being left behind. We have awesome tools like the sponsors we have here with Graphite and there are tools starting to get better here, like the 2-channel sponsors between Graphite and CodeRabbit building better AI code review stuff. It's really nice, and I like it a lot, but it's not a replacement for those boring parts. You still got to do them. So, yeah, I wish the AI would focus more on the things that suck, not the things that are fun, but it is what it is.
There doesn't seem to be a way to just tell it debug. You were saying that you have to be very explicit, like as if giving instructions to a first-time software engineer.
I have to really spoon feed it the instructions to get it to debug stuff, or you can kind of embrace the vibes. I'd say Andre Karpathy style is just like ignore the bug and just like re-roll, just like tell it to try again from scratch.
I can't imagine actually living that life. Somehow we've convinced ourselves to go from a context-free grammar to a context-sensitive grammar for programming. And now people are creating context-free grammars on top of the context-sensitive grammar to produce context-free grammars again. I'm not exactly sure how we got ourselves into this position, but here we are. RNG programming is kind of what, like literally, Andre Karpathy just described Fortnite. Like,
fun fact, I covered this in the Claude video. If you go into a thread in Claude, like Claude.ai, and you edit the title of the thread and set it to empty string, the behavior is non-deterministic. There's 5 different cases you can hit, and none of them have like preset like things that will lead to them. It's effectively random which way it will break when you do that. This non-deterministic chaos we've put ourselves in here is kind of insane. The point Prime's making here is previously with code, at least properly written code, if you take a given function and you run it twice with the same input, you'll get the same output. With AI, you will not. The fact that if you were to, so the theoretical here is you generate code, it's close, but the result has a bug. Telling the AI to fix the bug is hard because it's not very good at debugging, identifying what's wrong and fixing it. It's easier to hit retry and see if the next time it does it, it comes out correct. And that's insane because that's never how we've written software. Generally speaking, we write software by writing a solution, and if it doesn't work, we go through to find why it didn't work and fix it, or we throw it away and rewrite it. This idea that we would rerun the same thing to try and get a different output is an entirely different way of thinking that feels antithetical to engineering. It's more nuanced than that, but I'm leaning towards Prime on this one. It is kind of weird and definitely chaotic that we're where we are now.
I'm going to drop Tilted Towers, and hopefully I get a shotgun and some guy just has a pickaxe, or maybe they have the shotgun and I just have the pickaxe. We're just gonna keep rolling until I can land Tilted Towers successfully and get through. Just RNG vibes.
Like, it's wild how your coding style changes when actually writing the code becomes 1,000x cheaper. Like, as a human, you would never just like blow away something that you'd worked on for a long time and rewrite it from scratch because you had a bug.
Yeah, he's right. He's right. He's definitely right. That's never happened. I've personally never done that. I've definitely never done that. Definitely never been convinced that someone else's code's horseshit, rewritten it just to rewrite almost identical line for line code, then realize I'm the horseshit.
Definitely never happened to me either. I certainly haven't had to rewrite the exact same data architecture 3 separate times just to come to the same conclusions each and every time, all in the course of a week. Definitely didn't recently do that for T3 chat or anything. I definitely don't have an hour-long video about all that. Never once.
Definitely have never done that.
You'd always fix the bug, but like for the LLM, if it can just like rewrite 1,000 lines of code in like 6 seconds, like
it doesn't cost anything.
Why not? You know?
That's kind of like writing, taking the approach of how people use Midjourney or Playground when you're trying to generate images. Like if there are artifacts or things that I don't like, sometimes I don't even change the prompt. I just click re-roll, and I do that 5 times, and sometimes it just works. I'm just like, oh, I can use that now.
I vibe with Gary on this one. I hate it, but it's true. When my first like AI pill I took was Midjourney. I was very impressed with it. Not for things I would post by themselves or use by themselves, but as a starting point I could use either to like vibe out an idea I was going to spend a bunch of time in Photoshop in, or to just get specific assets I would use in a Photoshop job. And the solution with Midjourney is, on one hand, learning the esoteric art of prompting for images. It's a very strange, arcane thing. I had to get a lot of help from a friend who's good at it from. But the other side of it, or also, I've been avoiding mentioning that I'm a Midjourney bro for like over a year now. I have so many DMs where I ask people to not reveal that. I'm thankful to have shed the cloak and say AI a little bit more aggressively now. It's nice that I don't feel like I have to hide that anymore. On the other hand, sometimes when I was using Midjourney, the solution was to just hit retry over and over again, and then to take the 2 you liked, put them in the reference thing, and re-roll more times in order to filter out the bullshit. And it's not pleasant. It's not a fun thing, but it does work surprisingly well, and sometimes better prompting doesn't get you where you need to be.
Yeah.
Which is very different.
I gotta be right back. I have to walk away. I'm walking away.
Yeah, we have different takes on this one. I do hate the non-deterministic nature of these things. The fact that somebody can give me a prompt that broke really bad for them and then it doesn't for me drives me mad as a software dev trying to debug things. The more I think about it, the more I'm on his side. It does just suck. Like the one thing that was great about software is that it was somewhat deterministic, and the more that goes away, the more painful life is.
Take a moment. All right. So I've considered life. One thing I realized that might be a bit kind of naive of me is that C.S. Lewis talks about this in the 3rd chapter of Abolition for Man, about kind of like the death of magic and the birth of science. And in the birth of science, there was a pursuit of knowledge, and knowledge being the end goal. And then as science has gone on, there's the pursuit of science for the ability to effectively lord over nature, or to turn into nature the quantity of an object, and to be able to sell that and have power over man. That's kind of like the big, the kind of like the 3rd chapter's big argument, or one of the few big arguments. And what I realize is that perhaps there is a generation of coders who fit into the birth of science and the death of magic style, which is that they, I forgot to update the title. Yeah. Oh gosh, I definitely forgot to update the title. Hold on one second. And I think there's a group of engineers who kind of fall into this category, in which they pursue programming as a means to an end. The journey is the destination, which is that I want to become better at programming. I want to become better. I want to learn more problems. I don't understand how compilers work. I want to build a compiler for the sake of building a compiler. The end product, the speed in which I can produce the compiler, is not as relevant as the production of the compiler itself. And so therefore, that's kind of the way I want. And so that's kind of what I'm also seeing with a lot of this, is that there's probably 2 sides to the coin. There is the desire for knowledge, and then the desire for lording.
I'm so sorry. I have to comment on the fact that Twitter's streaming is so broken. He's had to edit the title 3 times and it still hasn't gone through. Everyone who says that like streaming on Twitter is the future does not understand streaming, Twitter, or the future. Like, you have to know how none of those 3 things work to think that.
Over nature, right? And so that's kind of what I'm generally hearing here. Hold on, I'm just trying to figure out how to get this thing to save. I should read Abolition of Man. Abolition of Man is really, really good, but the first 2 the chapter 1 is really, really interesting. Chapter 2, I'm honestly not sure if I actually understand chapter 2.
Tactic Wolf surface, just like this XKCD. Anytime an integer is stored or read, its value is adjusted upward or downward by a random amount between 40 and 50. My new language almost completely eliminates off by 1 errors. Quality. We do love some good random chaos.
Like, in complete honesty, I'm not sure if I really got chapter 2. Chapter 3 is by far my favorite. Chapter 3 is like my most favorite of all time, kind of talking about the plights of man and what it kind of is costing. It's very, very interesting.
It worked.
So,
frame of building systems, because you're not building foundationally step by step. You're really doing it from scratch, because fundamentally what's going on is like all these tools today are coming from the world of generated code that are in this latent space hidden somewhere, and you have to do it from scratch to find like a different gradient and not get stuck. And then you want to like add a bit of randomness, get it to regenerate. But I do think maybe, I don't know, whatever next generation of O5, maybe we'll get to the point that actually is able to build upon. I mean, as of right now, I think most of it is you need to re-roll and rewrite, but it doesn't build upon it yet. But we haven't seen any of the coding tools right now work well with reasoning. I think we have.
Well, O3 is infinitely better at debugging than 3.5 Sonnet. So like, it definitely feels like we're headed in the direction where this may not be true in, 6 months, the next time we do this.
Infinitely better? 3.5 Sonnet was like, it seems to be way, like, as far as I can tell, almost every single, infinitely, I thought every single person I've talked to thus far almost universally claims that Sonnet 3.5 is still like the bee's knees until Sonnet 3.7 came out, which is just recently. But, I'm just doing it,
Here's where my AI bro stuff starts to show. I'm actually useful here. I recently posted my ranking of like the current models and how I feel about them. Claude 3.5 is way better at CSS. It is the best model for making something that looks decent for the web ever. It knows React really well. It can build components wonderfully quickly. It can scaffold an application via a screenshot of it surprisingly fast. It can't debug for shit because it has no thinking. It doesn't have the ability to check its work built in. It just generates word after word. The way it works is the way all standard AI works, all the non-reasoning models work, is they very simply take all of the words that exist in the history, be it the question you asked, the previous things that have been used in the chat, and based on all of those, the next word is determined based on how likely it is, considering the words that came prior. Every token, every chunk of text is determined based on the likelihood it would be there, comparing it to the text that existed prior. The thing that this can't do is catch when it makes a mistake. So if it makes a mistake 20 tokens ago or 8 lines ago, it doesn't know how to handle that 8 lines down. What reasoning models do that are different is they put out an output or they talk through their steps, and then some tool, sometimes it's the training, sometimes it's an injected programming thing, something stops it and says, okay, what is wrong with this? Or, okay, what are the steps you'll use to solve the problem? It does these checks almost throughout. And that's why I have my stupid weight index that I coined in my Alibaba Quen QWQ video. The thing the thinking models can do is check. They can say, wait, what, well, all of these words, because once that word occurs, it's more likely the next word is a correction to whatever was wrong before. And these little hacks, so to speak, let us generate better outputs. And it makes it more likely that you can reason through something difficult, like a bug. And when I'm trying to solve a difficult problem, O3 Mini it's unbelievable how good it is. I have had such good luck putting hard, annoying problems with everything from scroll containers to weird database architecture into O3, and either got a really good answer or one that was so bad that I realized I must be thinking about the whole problem entirely wrong. So that's what O3 is good at. I've had a lot of problems like that where Claude just throws its hands up and gives me some really shitty React code. But O3 can solve those hard problems. But if you ask O3 to build you a beautiful website, it's certainly going to build you a website. I can't comment on its beauty. Yeah. The other way of putting it, there's a video called Vibe Coding. Claude's vibes are immaculate. It feels great to use. The tone it has, the code it generates, the vibe of the outputs that you get from the output of the code you render the website for, to the way it talks to you about your lost beloved friend that you're venting about. The vibes of Claude are great. The vibes of O3 are more like a scientist, more like, you guys are however many hours in this video, I'll say things I normally don't. The vibes of O3 are a very autistic person trying to make sure every word they say is correct, triple checking everything they say before they send it. It's that one weird friend who types the message, deletes it, and retypes it 15 times before sending it. It has that almost clinical vibe to it. It means it's way more accurate, but it also means the vibe is off. So when people say they much prefer Claude, what they're saying is the vibe is much better with Claude. The way they feel using Claude is significantly better. O3 can solve problems better. It can solve hard problems significantly better. See everybody in chat? I feel seen, sounds familiar. Claude's great for asking it follow-up questions. Yeah, you can ask Claude a follow-up and it does better, but you have to tell it to do that. It can't do it itself. But yeah, for the most part, people agree the vibes are on. I have not felt the best about the vibes of 4.5, especially for code stuff. It's not very good at code from my experience. But yeah, it depends what you're looking for. 4.5 is more... I don't want to go too deep on the vibe of 4.5. I just really haven't used it enough to feel strong. But yeah. I know it's not 100% true. The transfer model does interesting things. Like the way that it's using the tokens that have generated to figure out what's next is considerate of things beyond what I'm saying. I'm trying to simplify it so you could better understand. There are other channels that are much better at all these things. You hopefully get the essence of what I'm trying to communicate here fine, though.
This is just vibe talking. Okay, is this just vibe talking? Is that what I'm saying here? Because I don't remember that being true, right? I think that at least is... So if I guess I'm taking Teapot as... The problem is I'm taking Twitter as a representation of reality, which it's not. Like, the one thing you can always rely on is that Twitter largely does not represent reality. But as far as I can tell, every coder I've seen on there has said that Anthropic's Claude is just much better, generally speaking. Now, I don't really use Gyppities to program. I find that iteration loop to be very frustrating, and I can just write it myself better, fast.
A lot of devs also find Python to be better than Go. Just saying.
And then I have concern about the future and where I'm going. So I typically don't, I just cannot use it. It just makes me, so frustrated. Most of Twitter just writes JS. It's true.
One other important point here is that like a lot of the way that we're generating code in tools like Cursor is it's auto completing, it's tab completion, it's like filling itself out as you go. Claude is really good at that because it's spitting out token by token. Models like O3, reasoning models, it takes way longer for them to start responding, so you don't get to cut it off as quickly. You don't get to catch it when it's making the mistake and stop it and re-roll. Re-rolls feel more expensive because it takes longer before you can start reading the answer because it has to go through all the reasoning before you can actually see what it's outputting. O3 Mini is an incredibly fast model, especially for a reasoning model, but the speed it takes for you to start reading the response is much worse than it is with something like Claude. And all of this really just plays into that vibe side.
Episode. Diana, do you want to talk about like the models that people are using, the IDEs that the people are using? There's some really interesting trends there.
Neovan?
Yeah, I think as we mentioned a couple episodes ago, we already saw this in the shift started
I feel bad for
The
Prime.
Vive started to shift back in summer 24 when Cursor was being used by a big portion of the batch. And now, by far, is the leader. But the other thing that's happening, this is a very fast and moving environment. Windsurf is a fast follower. It's starting to be a very good product as opposed to Cursor. And I think, Jared, you have some first experience with why Windsurf is like better than Cursor.
Yeah,
I also have one more question. What happens to somebody who's flying on an airplane and they want to code? Are they like are you just completely stuck in the water? If you
Starlink, my guy. Come on, you know better, Prime. We got Starlink on the way.
you don't have internet access or you don't or just Amazon's down, are you just like literally effed? Is that
on one hand, I've been where he is describing, and when I'm in an Uber with crappy Wi-Fi trying to like quickly fix a feature, it sucks. I do miss the AI tools more than I thought I would in those environments. That's when you really recognize how fucky things are. But at the same time, I can't remember the last time I worked in a code base that actually fully works fine offline. Like if US East 1 is down, you're down. The likelihood you can get anything done in that time is already relatively low. Hell, if GitHub is down, I usually can barely code because I'm so often like having to go over there to reference shit to figure out what's actually going on in my project or switching branches and trying to make sure it's up to date. When these dependencies of our lives go down, when these things that we rely on for our dev work goes down, it always sucks. And I think it's silly to pretend that we can fully work offline when nobody does anymore. So the airplane point is funny, and I've felt handicapped when I don't have all of Cursor's features because my internet sucks or they are down. That is a real thing I've experienced here and there, but I've experienced the same when GitHub goes down. And I think we should actually be much more hostile towards GitHub going down. The fact that their uptime is like 1.9 of reliability now is horrifying, and we should be flaming them constantly for it.
like the world we're approaching where it's just like, internet's off, everybody go home, get the hell out of here, we got nothing.
There was a time when I was at Twitch and AWS was down and we all just kind of went and hung out in the cafeteria and or went home. I can think of multiple times where it's like, oh, AWS is down, let's go grab a beer. It's already like this.
I think the number one reason that people are switching is that Cursor today largely needs to be told what files to look at.
Just to be fair, just to kind of go back to the previous point, coding on an airplane tends to be where I do my best coding. Reason being is that I'm fully off the internet almost all, because anytime you try to use the internet, even on an airplane, largely it's spotty, it's super frustrating. Sometimes it's like 45 seconds just to go to a website. And so often I will think through problems that I need to solve that are very hard and annoying that I don't need to that I can solve by not Googling, right? It's like a big thing that I solved last airplane ride was that I have this large product. That's how I do all my TTS and all that runs through here. Oh my gosh, it broke. I have it. Oh, whoopsies. I already have it running right here. It's already running. Oh, whoopsies. Okay, there we go. Anyways, and one of the big things I did was that I added a bunch of testing that I can do that I could just like actually test full integration style from a unit test, the whole product. And it was just something that I knew that I needed to get done because I kept having these dumb little bugs. And so I was like, okay, well, I'm going to do this. And this is like an airplane kind of coding. I want airplane coding here. And it was actually really, really, really awesome.
This is my Uber coding, isn't it? This is the same thing. I have like 5 tangents I'm fighting going down, but this video is already way too long. I'm going to pick the one that I think is the most valuable. I might be picking wrong. I don't necessarily care, though. This is also a rant that has a video queued up. It's called AI Has Rewired My Brain. One of the things I actually love about AI is that this thing he's describing, this offline, Google wouldn't help me anyways, difficult problem solving, is one of my favorite things about engineering. I love sitting there and thinking about really hard problems and figuring them out when the internet wouldn't have helped me anyways. I do a lot of that. Like I built my own freaking sync engine for T3 chat, and every resource online led me down the wrong path. Those challenges are much more interesting now than they used to be, because previously the way I would do this, like let's say I'm working on some really hard problem, I would spend a day or two thinking about it, usually like just on a background thread in my brain while doing other things, spend the rest of that week building it, run into a ton of problems, spend the weekend thinking about it even more, and then the next week rewrite the whole thing. And after a 2-ish week window, I have it done. But I'd spend a little time up front overthinking, a bunch of time implementing, more time reflecting, and then finally do it right the week after. The crazy thing with AI now is I'm putting more time thinking ahead, where I'm spending more time thinking about how the thing and the part should come together. So instead of spending 2 days, I might spend 4. But I can get through that whole loop that took a week and a half before, where I build the first version, I see problems, I think about them, and I fix them. Since I thought about it more, I'll often skip some of those things. And I can build that first version in an hour instead of a day or two, run into the problems I would have run into by hand otherwise, blow it out and do it again and get it right. It's compressed that 2-week window down to a week, and I'm doing more thinking up front. And it's actually been really nice. I always wanted to be more that way, but I felt irresponsible not getting an implementation out early. Now the implementation, that first prototype, that first version of a thing is so fast that I can put more effort thinking up front, get a better model in my head, and then go through that iteration process significantly faster. That has to do with more experience. That helped. That's how I went to the spending 2 days up front thinking. I don't think most devs should start by overthinking. I think they should spend, depending on the difficulty of the problem, spend a little bit until you have a theory that you can't disprove in your head. A lot of it's how quickly or how long do you have to think about a thing before you hit the wall where you have to try it to figure it out. My skill has improved to a point where I can think longer before I hit that wall. But I'm also willing to go a bit further than I was because I can test out the different paths much easier. Accidentally muted. I've definitely felt a big jump in how quick I can get through this loop as a result of the AI stuff. It's helped me a bunch. It isn't the source of all of my improvement over the years, but it's been a meaningful change that I'm actually quite excited about.
To do airplane coding, because it's like I get to just build something that I want to solve a problem.
That's a much better way of putting it. The implementation cost is now much less, so I'm freer to think about possible solutions. Yeah, that's the overall thing. And I feel like I'm spending more of my code time thinking about hard problems than I ever have in the past, and I love that. It makes it more fun for me, for sure.
That requires no internet, that requires no starting of anything. I want to just be able to just solve the thing quickly. And it actually feels really nice. It's, prison coding. It's actually something that kind of changes your mind and changes your perspective of how you do something. And it does require you to have a bit of a mastery over the language you're using and the space you're working on. It's pretty fun. I think it can really change a lot of your perspectives because it's like you exploring the space in the way you think it's best to solve a problem versus somebody giving you a path. There's this whole concept called anchor biasing where if you say, hey, how much do you think this movie cost to make? And I say 200 million, you're going to base your answer off of the term 200 million unless if you know the answer, right? If you knew nothing about how much does X cost and I say an answer, you're going to just draft off my answer. You're going to be like, oh shit, okay, maybe 150 million, right? Whereas if you would have answered it before me, you might have gave a vastly different answer because you're not kind of biased towards that. And so by always relying on these tools, you tend to end up being very biased towards what they first tell you the answer could be. And you kind of work down this potentially a local optima that's not quite as good as it could be if you were to kind of explore the space in your own kind of creative way. And so there's this kind of like just fun thing. I love airplane coding.
Remember the thing earlier where Prime said this is a learned behavior? Like you can develop this like mindset without AI. I'm going to flip the same back on him. The mindset of not getting stuck on one path is something that great developers all need to develop. And it doesn't matter where that path came from. If it came from a bad assumption they had, if it came from a conversation they had with somebody else they misunderstood or got the wrong lesson from, if it came from an AI telling them to go this way, your willingness to throw away the wrong solution from the root is an essential mindset shift to go through, to recognize at a certain layer of depth in your attempts to fix the problem that the whole path you're going down is... I keep accidentally muting. It's one of the skills I'm most proud of, and I've been trying to find ways to explain it well enough to help others develop it. My ability to detect when the path we're going down is wrong and pull out is way better than average. And I often find myself in engineering conversations with people on my teams, people at other companies, whatnot, where my role is effectively to come in and say, this whole path you're going down is wrong, reset. And I totally agree with Brian that people get stuck this way all the time. But it's a mindset you have to work through, nothing to do with the tooling at all. And I don't know if the AI tools are going to make this more likely or not. All I know is that I have developed a skill to get around this, and I hope others do too.
It's an amazing kind of process because it's just you trying to like creativity your way out of like hard problems. It's just this unique way. It's very fun. It's like one of my favorite forms of programming.
In your code base, so if you have a large code base, you can tell what to do, but you have to tell it like where to look in the code base. Windsurf indexes your whole code base and is pretty good at figuring out what files to look at on its own. There's other differences.
I keep accidentally muting. He's just wrong about a lot of the comparison stuff here with the different IDEs. Cursor indexes your whole code base too. I don't know what's going on with the way he's using these things, where Windsurf was better at like whole code base problems than Cursor. I've had the opposite experience. The only thing Windsurf is good at doing is running random bash commands for you. If you don't know how to get the project running on your machine, Windsurf's a lot better. But from my experience, it is not good at actually solving hard problems in my code base.
Too, but I think that's the most important one at the moment.
Quick question: one for Windsurf, two for Cursor. If you've used both, I'd love to see your opinion. Or if you just use one for Windsurf, two for Cursor. One for Windsurf, two for Cursor. Yeah. Okay. Strangely, a lot of zeros. I guess not too strangely. I think again, I index into probably the non-founder chat. Like the reality is, most of you probably aren't founders. This is, I bet you if we were to redo this poll, but we did it, say, in Theo's chat, it'd probably be a very different set of answers.
Let's do it. Which IDE? Cursor, Windsurf, VS Code plus Copilot, VS Code Vanilla, NeoVim. Sorry, YouTube chat. They blame YouTube for making all of this too hard. If it's SuperMaven, do SuperMaven plus, or do VS Code plus or Copilot. Same difference there, as long as you're using VS Code with it. Yeah, that's what I fucking thought. I'm sorry, I don't get the Windsurf hype at all. I don't know who these people are. All of the Windsurf type people I've talked to have been coding for less than a year. I don't know serious devs using Windsurf right now, and I feel bad talking so much shit. I just don't know them. I haven't met these people. I can't find them anywhere. If you're an experienced dev that's actually using Windsurf every day as your IDE of choice, that has tried Cursor and found Windsurf to be better, and you make over $100K a year doing software development, DM me. I am so curious. I want to pick your fucking brain because I don't get it. I've seen Windsurf. Windsurf seems genuinely better for somebody who's learning how to code. But for everyone else, it makes no fucking sense to me. Also, this is crazy. Cursor and VS Code Vanilla, neck and neck there are as many people on Cursor, at least from my admittedly biased community, as there are VS Code users not using an AI chat app. That's nuts. That's nuts. This is huge change. The most popular IDE had not shifted in our space for like 8 years. VS Code, as it was, has been the standard since fucking 2018. And in almost no time, we have a split poll here. This is crazy. We're in a wild moment of change right now. And obviously, VS Code plus Copilot still wins. But at 35%? The biggest editor in any subcommunity being 35% was unimaginable even a year ago. This is wild. But also, Windsurf getting 2 votes kind of makes my fucking point. Anyways.
Not founders, not going to make it. Facts of life. I'm just saying, I think we'd actually, like, if you did it in, if Levels.io were to do the exact same poll, I think you would also see a very different percentage of people using one thing versus the other thing.
I think the number of Windsurf people in his audience shows how far he's broken out of the like deep nerd bubble. And I'm proud as fuck of him. The fact that Prime can consistently get 250,000 views on a video that's a day old is unbelievable. But it means he has a lot of people who are less experienced in his audience too. Those people have less money to spend, so Windsurf's attractive to them. And they have less experience, so Windsurf's attractive to them.
Devin does get mentioned, but the drawback of Devin not really being used for serious features is that it doesn't really understand the code base.
Also, I know I'm being spicy about Windsurf right now. If you disagree with what I'm saying and our experience and just genuinely have had a better experience with Windsurf, I will not flame you for sharing that in chat. Don't think I'm going to do the thing where I go ape shit on someone. I actually just genuinely want to understand because it's so different from my experience using it.
Is being used mostly for small features and barely mentioned.
Damn, Devin got
people
wrecked.
Still use
I've used a lot of Devin.
And the reason they use it is because they want to actually use the reasoning models. So it does get posted. People post some of the debugging questions too.
I know at least 20 or 30 of the people in the current batch are using T3 chat. They started after this video was recorded, but also if you're a YC founder watching this, you get a free for 1 year coupon in the Bookface deals page. Go check that out. A lot of YC founders seem to have missed that.
To figure out use the more powerful models for reasoning, because right now Cursor, Windsurf are still in the old world. I mean, old world less than 6 months ago of pre-reasoning models, not in the test time compute. So founders are using that, and there's some founders. Some of them are self-hosted as well, self-hosting models because maybe they have more critical, sensitive IP. They do that, and now. Talking about the shifts in terms of...
I do want to pause. I actually think that there's an entire world that does exist where it's like customized or ragged out, ragged and fine-tuned and all the proper words here. Models that are locally running for companies that are the best, right? I think I do think that there is like a big future there that actually could... that a bunch of companies want, right? You tune it on your architecture, you tune it on all these things just to see just to hopefully get somewhere with it. Okay, new poll, someone is asking, well, what are you? Question mark. Let's see, let's see, I'm just gonna put student / learning to code. Professional, 9 to 5 kind of guy. Freelancer, right? Which is 9 to 9 the next day. What's the other one? Not a non-coder. Here for vibes. You're just here for the vibes, right? Just here for vibes. Is there anything else? Well, because if you're unemployed,
Founder?
Or unemployed, right? This is what you are a professional. You just happen to be unemployed at this point, or founder, or you're a founder, right?
Cool. Let's do the same poll. All right, this is always the plan. Which are you? Student, learning, aspiring, pro, full-time or unemployed, or I'll say FT or unemployed. As in, to be clear here, you've been employed before is kind of applied there. Freelancer. What was the other options here? Non-coder and founder. Very interesting. I also have no idea how his poll splits here. I am very excited to see how his poll goes. Very interesting.
Right. A student learning to code, hobbyist. I'd assume that non-coding is a non. I'm just going to put.
I screwed that up. But one other big difference here, as silly as it might sound, you guys probably think I'm over-indexing on this. I'm not. I'm right. The time of day we stream matters a lot here, both in that the audience that's around at a given time is different, but more importantly, the audience we've built for our live streams due to the times that we stream is entirely different. So if I was to start regularly streaming at the same time he does, I would expect my numbers to skew in the direction of his.
Because then there's, right. What if it's a combination? If you're working and you're a full-time employed, then you'd be an employed even if you're in school. I'm actually just curious what kind of the breakdown is. Because my guess is that I'd index heaviest into professionals, then students. And I did assume that non-coding is non-coders are my smallest section. Yep. And founders. I'm surprised actually founders are bigger than freelancers. I genuinely thought founders and freelancers, you know, in some sense, you're kind of the same batch. Founder mode. Got to pump those numbers up. Hey, the 10.
Yeah, this is what I thought. This was the big difference. I was, oh wait, no, we're both exactly 25% on students, huh? I would have expected lower than that for me. Interesting. Our numbers are like identical here, actually. Yeah, 6% freelance, 60% pro, 6% freelancer, 2-7. I'm a little lower on pro, a little higher on freelancer, and a little higher on founder. Aren't we the same on founder, actually? Yeah. So I'm a tiny bit lower on pro and higher on freelancer, but that's about it for the differences. We're actually very similar here, which is interesting. I think we were both wrong here. We both assumed the answers would be very different, and they're not. It's also, there's a huge gap between the live audience and the non-live audience, but that was interesting.
People that are here for just the vibes and aren't even coders, I want to let you know, appreciate you, okay? You specifically, can't even believe it. Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. Addicted to pain? Absolutely. I voted wrong? Well then, dude, then you probably...
I also have way more people for the vibe, though, right? Yeah, 6%. Look at that. More by the numbers, too, even though I have a third as viewership right now. That's nuts. Thank you all for hanging out.
Don't even deserve to vote on this anyways. All right.
They do that. And now talking about the shifts in terms of models. The thing about CodeGen, the big game in town that we saw 6 months ago was Claude Sonnet 3.5. It's still actually a big contender. Most are still using it. But O1, O1 Pro, and O3 Mini, all these reasoning models are starting to see, it's almost like getting neck to neck now close with Sonnet 3.5.
I don't get the O1 and O1 Pro usage. They're just too slow. And O1 Pro is so unreliable when you use it. It just takes so long to respond. If a problem's hard enough that I want O1 Pro to help me with it, I'd probably rather just do it myself. O3 Mini's been a huge thing for me, not just because it's like cheaper, but it's so much faster. It's so fast, and I genuinely really like it.
Hold on one second. My father-in-law's calling me. He doesn't ever call me, so it must be something.
And so I saw some people saying it's an O1 legacy. No, there's no O3 yet. It's just O3 Mini. So O1 is still the best reasoning model by OpenAI. Just O3 Mini is really good. But O3 Mini was also rushed out because they were scared of DeepSeek. And O3 Mini's price is exactly double DeepSeek's. And tell me that wasn't by design. They're not pricing something at $4.40 unless they're going after someone else directly.
Everything's fine. All right, we're back in. All right, everything's fine. Everything's fine. All right.
Other one is 4.0, virtually no use for CodeGen. And the other interesting thing is DeepSeek R1 is getting mentioned. Is spin use is like a viable contender as well. And Gemini, not really mentioned.
The one thing I've heard from Gemini is because it
Yeah. Okay, I did not realize that was going to go off. I still have my TTS system on. Shut up. Shut up. I thought I had it off. Wait, where are you? Where are you? Gemini is so affordable. Happy birthday, Prime. Shut up. Also, thank you. Yeah. All right, let's go. Let's keep on going.
Phase, cut to this part. Sorry about all that.
By the way,
Gotta do whatever we can to make this video shorter, right?
Gemini. All right, Flip, you can take out all that nonsense. Hey, Gemini, though.
You did not.
The problem is Gemini had such a stupid initial launch that when people are like, hey, you should try out Gemini, I'm just like,
Oh no, Gemini 2 Flash is actually quite good. It's a default on our site for a reason, but yeah, the original Gemini was garbage. I see why you'd feel that way.
okay, right? Like, dude, I just like, what are you trying to convince me to use Gemini? Dude, that's crazy.
has like the longest context window. I've heard from a couple of founders that they do use it, and the way that they use it is they put their entire code base into the Gemini context window, and they just like tell it to like.
That's because their entire code base is just a bunch of glue for NPM packages, so it's only a few hundred lines long.
Fix a bug, and
that's how people were getting by using everything with Cursor plus Claude. Yes, but 1 million tokens is kind of insane. That's a lot of fucking code.
yeah, it doesn't always work, but like sometimes it can just like one shot fix stuff because it is the whole thing in the context window.
It will be interesting to see as people get more adoption on the newly released reasoning models with Flashback 2.0.
Oh shit, this is actually cool. Someone here, Barrel of Lube here's sister apparently worked on Gemini. Super cool, and I totally agree with the custom TBUs. That's the reason Gemini is so good. Google has this weird advantage that no one else does, where they have all the data they need to train, all the scientists they need to make the good models, and the architecture and like CPU like stuff that they DIY'd in order to make them really, really fast. There is no other place that has all three of those things. There's a lot that have one and maybe two, but no one else has all three, which puts them in a crazy position right now. Like for Google to lose the AI race now, they have to massively screw up. Which, to be fair, massively screwing up is kind of like the DNA of Google. That's their brand. But if they can steer away from that at all and do like anything right going forward, it's going to be hard for them to lose.
I don't think people have tried it yet.
I don't know what
But the
Flashback
long
2.0
context
is.
window plus reasoning could be a good contender. What is the estimated code that's being written by LLMs in the current Badger?
This is pretty crazy. So we explicitly asked this question: what % of your code base do you estimate is AI generated? The way I interpreted the question is like, like of the actual characters in your code base, not including any libraries that you imported, like how percentage of like the characters were like typed by human hands versus like emitted by an LLM? And the crazy thing is 1/4 of the founders said that more than 95% of their code base was AI generated.
Wow.
Prime's going to have a lot to say here. This one hurts me a bit too. I just wanted to go up front with that. 95% of the code I generate might be AI, but of the code I commit, less so. So let's see what he has to say.
I think that's kind of a dumb answer, I think this is kind of a bad question. I think a better question is, of the lines of code, how much was exclusively 100% generated by AI versus some level of human interaction? Because you could also say, sorry, I coughed so hard that I'm literally crying right now. Because, you know, if you're programming and I go view, you know, if I go like view, yes, dot, yes, dot, yes, right? It's kind of like, what percentage of that code did I even type, right? I didn't type a lot of code. I just used my LSP to type a whole bunch of code. And so it's like this argument about like what percentage are you actually typing versus not up. Hold on one second. Sorry, just more dog stuff. Anyway, so like what percentage are they actually doing? So if you generate a line and say I start typing view and then I do that and go, no, I don't want that. Actually, I want this. And then I do, oh, okay, I want that, but no, I don't want this. I want, like, what percentage is it actually generating? It's kind of hard to call that 90%, right? If you have to go back and correct what an AI does, it doesn't feel like it's doing, it's not, because characters themselves aren't good. I don't think that's a good measurement of it. It should be unaffected, like untouched lines of code that were purely generated by LLMs. Like that would be a pretty great response. Because if it critically catches none of it, like if you have to constantly rewrite stuff, but you're feeling like the LLM's doing a lot, I mean, people are really notoriously bad at predicting percentages. Like that is just not good.
Which is like an insane.
So I'm not sure about. I don't know about that.
And it's not like we funded a bunch of non-technical founders. Like every one of these people is like highly technical, completely capable of building their own product from scratch. A year ago, they would have built their own product from scratch, but now 95% of it is built by an AI.
Except
from scratch, NPM.
for maybe it sounds like we have one or two examples of people who they're so young that they learned to code in the last 2 years. So they actually don't know a world where Cursor didn't exist.
Yeah.
Then I would argue they're probably not super technical. It's very hard for someone to know a lot and completely rely on these AI tools. I'd be very shocked. I would personally be very shocked if you used only something like Cursor your entire time you learned how to code, and then you end up just using that. If you had to go offline, could you actually do anything? I'd be highly doubting that. All right, one more doggo interruption. Dog escaped, and the dog escaping is due to the electric fence not actually working. It's just off, and so therefore, because we have like a GPS-based electric fence, so she can't escape the property. And bada bing, bada boom. Can you tell Comacito? You're welcome. Why? TJ, I just don't trust anything you say. Yeah, freedom. So. Oh, okay. I was just checking the bottom to see if it said because I love Teach TV. Okay. Hey, Primogen. I hope this message doesn't turn out too long. I just wanted to sincerely thank you for so much of the content you provide. I've been watching, improving, and
we got to do something to make this shorter, right?
This is a huge.
I'll get through him reading
parse this,
messages from chat.
And I do use it regularly. When I don't want to learn how to do something, when there's just certain parts of coding that I don't care about, like there's one that I knew what it was. Like, hey, I just need you to take tree sitter and parse the C++ and let's build out like a depth chart. I used that to find cool stuff, and that was fine. I didn't need to go read a document. I just wanted to get some stupid tool done, and I wrote it super poorly. The tool was absolute garbage. I went back and made some basic changes to it, but I was completely okay, effectively vibe coding my way through that. If you will call it vibe coding, because I pretty much went and I'm going to throw away all the code and never use it again. So I don't want to like discount where like the awesomeness of AI. But at the same time, I really do hope that you guys feel excited and you want to learn so that when you do vibe.
Yep, I am fully aligned here. There are so many things that get in the way when you're trying to build something that they can like hurt your motivation and keep you from going all the way with that project. Worst feeling ever. I love that AI can take those parts, those annoyances, like figuring out the Wrangler TOML file and make them go away so I can get back to the fun part and actually building the important thing. That's awesome. And it's one of the best parts of these tools. The problem is when you start optimizing away all of the pain, you don't go through it. And if you don't go through it, you don't get good. You have to do the work. And if you don't, you'll struggle. If you use these tools to maintain motivation because they let you skip the annoying, tedious things, and also as like an assistant that you can ask questions and learn from, those can make you level up much better. But if you're using it to avoid anything that is hard, you're not going to find success.
About, if we will, you can also then double check.
Okay, I have to pee so bad. I'll be right back. I'm going to just let it play because I'll pull Hassan and let you guys enjoy the chair. I'll be right back.
Everything, understand why it's bad, then take the vibes you produced, which is also synonymous with the word horseshit, take that and reform it into something that's actually useful.
One of my best companies, this batch, actually is exactly this. The founders are extremely technical minds, but they're not classically trained in computer science and programming. And they are incredibly productive and able to produce just a ton of like really amazing product. And AI is writing almost the entire thing.
It kind of makes me think a lot of the discourse around
it's possible.
Gen Zs are the first digital.
I do want to say that there is, I know for me that's horrifying, but at the exact same time, there is something kind of awesome about that anybody with enough tenacity can make something. So there is something cool, and hopefully they get program pilled and they want to learn how to program. Like I would really love, I mean, I do love that. Like I do love that aspect that people are getting accidentally program pilled and they want to learn how to program because of LLM. So there is a good part, and I don't want to like completely discount that kind of stuff. Right? Why is it horrifying? Because the software they're going to produce is going to be just so difficult. The thing is that when they sell, when they exit, when they actually bring on engineers, like, I mean, if you've ever worked in some old code bases where it's just like the absolute utter wild, wild west, like there are just things that just become so effing difficult. And it can be very hard. Like there are some pretty awful experiences out there. Like here's a good example of some awful experiences right here. Like this code does exist. You've used this code. You've played with it. You just didn't realize it was being executed, right? That's all. And so there, but somebody had to write that and somebody had to maintain that. Hadouken code, yeah.
Native that grew up with the internet. This is like the generation that grew up with native AI coding tools that they skip the classical training of a software engineer, and they just
classical training being a React boot camp in 6 months. No, I mean, the nice part is that computer science is largely irrelevant compared to what programming is, at least in our day and age, because we have created a world in which programming is becoming more of.
Okay, I'm back. And even though I was gone, I did learn something. What I learned is that my hair looks fucking awesome right now. Anyways, did I miss anything important enough that I need to rewind? What'd I miss? Anything important enough? No? Cool.
A trade than anything else. So it's like you don't need to know the fundamentals of why metal melts at a certain temperature to be able to weld. You just know that you need to use this amount of hot, make this go good. And I get good at the actual activity of it, not at the theory of it. And that's fine. I think that's what programming is turning into.
Yes, we won him over. I missed that part, but I am so happy with that conclusion because I've thought about this for fucking ever. The example I always give is skateboards. I come from skateboarding. You don't get better at skateboarding by sitting in class and being told how the skateboard works, like what types of wood are used and where the history of the wheel is. You get better at skateboarding by taking a board, going outside, and getting hurt over and over again until somehow you ride away. That doesn't mean the foundations and the fundamentals aren't useful. It doesn't mean you don't benefit from understanding the difference between different types of trucks. But the more you're on the ground going, the more you'll be able to understand the importance of those things and ask the questions to figure out what differences matter. I've always felt that way, especially about programming. And I've always gotten in fights with these fundamentals people. Like, you need to learn all the names of all the different articles. Like, the people who are always pushing that you need to learn all the names of all the different patterns for data management, all the different structures, all the different shit. I hate it. I've always hated that because I'm better at foundations and fundamentals than a lot of those people. And those people, they just, they annoy me. You get good at the fundamentals that matter when you run into problems the fundamentals solve. And as long as there are good paths for you to discover those things later on, you're going to understand coding much better if you learn your algorithms 2 years in than if you learn them before you know how to use an if statement. Yeah. This is the least bad Bob Martin take I've seen in a while, actually. Because the number of programmers is going up constantly, the average experience isn't meaningfully improving. That's a fair point and a good way of putting that. I can't believe I'm agreeing with the Bob Martin take.
just do it with the vibes. But they are actually very technical minded. I mean, they have degrees in math and physics.
And physics, yeah.
So they have that raw, let's call it more like system thinking type of mind that you still need. Maybe we should talk a bit about that. It's like, what's still the same and what has changed?
I think this
I talk about this all the time. The ability to think through the system and figure out what is and isn't working and using that all to identify the problems that you have is insane. If you don't have that, you're fucked. You've always been, but you are now more than ever. Those skills went from being essential to be a senior to principal dev to being viable at all.
vibe coding will enable people who have those kinds of technical minds, who come from other technical disciplines like math and physics, to become highly productive as programmers much faster than it was in the past. Like I remember there were like coding boot camps, like back in the day, they would try to like retrain physics people into programmers, and then like it didn't work that well because it just takes too long to learn all of the syntax and all of the libraries and all the stuff that you have to know to be really productive. But like now it's a new world.
The coding.
This is like literally the C.S. Lewis Abolition of Man Chapter 3 argument, which is that we want to turn something from a quality into a quantity. It's purely reducing things into productivity.
To be fair, we have been charging companies way too much money for ourselves as coders for a while. A lot of the effort, everything Google pisses money into, from AI to all the coding boot camps to the Google Summer of Code to the crazy workshops they do at colleges and all of this, all the effort, marketing, funding, and everything going into helping people learn to code is because they're trying to make developers cheaper so they can improve their margins. That's always been the case. It's just they want more, and I get it.
It's like this is actually kind of a wild thing. It's just like a wild thing watching this happen again, where we are purely reducing man into just atoms and movement, and that's it.
Boot camps are also very specifically focused on getting you hired at companies, and I think it was around like 2015 era where just companies themselves are rethinking
also
how to
syntax
evaluate
is not the hardest part
in their hiring processes, and it was moving. There was a real.
I do want to say that when he says it takes to learn to long, it took me a long time to learn. Okay, I really struggled with recursion. I really was not a great programmer to begin with.
Kind of funny that he says he struggles with recursion considering the setup we have going here right now, but yeah.
But I had a really, 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 really high drive. And so my ability to have a really high drive absolutely dominated my inability to learn quickly, right? Because yeah, I couldn't learn quickly. So instead of not being able to learn quickly, I just put in 15 hours a day. Like that's a really easy way to make learn slow go fast.
So I'm going to say a controversial thing he probably won't agree with. If Prime was learning to code today, he would be a vibe coding fucking god, like a machine. The fact that he had that level of motivation and is no longer as blocked on what he's learned already so far, it would be unbelievable. Prime in this era, if he was to like restart today, if you were to reset his brain 15 years and drop him in the field right now, he would have had so much fun. Because he would still be coding 15 hours a day. He would just be putting out 5x more code. And that would have been incredible to watch. And there are people like this now, people who I know who were actually getting really good really fast already, just because they were putting the hours in, not because they were smart, but because they were working and putting in the effort. Those people can do crazy stuff with these new tools and technologies. And it's really cool to watch it as it happens, to watch these highly motivated people whose only enemy is their own knowledge, having access, not control, but access to more knowledge that they can probe and point and poke at using these AI tools. It lets them get that knowledge out much faster. They can get access to it in ways they couldn't before. That's so cool. Like, it's not many people have been in the position where they went really far past their peers and the people around them. There have been some incredible people that came out of this community that showed up here way younger than they should have been to be here and way less qualified than you'd expect them to be here. That were here because everyone they knew wasn't keeping up with where they were. They just cared so much more that they got to be like employable levels of engineering quality as a 16-year-old kid in India. The best programmer they knew was their teacher, and they went past them. What do you do then when you are the best programmer you know? Nexel mentioned, yeah, people like Nexel. It sucks so hard to be the best developer you know and to not have people you can go to ask questions. I felt this vacuum once in my life. When I was a freshman in high school, I joined the Linux club that was entirely seniors at the time. It was all the 18-year-olds. They would invite me to things I shouldn't be at. I have so many crazy stories of hanging out with those guys. They were all incredible. Some of them are still doing dev work every day. Some of them just work in hospitals and stuff, but a handful went all in on the dev thing. And I was dual booting my laptop with Ubuntu when I was 12, thanks to those guys. But then the year ended and I was a sophomore and they all graduated. And I didn't have anyone who was better than me around anymore. And my mind just crumbled, not having people I could ask these questions, people I could look up to and aspire to. When that got, I don't want to say it felt like it was taken from me. And I lost this thing that was so exciting and important to me, that motivation. And I barely progressed for the next 3 years. From freshman year to senior year of high school, I did not improve at software because I didn't have anyone around me to look towards, any way to pace myself. I just was, and it's not like my peers weren't getting into software either. They were, but I was the only one that was let into the group of the Linux club. And we reformed it as the computer club the next year, but it wasn't the same. It was a bunch of kids playing Minecraft now. It was no longer these wizards that I could learn from. And when I lost that, I just kind of fell off. If I was more motivated, I might have found other things. Senior year, I ended up finding the New Boston YouTube channel and learning enough Java to get a 5 on my AP exam. But other than that, I got nothing out of it. I just stopped improving as a developer for the rest of my high school experience because there was no one around me I could look to and say, oh, they're better than me. I want to get there. The best devs are the ones who don't let that stop them. And I like to think if I was starting today in that same position, the combination of social media, so I could have kept up with those kids, combined with the AI tools I could have used to push through those hard parts I got stuck on, I might have done much better. I might have gotten out of high school a decent programmer instead of having to go to college first. Because when I was in college, I was surrounded with incredible engineers, and that motivated me a ton. But in high school, I wasn't. And I'm not going to say it held me back. I held me back. But I held myself back because I wasn't motivated to keep going, because the further I got, the better I got, the more lonely I felt. And that sucks. And if these tools can help somebody feel less lonely and more productive, if it can help someone push through those things, that's awesome. That's really cool. And I absolutely would still have gone to college if I was a decent programmer coming out of high school. I generally push towards college because I got so much from my college experience, not even learning how to code, just being surrounded with other engineers. The connections are why college was valuable for me. The peers, the pacing myself with others was so valuable that if you go to college and you find out a year in like, this isn't for me, and you drop out, cool, fine, awesome. But I got so much from, yo, shit, Yaper, good to see you, man. Been a minute. Hope you're doing well. Yeah. RPI, I got so many connections out of that school. Just, we all know him. Remember Nikhil? I think he was your class. I just saw Nikhil for the first time in 8 years because he's in this YC batch, and I had no idea. I was so hyped. I almost cried when I fucking saw him. I haven't seen that dude in so long. He was here for me when I first moved to SF. He moved to New York. We grew distant. He's back. It's so cool. Like the connections I have from college. My co-founder and roommate, my CTO, Mark, we went to college together. I barely knew him there, but we knew of each other. And now he's my fucking best friend, and the only reason I can do this stuff. Go to college. The connections are so fucking worth it. Anyways.
How often do I use recursion? Regularly. Recursion is extremely important.
Software engineers in their hiring processes, and it was moving. There was a real shift away from like, we want to hire classically trained computer scientists, whiteboard algorithmic problems, towards we actually want people who are just really productive and write code quickly. And some of these arguments are like evergreen eternal, right? Like I remember when Rails first came out, there was just like a real sense of, like active record as a way to like interact with your database was seen as,
I hear active record is still awesome,
but there was still this same flavor of argument, right? Like, oh no, like if you don't really understand the internals, like you're just going to write like crappy, low performant web software.
To be fair, they were right. The people who only learned active record and never learned how to actually do databases are the reason the fail whale happened on Twitter and the reason all these old like Rails code bases fell apart. But it's also the reason why technologies like Vitess that makes Planet Scale and MySQL scale so well started to happen. A lot of those came out of the Rails world and the shitty queries they were writing. So benefits and negatives. But yeah, the bar being lowered so far to allow more people to ship good software quicker was awesome. And I will praise Rails forever for the revolution it represented in the introduction of this full stack way of thinking and building. That doesn't mean the software that came out was always good, though.
How do you feel those
Which did
arguments
happen,
have
by the way. Did happen a lot.
aged, if you look back on it now?
My feeling is that many of the most successful companies, I would say Stripe, Gusto are just two that really spring to my mind as ones that really heavily leaned into the actually, we just want people who are really productive with the tools, and we're going to change our whole hiring process to just select for people who are good at
Isn't Stripe like known as being one of the single worst libraries ever to work with in the universe? Isn't it?
No. I'll jump on. As Stripe's number one hater, I'll jump on this. Stripe revolutionized DX in a space where DX had never even been considered before. It set a new bar for the expectation developers have integrating services. It was the first SaaS that you would integrate via lines of code into your code base without having to plug it into their infra. It was magical. It changed how we think about integrations. So much of the stuff that we know and love today would never have happened if Stripe didn't do what it did as early as it did. There are two problems with Stripe. The first is that payments are an inherently complex thing that results in inherently complex integrations because getting payments right is difficult. Okay, there's three things. It's the inherent complexity of payments, the just sheer size of Stripe, and the fact they have to maintain the exact way it works in the past with today, while also handling all the new expectations these payment processors and providers have. But also, the bar that they set has since been passed. If the DX quality we expected was 2 out of 10, they set a new bar at 6. They 3x'd it. Now we're expecting 8 and 9. They haven't made it there yet, but they care a ton. They're trying. They had me to their frickin' all hands to do a call and an interview with the CEO because they cared so much about my feedback. They want to win. They listen. They care. They will win. I would not want to compete with Stripe, especially right now. Shout out to the companies that are trying. I want to see Polar win, but at the same time, Stripe cares a ton and they do ship things that are incredible. I hope that my shit talking on the absurdity that is integrating payment systems through Stripe does not imply that Stripe isn't one of the most absurd achievements in the history of software.
It's just isn't Stripe just god awful? Stripe is a piece of shit. Okay, Stripe's API is nonsensical. Oh, okay.
with the tools, and we're going to change our whole hiring process to just select for people who are good at the interview shifted from teach us how you think to you've got 3 hours on a laptop and you need to build a to-do list app and build it as quickly as you can. And those companies have had a tremendous amount of success. It does seem like at some point as they grew and they scaled, then the bottleneck did actually become having people who are classically trained and systems thinkers to sort of scale up and architect things.
It does seem like how people are hiring engineers is changing, but maybe not changing fast enough yet. The results of this survey are relatively surprising to the four of us here.
I assume guy cheating on Amazon interview is going to be the real big thing that changes, because now a bunch of these companies recognize that they're going to get bamboozled regularly, and it's time for things to kind of change.
Pretty shocking out there. Even it's just like this thing that popped up in our backyard only in the last 6 to 9 months. My guess would be engineering hiring period has not actually caught up to this. People are still standing at whiteboards and doing that kind of thing, as opposed to what can you get done. And so it sounds like the Stripes of the world, they were ahead of the game, and everyone has to hire engineers this way now.
I mean, I wonder if even that's going to be sort of the old meta. Something that stood out from the survey responses was this idea of two themes we talked about, right? One is we're all just product people now. Actually, the thing that you need is really great taste and understand what to build. And the second was of
you can also not have great taste.
Actually, now what's really valuable is to be a systems thinker and an architect, and to really sort of understand the bigger picture. In which case, actually, maybe being a really productive coder, because that's definitely something that always fit my definition of when you're talking about who are great engineers, and one of the dimensions are they're just really they can write code really fast.
Yes.
Maybe that's outdated. Maybe that's not. If the LLMs are actually really good at writing code quickly,
right?
And to your point, now it's actually just cheaper to reroll and just write everything from scratch than try and debug. The skills might just be completely different.
Problem is there's two different stages. There's 0 to 1, in which case speed is.
We do, to be completely fair, this panel and me have very different motivations, right? This panel entire goal is to find companies or to find a group of people who need funding, fund them, get the product into some level of profitability / sellability. And when I say profitability, meaning like you need to be able to get like $100,000 annual revenue, reoccurring revenue, and then you're going from seed round into Series A and all the different things that kind of go into trying to get a company so that you can get Series A, Series B, and then you can make your exit making a cajillion dollars, right? And so it's like what they want at the end of the day might be different than what a lot of people who work at the result of these companies want. Meaning that
mostly agree with him here so far. I will make the request to my editor to chop until this guy had just started talking, because most of the hiring stuff was nonsense. I just want this one piece. You could leave me in saying that. Anyways, the thing that most people don't appreciate about YC, like there's levels of understanding of like how well do you understand YC and like how they do what they do. And it's really hard to hit a certain level of that understanding unless you're in. I feel like I'm talking about Scientology here, but just hear me out. There's a lot of people who mix up YC and VC. They assume that it's just one and the same. All VC is bad. Shit on YC whenever they see anything from it. Prime is not at that level. Prime understands much deeper where YC's focus is, which is how do you ship something that people actually want to use and get far enough that you can get to the next stage so that you can hit that Series A, so you can hit those MRR numbers, so you can get this product at a point where it's actually a real company. I totally agree with him on that. The one piece I want to add here, which is the next level, is that you need to understand who's at this table and where they came from, what their histories are, and the people that they talk to. These guys, sure, talk a lot to these really early stage companies during the batch, but up until recently, there were only 2 batches a year, and they were 3 months. The other 3 months for each other, so 6 months of the year, was spent with no startups around, and they'd spend that time talking to the ones who wanted to talk. And most of them were the ones that were further along, maybe years along, that just wanted their thoughts on these harder problems that come up over time. I just did a talk with Michael Seibel on Tuesday and got a ton of great information and ways of thinking about my business as T3 Chat scales. They're an awesome crew, and they talk to people who have gone through all of it, and half of them have gone through it themselves. The guy right here is one of the founders of TripleByte, which is a massive company that has helped streamline technical interviews that a lot of the companies we work at and are talking about here, like the big ones, all use. These guys know what those scaling problems look like, but there's something more important. You have to be able to get there in the first place. If you were to build in a way that scaled early, you're less likely to make it to the next step because you're putting more effort in every step. You have to find the balance here. And I think YC is one of the few groups of people that understands both sides of this coin. They present themselves like they only understand one. So Prime's not wrong for making these assumptions. I had much worse assumptions about these guys before I was part of the crew, and I would talk to them regularly. They know their shit. They've been around for a while. Thank you so much, Kari, for the 10 gift bomb. Really appreciate that. I'm like 2 hours into a 30-minute video right now. We're having a good time. Am I spoiling the next topic? Oh, boy.
Like when you are working at a place that's like maybe Series C or Series D and it's been around for a long time, the choices that were made in Series A have a much different feel for you than they did during the time of Series A.
One tiny addition there, having watched a couple companies and like I've been an investor in some companies that have made it to these C, D, F IPO stages, the biggest mistake they make in those early stages has nothing to do with the tech. It's the hiring. Usually they hire too aggressively too early. The biggest mistake, and I've seen a bunch of these companies make this mistake, is they raise their Series A, they have a whole bunch of money in the bank, they button up and say, okay, we're a real company now. It's time to do things the real company way. They hire a bunch of backend engineers, they hire a bunch of support engineers, they hire a bunch of designers. They act like a big company when they're not one yet, and they start making the big company tech decisions, building heavily into Kubernetes when they don't need it yet, and doing these things. The companies that I've found run into the fewest problems are the ones who go out of their way to use the simplest, scrappiest solution for as long as they possibly can. And if they can swap to another simple, scrappy solution in order to avoid going for that big one later on, they do. And the smaller you can keep the team, the better. My team's half the size it was when I left YC because I started falling for this myself. I started overhiring and trying to be a real big company. And it took me a while to realize, oh, we're not growing fast enough for me to behave this way. I screwed up. So I had to help, or so sadly, I had to do my least favorite thing, which is let go of people that didn't screw up themselves. None of the people I had to let go of at Ping were people who had made a mistake or done something wrong. It was more a matter of we had to adjust where we were going. And I went out of my way giving everyone generous severance and helping as many as I could find better gigs. But you have to like make this a point. One of the companies I was talking about investing to, they were raising way too much money, like an insane amount, because they could. The demand was unreal. But my concern was if you're coming out of the batch with $17 to $20 million in the bank, you're gonna be tempted to go hire dozens of people. And I wanted to invest. I know this company's going to do well, but I didn't want to encourage the bad behavior of overhiring and all that. So I made the founder agree that they will have less than 10 engineers by the end of 2025 and less than 20 engineers by the end of 2026. And he, without hesitating, said, yes, absolutely. If I hire more than that, I screwed up. And I immediately handed him my phone to give me his info so I could invest, because the biggest mistake is overhiring and trying to be the big company too early. Not that they bet the small, scrappy way and it didn't scale. I've seen that almost no times because we all know this shit's not going to scale. We all know we're going to hit a wall. I'm just consistently surprised how much further along that wall is than we expect. Even a company like Vercel, my favorite example of this, of like a scrappy thing. If I pick some random project that I have here, let's look at my Mirror's Edge game that I had here. Let's hop into the code. Oh, is it just one file so I can't edit? Let's find one that has multiple files. Here is me trying to make that phone script. So we have lots of different files here. This project by Vercel. There's a big team working on this. It's a legit project at $1 billion company. Watch what happens when I right-click and hit rename. Oh, they changed it. That's hilarious. They did that because I roasted them. Up until 2 or 3 days ago at soonest, the right-click rename would use the browser built-in crappy little text input box because it was the quicker solution, and it meant less work, less fragility, less things that could go wrong. When you do the scrappy thing, it's less surface area that can go wrong. Is it more likely something will go wrong in it? Perhaps. But the less surface area you have, the more likely you are to make it out of where you're trying to go. The bigger the solution is, the more likely you are to have bugs, and the harder it is to steer in a different direction if it turns out you were going the wrong way. The only thing that scales is simplicity. Everything else that says it scales is focusing on one dimension or is lying. Simplicity scales surprisingly well. It doesn't scale perfectly. You can't keep it simple forever. But if you put the effort in to maintain simplicity, you will get further than anyone else who doesn't.
So you might have different opinions at this point.
Rails, that battle was actually fought to a standstill because, of course, using active record or Rails allowed you to go from 0 to.
Glassy just said there's a company that fits this bill so heavily. Yeah, there's an example company in mind that I'm thinking of here for sure, and you know which one it is.
One very quickly, but then what happened at Twitter? It became the fail whale, right?
Yeah.
Like basically once you get to one, like one, that architecture will not get you to $1 billion or $10 billion or $100 billion in valuation or users or whatever. Like it's just not going to actually work. So I think
half agree. I think one of the coolest things that has happened, and this is one of the places where I don't agree with Gary because he's just not as tuned in on like modern dev tool stuff. The serverless revolution has allowed for a really good developer experience comparable to that of something like Rails in a way that actually scales. It's more expensive than if you did it the right way with dedicated servers, but the fail whale problem where your server can't handle the traffic, if you're building even somewhat competently, that problem is now gone, which is awesome. Just don't use Postgres unless you really know what you're doing.
You're going to see
What was Twitter in a fail whale?
And then there's new.
Oh, fuck. Do people not know the fail whale? Make sure this doesn't do... Okay, cool. Nothing inappropriate. Nice. Back in the day, when Twitter would get traffic surges because like some news dropped or like some crazy thing happened with like the Queen in the UK, Twitter was a single giant Rails server that couldn't handle the traffic, so it would crash. And when it crashed, you'd get the fail whale. they had to re-architect everything to get out of this problem. But that's because the monolithic server way of building just doesn't scale for shit. And Twitch had to move off of this too. This is one of the many problems with Rails. It's a separate thing, but it is a good point. But we can't think of scaling solutions the same way that we used to, because previously, good DX meant bad scale characteristics. Now with serverless, your bill might not scale great, but at the very least, your infra scales totally fine. It is basically impossible to go down if you build things even vaguely correctly using tools like Vercel, PlanetScale, and all the other tools and technologies I recommend here. And that's a huge change. And I wish that nuance could be injected here, but none of the parties in the video we're watching here are going to understand that nuance. YC is wrong here. Prime might actually be better about this here. I'm curious to see what he has to say.
Nuance in what you just said, right? Like getting 0 to 1.
I guess I'm not in. Didn't you have something at 10 a.m.? I do have something at 10 a.m. That is at 10 a.m. PT, Bisco. If you looked at the this thing, you'll also see that.
Gonna skip through this part.
I forgot that's why I put that. Hey, I love the attitude. I love the attitude. I know Montana time. Montana time is the only time. Not even. I don't even do Mountain time. I do Montana.
Do you even say anything here?
Point where how you got to 0 to 1 very quickly was like you used lots and lots of open source, and then at some point, like maybe 2 years into this, maybe a year and a half into the startup, even we could not use random gems anymore.
Gems anymore because they were just never designed for companies at our scale,
like,
and so we had to
deploy it and it fall
build
over.
our own stuff. Yeah,
it would just fall over.
By the way, this is actually. He does bring up a really good point. TJ calls it yacht problems. Tej mentioned, by the way, he streams. I love that. I actually think that there is a lot of value in this mindset as well. So I'm kind of in this conflicted part where I kind of go back and forth on this, which is what is the value of producing horseshit code if your idea of horseshit code is to get something that works so you can prove that it works in the real world versus getting something that's actually going to be useful to actually hack on and make further features as time goes on. And so there's kind of like this, there's two different worlds that they're describing. And the world that he's specifically describing is called the yacht problem world, where you now have 1 billion users. You got yourself the yacht problem.
Yeah, the thing that I think has kind of changed here, which is cool, is that previously, when you got to the yacht problem where you had enough success that your stuff was falling over, you would have to hire the right people to dig you out of the hole you put yourself in. Now you can get pretty far just paying higher bills from your service providers, using things like AWS, using things like Vercel, PlanetScale, stuff we've been talking about. You can pay your way through that problem to the providers instead of having to hire the engineers. And as terrible as a $4,000 Vercel bill might be, paying 3 engineers $200K a year instead isn't that much better. And that's like to get to some pretty crazy scale too.
Yachts, and now you have to figure out how to scale that. And so that's a very different set of problems, right? That's a very different set of problems. And I'm glad that he at least recognizes that this does have to go back into a person problem. The POC is always becomes the production code. It always does become the production code. And that's like the inherent problem we're seeing. So I'm glad at least we see a nuance in this conversation, which is very good.
I think maybe to summarize a bit more, 0 to 1 will be great for vibe coding where founders can ship features very quickly. But once they hit product market fit, they're still going to have a lot of really hardcore systems engineering where you need to get from the 1 to N and you need to hire very different kinds of people. And to that, I think there's a very good historical example like Facebook as well.
1 to N is also going to rewrite.
There's a really good website I have to call out. You could also pay thousands of engineers $500K a year and pay AWS for tons of infra that you're not even using. That's what ends up happening. Even a dumbass like me was almost making $500K a year when they were at Twitch because it's that hard to have the people who can make shit scale.
Yeah, they got
0 to 1.
PHP, which personally is a terrible language.
Yeah.
Maybe I get flamed, but I think it's a bad language.
I'm with you. I never liked it. Sorry, guys.
It was very bad, but you could ship things very quickly. But at some point, it became such a big bottleneck for them to ship features that they had to hire the hardcore system people to build a custom compiler, hip-hop.
Yeah.
I'm so proud of Prime for not taking the bait on the PHP bit there.
That it would run fast on bare metal because it's just too expensive to replace all the code.
Yeah.
And that kind of people that did that are not the vibe code people, are sort of this hard.
Wait, 6. This is a joke, right? You didn't think I actually still worked at Twitch, right? Please tell me you didn't think I was still there. I haven't been there forever now.
Hardcore systems people that, based on our survey, current tools are not good at that low-level systems engineering.
Harj, I'm not sure everybody who's listening knows what triple byte is, but
Hardcore is a word that means almost nothing. Hardcore does mean something. I think you can get it. See, this is like the reason why you're not an LLM. You understand what that means, right? An LLM would be like, I don't get it. Are they referring to music? Are they referring to pornography? Right? And you're just like, no, slow down. It's neither of those two things. We're actually referring to, somebody who is into something very, very like intensely. That's what this means. And so we can tell like someone who's really into coding and wants to be able to go into the difficult parts of it, they're calling that hardcore, right? And so it's kind of one of these things where it's just, no, we're not talking about Path of Exile. And you get to make that distinction because you're not an LLM, right?
But it's actually very relevant. Do you want to just describe for everybody what?
Yeah, Triple was the company I started in 2015, and we were essentially building a technical assessment for engineers. Like our goal was, how can you use software to automate evaluating software engineers? And the way we did it was pre all these code gen models, which is we built all of our own custom software to interview engineers, have humans.
I gotta pause this 1 second. I've seen your message like 18 times. Don't worry.
I'm gonna skip this bit. I might just skip this whole part because I mentioned the triple byte stuff earlier. We'll see where this goes.
Just because you've interviewed a lot does not necessarily mean that you're a good interviewer. It just means that you've interviewed a lot.
I've made enough crazy hires that I think I'm a good interviewer. Y'all have seen my interviews publicly. You can judge for yourself. Interviewing is a hard skill, but if you've done it a lot, if you've done anything a lot, you're probably better than average at it. Don't love this take, but I do agree there are some people who've done a lot of interviews who suck. So it's not a guarantee, but more interviews does definitely help with your skill with interviewing.
Using these one-dimensional measurements is not necessarily a great measurement for expertise.
Would you have them do?
The big takeaway I had with Triple Byte and the screen that in particular is just people want different things, and so you kind of need to know up front like what exactly it is that you're evaluating for, and then design your technical screen around that. It's kind of what I'm getting at with where Stripe and Gusto and these companies just knew that they didn't care if someone had fundamental CS knowledge, so it didn't make sense to screen them on that. Like they wanted to screen for the thing they were actually going to do in their job. And then our product was more trying to screen for everything, trying to get a taste of everything companies might want, and then figure out what someone's max skill was, and then send the people with the max skill to the companies that would value that max skill. And
you know what I actually think would be a great interview? Just hearing this, like I largely agree. I do think like intense leak code questions aren't a great measurement. They're definitely an indicator. Like if you know how to program intense leak code questions on a whiteboard, I know you can at least write code. Now the quality of the code and the long-term ability of the code is up for question, but nonetheless you probably know how to write code. So there is something there that is very, very important. But just kind of thinking through this problem, honestly, I kind of agree that I like the more kind of interactive interviews. And one of the best interviews I ever had was somebody asked me to write a wrapper around SNS and SQS, Amazon's product. Like how would you write a wrapper to make it more convenient to use? And so it's like you could imagine that you could write a basic dummy app that has some basic library and says, hey, I want you to build this thing. It should only take you an hour. If you're really good at programming, maybe it's a 3-hour interview. But if you're really good at programming, we're going to have like 6 questions. And depending on how far you get, we can really kind of gauge your ability to understand how well you can work with code that you've never seen. But you just have a nice API and we want you to build something that is universally understandable. So there's no like, hey, oh, you don't know a heap? Well, guess what? Yeah, can I use libraries? It's effectively, can you build a robust system around libraries? I think there's something probably really good there, because that is going to show, A, someone can program. B, there's going to be no knowledge. Like LLMs are going to be not as useful because it's...
Okay, for the sake of making this video not as absurdly long, I'm going to skip the take on interview stuff, because y'all know how I feel. I've done so much content about how I feel about interviews. Y'all have heard me say this all a billion times now. FaZe cut this whole section from like when TripleByte came up to here. This video is already pretty long, so I did you guys a favor. There's a whole section here about interview best practice stuff. You've heard me talk about that all in the past. We're just going to skip through it and get back to the point.
That at least accounted for just how well people knew how to use these tools. Like, and so again, it's maybe contradicting what I'm saying earlier, but it might be the case of maybe how quickly you can code and you can build product is actually something to explicitly screen on, just set the bar much higher.
You probably have to ask different questions, because I'll bet if you go back to the original triple byte assessment, I'll bet a lot of those questions you could literally just...
I have to skip further. I don't care about any of this hiring shit.
They use a tool, they know how to take advantage of.
Our maxim is, I think one, you're going to test for different things because I also did a lot of engineering hiring. I think one key skill that's going to, I think, remain that's constant. I do think skills of reading code and debugging are maxim. Is like you have to have the taste and enough training to know that the LLM is spitting bad stuff or good stuff. So like bad code or good. And I think you can see it clearly sometimes if a candidate is using the tools and there's actually a reasonable solution that the LLM outputs, and then the candidate is like, oh, this is actually bad. That is a sign. So I think knowing kind of more the higher level thinking to know what is good versus bad. In order to do good vibe coding, you still need to have the taste and you still need that kind of classical train, maybe not necessarily classical train, but enough knowledge to judge what's good versus bad. And you...
What she's saying is that you need 10 years of programming and having to have a bunch of things go wrong and watching all of your programs turn into absolute crap. And then after going through that, then you actually understand what makes something good and what makes something bad. And when I say what makes something good, what makes something bad, I kind of have this general idea of all software. Oh, wow, that is a very white theme item. Oh my gosh, that is offensively bright. Okay, there we go.
Oh, GIMP. Oh, GIMP.
And so, personally,
Let's see how his diagrams come out here. I'm excited.
I mean, I think every program can be broken down into a series of...
Is he using a mouse for that? That's got to be a drawing tablet, right? Like that has to be a drawing tablet from how that looks.
Of 1 to 10,000 chunks of code. 1 to 10,000.
All mouse. Goddamn.
That's kind of how I look at almost every single feature. You rarely see something that is like a whole...
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, the Excalibur failing there made that a little funnier. But just like the quality gap in the diagramming here, I'm not finding very good examples as I say this. What's like a good one I did recently? Was it this one? Yeah. Like, no offense to Prime. I love that he's drawing more. The visualizations help, but I've earned my right to be amused here. Let me be better at one thing, guys. One singular thing. My penmanship has been terrible my entire life. I've been nervous as hell whiteboarding in interviews my entire career. Excalibur unlocked a new part of me I had never seen. I'm gonna laugh a little bit at this now. I've done my time. I've put the effort in. I'm gonna laugh a little.
Whole in of itself that can't be abstracted by some sort of library or something that isn't in this. And so if you can figure out how to land into this and one-shot this, you typically can become a very good programmer because now you have a few interfaces you need to design through your system and you can just kind of one-shot these 10,000s.
What is this even a diagram of?
Right? Classically trained. I know we call it classically trained, which is kind of like a joke to what I was. I mean, even my classical training is like not even classical training.
Yeah, I do agree that having the previous experience makes it much easier for you to get through using these tools. Somebody with 10 years of coding experience using these tools is very well off right now. People who are learning in this era, I have no idea what that's like. I don't have that mindset. It's hard for me to understand, but it is different.
Right. My code tastes like olive oil. Hey, olive oil's good, okay? Olive oil is really good.
Trained, but enough knowledge to judge what's good versus bad. And you only become good with enough practice.
Yeah.
I think that will be one. That will be constant. That would be my opinion.
Yeah, that's interesting. Just code, it's sort of like more like code review as the interview versus like actually like producing code.
Yeah, I mean, you could have some form of system design. You want to know how good they can put a product out there. So then it's testing for taste. So we're going to test for debugging and then taste. But then how do you get to, I guess this is a question, going to these kids that you have that we call it AI coding natives.
Yeah.
How do you develop taste when you don't come from a classically trained world, which could be interesting for next generation.
Well, you have to, because if you don't, the startup dies, right? So let's say this founder, they go off, they have 95% written by AI. The proof is in a year out, 2 years out, they have 100 million users on that thing. Does it fall over or not? And then
I don't think that's good proof either, right? Like, I don't think that that's good proof. Writing code for 100 million users versus writing code for 10 users versus writing code for 10,000 users, those are all very different aspects, right? Yeah, whole of America. Yeah, just get all of America to use your products. Like, I don't think we should measure code like that.
I was going to give a thought. I'm just going to keep thinking.
Right?
these systems, in the first realm, the first versions of reasoning models, they're not that good at debugging. So you actually would need to descend down into the depths of what's actually happening.
Yeah.
And if you can't, then let's hope.
Okay, I'm going to go at a slightly different angle here. There are like fundamental characteristic differences that are important to recognize. Like, we don't have 100 million users for T3 chat yet. But if we did, I could list in order which things are going to break as we scale. The first 4 are going to be rate limits on the various like AI LLM providers that we work with. And I already have made the connections with those companies so that I can yell at them to get our rate limits increased, as well as strategies to work around them, things like OpenRouter to let me split my traffic across different providers. Then after that, I would have to manually scale up my database if I haven't yet. Probably have, and I know that my current database solution can absolutely scale that far. My previous one could not. I was seeing the way that the scale was going to fail us, so I moved off it really quickly so I wouldn't have to worry about that in the future. I know the button in the dashboard I have to go click on in order to deal with that scale problem when we get there. That's kind of it, though. The next thing's going to be support for sure. Our support layer is Mark responding to emails as fast as he can, where that's going to fail probably before the other two, just in terms of if we get a big enough group of users, what happens? As is us, do I have this documented? Like, do I have the points of failure documented? Right here. It exists in 50% of our employees' brains because it exists in mine. And Mark knows where to go to fix it if it is broken, to me. We're good. And also, he knows all of these things too. There's no need to document things that 100% of the team is already aware of, but there's a real issue in the near future as we start to hire if we don't have these things documented. But I'm excited to fix that when we get there, because we now actually are looking like we're going to get there, which is really cool. But yeah, we have almost no documentation beyond code comments describing what sins we've committed where.
So they can
like
go
stuff,
find
right?
another architect who they're going to have to hire someone who can.
I think
You
it's
could
going to
start-
be a generation.
You could start a company that has 10,000 daily active users and use Google Sheets, like as a database. So I don't know if, I think there's a lot you have to think about. Now, does that mean you?
Yeah, what matters here a lot less like, can you hit 10,000 users? A lot more, can you coherently describe what will fail as you scale up? And if you can't describe where your failure points are, you're absolutely screwed.
Should. I'm just saying you can. And so the amount of users shouldn't necessarily dictate that this is a good idea.
Of software engineers that are like good enough, because it's so easy to retool there with all these code-gen tools. Like, the barrier to entry is so low. You're going to be good enough engineers, there's going to be tons of those. But to be exceptional, like the top 1%, I think you're going to need to get into deliberate practice. I mean, the analogy we're talking about is Malcolm Gladwell popularized this concept of 10,000 hours of practice to become an expert, which came from this research from, what was his name?
Anders Ericsson.
Anderson Ericsson, right? Which it wasn't just, the research was very specific. It was about how do you find world-class violinists, and it
Let's go. You just knew it. I knew it'd end up being, actually, you should just learn to program. Let's go.
wasn't about just putting the time, but deliberate practice.
Good
It's the
answer.
hours that are actually planned and thought, and it's hard work. You could become an expert with less hours. So I think what's happening with now code-gen tools is that it's very cheap to put in the hours because the output is just so quickly. You can get to good enough, but to become the best in the world and the best founder, you're going to need that deliberate practice to go into the details, and you're going to have to peel the onion and understand the systems and get to again,
Okay, we're back
to
in.
some extent being classically trained.
She almost had me there. I thought we were derailing, but no, we were back in. Good answer, dude. I do love that the ultimate answer is you just got to learn how to program. Yeah, because if you're reading code, you might need to know what good code looks like.
I mean, a good example is maybe
She almost
go back
turned
to
on me.
history. It's like Picasso, one of the greatest painters. He was amazing at drawing lifelike pictures.
Which is not what he's famous for. Of course, when you imagine a Picasso, you imagine the opposite of that.
Yeah, there's this famous sequence of drawings on how he got to a abstract bull. It starts from being lifelike to iterations until he gets to the essence, to kind of the abstract art that he's very well.
When I watched this video originally, I spaced out at this part. Not the prime one. I watched the original vibe code thing in the background while doing other things in the past. I didn't pay attention during this part, and I wish I did, because this is actually kind of how I feel about my code. Not in the artistic sense, like the art of my code is shit, but that I like start with the complex right thing and go through like, how do I strip this down to just the part I actually care about and throw away literally everything else? That's how I code. I really like thinking about my systems that way. How can I take the bull, the big thing that we all have an understanding of what it is, what it does, what its characteristics are? How can I just chop away every single thing there so just the essentials are here so I can get the thing I need?
Known for. But he could only get to be the best in the world because he was actually a very good painter and classically trained and could draw super well. But that's not what he's known for. So I do think we'll see these two classes of engineers. You'll still have like a very fat class of like good enough. You need engineers for those. But the best in the world, the founders that become outliers, are going to need to put in the deliberate practice.
Yes and no. I mean, I think there are lots
Ooh.
of really amazing
Ooh, hot take coming in. Here we go.
examples of great systems level and world-class engineers who ended up being CEO and CEO of the biggest public companies in the world. I think of Max Levchin. I think of Toby Lutke from Shopify. I mean, these are people who just like actually that great. And the thing is, there are lots of other people who are not that great, but also still CEO or co-founders of companies. And then it kind of goes back to link up what we were saying earlier. It goes back to hiring.
I mean,
I would like to also say that just goes to show how much luck plays a huge factor in this. You can start an amazing company, but your amazing company is off by a year, 2 years, right? It's literally just like, oh, you're just too early. Or
if being a year too early is enough for your company to die, it wasn't meant to make it. You need to pace yourself so that you can survive waves. That's like, it is a skill of its own. And there are definitely people who suck as CEO and CTO, but are just so resilient, like the cockroaches. Cockroaches make surprisingly good CEOs, not because they're good at being CEOs, but because you can't fucking get rid of them. They just stick around and they'll be there forever. They'll be there through your entire life cycle. And by the time you're dying in the corner, you're like, wait, how are you still around? And they just smile and wave and brag about their burn charts. There is a skill there, but I agree, like, luck is a huge factor. But the way you maximize luck is by surviving so goddamn long that you can hit your lucky stride. That's what happened with us. If I didn't change the trajectory of Ping, we would have went out of business a year and a half ago with our trajectory and our burn rates when we left YC. If I hadn't cut us down by the end of that year, we would be very out of business by now. But I did, and I extended our runway from 6 months, or I think it was 8 or 9 months at that point, to 3 years. And now we're positive. Now we have infinite runway because we structured the business and made the right changes to get us there. And now we have the ability to survive however long we have to. And now, because we did all of those things, we managed to build a good, profitable product.
you're just too late. The culture has changed. The mood has changed. Luck and timing is just like, it's amazing what good skills and timing can create. And it's also amazing that no skills and timing can also create something similar.
I keep thinking about the Twitter analogy that you brought up because I think it's a really interesting one. Like if you compare Facebook and Twitter, in both cases they went very quickly from 0 to 1 in sort of a scrappy, move fast, break things way. Facebook was able to solve the scaling technical challenges in a pretty impressive way. I think most people would agree.
I mean, Mark Zuckerberg was by far way more technical and way more in the weeds, probably.
Maybe, but I don't know. Like,
I think Twitter scalability challenges were also harder based on the usage patterns. Like the thing about the usage of Facebook is that it grows, it's pretty smooth throughout the day. Like people just use it all the time. The problem with Twitter is that the usage is incredibly spiky. You get like a Super Bowl or like a...
No, the problem with Twitter is that the engineering was straight up incompetence versus what was going on at Facebook, which was revolutionary. The engineers at Facebook are some of the best in the world that built things unimaginable at the time. Twitter never invented anything technically. Like the few contributions Twitter made to like the greater software world, it's like Bootstrap. Everything else was kind of a disaster that came from those guys. Like there is a difference in the technical capabilities in these areas.
Like a world event, and all of a sudden you have like 10 times as much usage. The way the fan out of the feed works is, I think, like fundamentally a very difficult computer science problem.
Okay, that's fair.
Though I also think that they were like really hamstrung by their tools. Do you remember using this terrible queue system called...
I've used Twitter for a lot of years, and I guess I never really noticed much of the problems, right? Only morons say hamstrung? Why? Brother, you inadvertently just called me a moron. Fair. Hey, I'm not going to argue you. I'm not going to argue that. But I'm just saying, hey, watch it. Hey, watch it, buddy. Okay, I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that. Got him.
Called Starling. Like,
Absolutely.
I used it because I thought, oh, Twitter's so much bigger than us. They're so smart. They wouldn't use something that's crap. No, they totally use crap. And then...
Yeah, Netflix invented all sorts of stuff. Reactive sockets. Go look it up. If you find the right thing, you might even see one of my commits floating around on how it parsed in JavaScript. It happens.
I used crap and I couldn't make it work.
Big companies made plenty of bad decisions.
It was dropping jobs on the floor. Like, it's just like all these crazy bugs happened. And then I was like, finally, I'm not using that anymore. I have to switch to RabbitMQ or whatever the heck the actually correct thing to use was.
Yeah, and like Ruby is an incredibly slow language, even like 10x slower than PHP, which was already too slow.
So, yeah. I don't know. I mean, basically, you should be so lucky to get to one.
Yeah. Is there an advantage for a
He is true.
founder
You should be so lucky to get to
classically
one.
trained and be a really deep
Definitely.
systems thinker?
Well, I mean, a Toby or a Max Levchin is not going to get bullshitted by people. I'll tell you
from Stripe is the same.
I mean, I'll tell you a crazy story. When I was at Palantir, I sort of burnt out there after a couple of years after I designed the logo. And then I actually, between that and going to...
I know what he just said. I obviously do not know a lot of his backstory. But I swear I didn't just hear a couple years and a single logo. Because that would be just absolutely... Design the logo and then burnt out after years of just doing a logo. I know.
No, that's not what he said. What he said was he was burnt out for years. So the last thing he did was that he made the logo and then left. Like that was his last hurrah there. It wasn't the thing he did for 2 years. It was the last thing he did. Like when I talk about my time leaving Twitch and how I burnt out and left, I say that I dropped the Better mobile app and left. I didn't work on that for the last 4 years. It's just the last thing I did. I spent the last week of my time there on that last thing. I get what he was saying. Or, yeah, whatever.
How he framed it is probably not what he meant. But, dude, that's crazy, dude. 2 years was definitely a joke. Definitely a joke. There's a joke. We're missing some inside baseball here.
To start my YC startup, I spent 6 months as a interaction designer. And it was this, like, terrible venture-backed company that ended up going in the ground, and it was like credit card software. It was the worst. I spent 6 months building like basically just interaction designs, which was really fun. That's what allowed me to work on my startup in my spare time because I had a lot of spare time. But I remember designing, this faceted search thing for like rental cars or something like that. And then I go into my meeting with my dev manager and engineers who are going to implement it.
I just gotta pause it for a second. There has to be a joke in there. I refuse to believe that's anything but a joke. Dude, a circle with a chevron. Ba-bam. Got him. Gary, no. Gary!
They were like, oh, yeah, it can't be done. We can't do it that way. Oh, like... And I was like, what are you talking about? Just make the indexes like this. And they were like, whoa, what do you mean? Like, and then they looked up my resume.
Hear that going? Got that from the interaction designer.
Yeah, basically. They're like, how did you know that? And I was like, you fucking lied to me. And that's the thing, like, what found...
Did he just say use an index on a database? And people were like, oh my gosh! Just remember.
Okay, I very much sympathize with Gary here. the number of times I had to come into teams and be like, can we just do this obvious thing instead? This is so much work. And they'd say, no, wait, maybe? And then I would do it and show them and it worked. And they'd be like, what the fuck? But one of my favorite stories, actually, this is a Twitch one that is relevant here. You guys see this thing here, the activity feed? Watch what happens when I refresh. It's still there. That was not the case initially, because the way the activity feed worked was events were sent to it through the crazy queuing PubNub system that we had at Twitch, PubSub, whatever. It was a big open source thing that they built and released at the time. It was what it was. Because these were all events, they weren't persistent. They got sent when the thing happened. So when you refreshed, you would lose them all. When the team working on this was pitched, hey, be nice if those persisted, the engineers are like, no, that's impossible. We'd have to build APIs with every different service across the company. We'd have to hit up the hype train guys in order to get this data. We'd have to hit up the guys over on the community sub team and the commerce team to get the sub information. We'd have to hit up viewer experience to have followers, creator experience to have the poll histories, all of these things. We can't do all of that in one API. That's not possible. To which the product manager said, well, if the events are being sent to us anyways, can't we just save them? The PM was the one who made the correct decision here. The PM was the one who made the suggestion to solve the goddamn problem. Just send the event to somewhere else we can store it at. And that was the moment that I just realized the two examples I have of someone coming in, saying the obvious thing, and it being the right solution were the same team. I might have to walk this one back and say that was just a shit engineering team. Almost every bad experience I had at Twitch was the same team. Anyways, ignore me.
Remember that the distribution of skill in programming is probably a very steep Gaussian distribution, or possibly an alpha beta distribution. Hamstrung by an index, dog. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. And just remember, when you look around, you probably see... Honestly, it's probably bimodal. There's probably a large number of people that are just slightly above competent enough to write syntax, and then the rest, man, it's a bleak world out there.
And when you're hiring people, that was like the wildest thing to me, but it was like sort of the ultimate lesson where it's like when you're in the workplace, you sort of assume that the people you bring on, they're not gonna lie, they're not lazy, we're all for the goal and the mission, right? And it's like, no, people who you hire, they totally will lie to you if you cannot tell that they're lying. And then
not another tangent. We're so close to the end. A thing I push really hard is my favorite hiring advice. I've been giving it much more, and I've rewired a lot of brains, and I'm very proud of this one piece of advice. You have to stop hiring for the thing you don't like doing. If you're hiring for the work you're bad at or don't like or want to avoid, your goal is to think less about the thing. So if you hire someone for that, you're not going to put as much work into hiring because you want to get someone faster, and you're not going to be as good of a manager for them because you don't want to talk about it, which puts them in a position where they benefit more from lying than growing. Because if they solve a hard problem, let's say you hate sales. So you as a founder hire a sales guy to take over. They might solve a really hard sales problem and come to you really excited about it. And if you don't meet their excitement because you don't like sales, you just want to move on from the conversation, you're going to be like, yeah, good job, Billy. Thank you. And they're never going to tell you about one of those wins again because they're never going to have one of those wins again. You just guaranteed they don't care anymore. If you can't match their energy and excitement, you don't have to be as good as them. You have to be as excited as them. And if you can't be, they will either leave or they will stop caring. And one of those is less bad than the other. I would much rather they leave, because if you end up with that type of dead weight because the management doesn't respect the hard work they do, everything falls apart fast. So my counter advice to prevent this is hire for the thing you love. Hire for the thing you'll miss doing, because then you'll be a much better manager for that person. When I hired video editors for my channel and I wasn't a good editor, I didn't like editing, it did not work out for a bunch of different reasons. Then I started editing my own videos and I fell in love with it. I actually really genuinely enjoy editing video now. That's when it became the right time to hire, because I can nerd out with my editor phase all the time. And believe me, I do. It's fun for us. And like passing assets around and doing our own passes on stuff. It's a joyous, fun thing. And FaZe knows when he puts the time in to learn some new stuff and play with some new crazy animations and techniques, that he can show it to us, and I'll be hyped about the work he did. It is rewarding for him to get better, not just because he can make better content, but because because I'll recognize that work and have a conversation with him and be as excited as he is, and also pay him way more fucking money when he does it. I have doubled his salary 3 times since he started because I've watched him grow and been there with him through it. Stop hiring for the shit you don't want to do, because you're going to be a really bad manager for that person if you somehow manage to hire a good person, and you won't because you hate the thing. You just want to hire and move on. So stop hiring for shit you're bad at. Hire for what you're great at so you can fix the things you're bad at. Anyways.
He's right. By the way, this actually goes to, if you ever heard of Steve Jobs' Bozo Explosion, like he's absolutely right. And this is also a real...
People were calling shit on me doubling his salary 3 times. Confirmed. Yeah. And when he first hit me up, his offer for his rate was way too low. So that's one of the 3s. I was like, no, I'm paying you way more than that. And have continued giving him more money whenever it possibly makes sense to. And honestly, probably going to give him more soon. He's been fucking killing it. FaZe runs the channel. None of this would be possible without him at this point. And that is only possible because I had to love editing. I could not have FaZe as an employee if I didn't love video editing. And I would not be a good manager for him if I wasn't either. So yeah, stop hiring for shit you don't like.
Really great kind of counterpoint. He's accidentally just like Uno reversing the entire beginning of this, which is that having a vibes-based, don't know really how to programmer as somebody who is the one of the couple founders, like when they hire, they don't know how to hire well. That's the reality.
Okay, one really good question here. What if I'm really good at being where is it? Yeah. What if I'm really good about getting excited about the thing when they're excited, but I suck at doing the thing? That's fine. The way I phrase it is hire for the thing when you'll miss doing it. You don't have to be good at it, but you have to feel like you'll miss it. I wasn't a great editor when I brought FaZe on, but I was good enough that I could talk the talk and match the right energy levels. But more importantly, I was going to miss it because I loved doing it. I loved talking about it, thinking about it, all of those things. And if you don't have to be good at the thing to love it. I know a lot of people who love skateboarding way more than I do that are way worse at it than I am. You can absolutely love a thing that you're not great at yet, but hire for it when you love it, not when... But try your best to get to that point where the thing excites you before you hire for it. And if you haven't done it enough to be excited about it, to feel why others do this for a living and why they enjoy it, that's the thing you have to fix. Get to the point where you love it. For me, I love writing code and I love engineering. So I have to hire for that first so I stop doing it. I will live in the code base all day if I don't have people who will carry me through that part. By hiring Mark as my CTO, I now have to do other things because he's here to do the code part. Because I can't do code all day, I have to do everything else and get better at the things I'm bad at. And I've gotten pretty good at those things. I'm nearing the point where I can hire for things that normally I would, or nearing the point where I could hire for some difficult stuff like sales. Honestly, support's more Mark's thing. He's phenomenal at support. He really likes it. I've been pushing him to start considering what it looks like for us to hire for it because I need him on engineering. I need him on the things he doesn't love as much. But all of this stuff is hard. Hiring sucks. Anytime off. That was a really good question. I should have clarified that earlier. That was a phenomenal question.
So what do? You offload it onto some other company? Well, what is the other company's competency? How do you even know that the other company is competent enough to get you good engineers? Right? Like there's like a whole problem that is kind of ramping up there. That
if you don't love engineering, you can't hire good engineers. You might somehow trick one into working for you, but they won't be there very long and they'll leave a fucking flaming path behind them as they leave where any decent engineers will follow them along the way. Bad engineers can't hire good engineers. Great engineers will have a much better time.
If you don't know what you're doing, you can't hire somebody to do that job well. That's why that's why somebody else usually comes in. That's why you usually, found with somebody that knows some other side. And that's why first-time founders tend to always be the worst because they don't know all the things that they need to know to to be a founder of a company.
trick one is a crazy thing to say. It is, but I've been tricked. I have absolutely been the good engineer that was tricked into thinking the place they were going was going to be awesome because people seemed excited and like they were aligned, and they weren't, and I got scammed and I felt awful. And I not only did I quit, I helped all the engineers that were decent there find other jobs afterwards. I burned a startup to the fucking ground because I got scammed. I absolutely have been tricked to join a company before, and I feel bad for anyone in that position. Weirdly common. And great engineers will destroy the company as they exit, not even intentionally, just because they feel so bad about the situation they're trapped in.
They often get screwed. They often take really bad deals. They often get just absolutely exploded. And then second-time founders are like, no, 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 no. I know all these things. All these things have gone very, very wrong, right? And so they're able to actually like navigate those waters much, much better. So you can imagine that these people that have never actually been able to just be amazing at programming, they're not going to hire amazing programmers. I mean, they could get lucky, right? You can always get lucky. You can always get lucky. You can.
Yeah, this is the point I was simply saying. Like, anyone could get lucky or trick someone into working for them that's good, but they will not stay. They will not retain. Luck does not result in retention. Luck is a very fickle thing, and luck will never result in long-term success. It only helps you in bursts. And those bursts won't carry you to anything great. Luck is massively overrated. It might get you kickstarted, but you still have to do the fucking work. And if you're lucky enough to accidentally hire a great engineer when you suck, you're not going to get any further than that.
Can always hire the right people by accident or with the good enough recommendation, or you have a friend that is somehow tied in that's able to get you the right stuff, right? That will always happen, but that's not a guarantee to happen if you don't know what you're doing.
Worst part is like you kind of have to call them on it. Like, sometimes you have workplace cultures that are so polite that people are like, oh, like I'm going to let that pass and then I'm going to talk shit about them behind their back.
That's not polite.
No, you should fire them.
The AI agents, incidentally, will do exactly the same.
There was a take I read from, it might have not been one of the YC like posts, but it was either something a YC person posted or it was in one of the like videos on their channel. It's been fucking with my head since. Whenever you hire somebody, put a 1 month reflection on your calendar. And at the 1 month mark, if you honestly think, it might have been 1 month. The way they phrase this idea that's been rotting in my brain since is when you hire someone, put a marker in your calendar for exactly 3 months after they joined, possibly even less, but it was 1 or 3 months. I can't remember which. We'll go with 3. At that 3 month mark, you need to reflect on the work they're doing. And the question you need to ask yourself is, can I imagine this team running without this person? If the answer isn't no, what the fuck, I need them, it's probably time to let them go. And that was a tough thing for me to accept, that like, if the person isn't so good that I feel like I would be failing without them, then you should probably let go of them. And I have like all of the employees we have at Ping right now. It's just me, Mark, and Julius. The company as it stands right now does not exist if any one of us 3 are gone. I cannot imagine how Ping, how Upload Thing, T3 Chat, all of that stuff works. If I lose either Mark or Julius, everything crumbles. And if we do bring on more people in the future, and I don't feel the same way 3 months into them being here, they will be gone as well. And it's terrifying to think that I might be hiring somebody and letting go of them 3 months later, but it's a very real problem, and it's one I have to be cognizant of if I hire again.
Same thing.
Yeah.
They will absolutely.
You should fire them.
The AI agents will bullshit you just like a human.
Fake politeness is actually I don't use the term polite for them. I use the term sinister. That's like what sinister actually like. That's what that means. It's or conniving.
This is one of the things Prime and I are by far the most aligned on. We both get frustrated with this one particular thing that a handful of people do. There are people in this general space that's whole aesthetic and optics are being the nice, positive guy, that behind the scenes are the most toxic fucking assholes causing nonstop problems. And it breaks my heart because there are some people that come off that kind and thoughtful and nice that are actually like that. Like Ken C. Dodds is the kindest fucking human being I've ever met. Anyone who ever talks any shit on Kent Dodds should be ignored because either they haven't met him and they're talking shit when they don't know any better, or they have and they're just lying through their teeth. Kent is actually like that. It's unbelievable. I've never met somebody who is so genuinely positive. And it breaks my heart that there are other people in this space that are seen in a similar light that are not at all like that behind closed doors. And I'm not going to say names because as soon as I start doing it, I'm going to end up in fucking trouble. But there are people that y'all watch a lot of videos from that come off as really nice that are fucking terrible behind the scenes.
Conniving would be another term for that.
Conniving and sinister. I totally agree with Prime here. We have been through it with these same people so many times now. Prime is much nicer than most of the nice guys in the space.
Toxic is not the right term because toxic is too stupid and too broad and has been taken over culturally. That just makes no sense. You need a better term.
And no, if somebody said, is it Linus? No, it's not Linus. Linus Tech Tips is awesome. And Linus comes off as an asshole too. Like Linus is almost exactly as nice as he comes off, like where he'll complain pretty loudly, pretty quickly. But I find that it's easier to trust assholes because they're more obviously not hiding something. Because if they were, why would they be being an asshole? The nice guys I'm now inherently skeptical of because nobody's nice 100% of the time, other than Kent Dodds. Kent Dodds is actually like that. If I've never seen them talk shit, it's hard for me to trust them. Genuinely. If you've never seen somebody talk shit on a thing, you've never seen how they actually are.
Term for that. Machiavellian, you could I mean, there's a lot of terms you could use, but polite is not the right term. Right? Defraud their benefactor might be a better one. Ninth circle of Dante's Inferno is a good description.
Employee will, if you're not technical enough to like call them out on their bullshit and be like.
There's a quote here, or question here. If you see people talking smack about others, that means they'll do it about you. Yeah, but if they're doing it publicly, it means that the only thing worse than someone talking shit on you is somebody publicly acting like they're cool with you and then privately being terrible. That gap between the two, or even worse, they're nice to you when they're with you, but they talk shit behind the scenes on you. Those are the people that are super toxic and terrible behind the scenes. Avoid those fuckers the best you can. If they are the exact same publicly and privately, and publicly they're not trying to put off a certain image, then yeah, they're much more likely to be trustworthy. But from my experience, having talked to all of our heroes and been in the space for fucking ever, the people who are really positive are very different behind the scenes most of the time. The reason I keep citing Kent is he is a fucking angel. That dude it is so unreal how thoughtful and kind he is. For every Kent, there are 10 people pretending to be Kent who are actually fucking terrible. And the people who act like Prime and me behind the scenes are usually even more positive than they expect. I even got the feedback from Prime early on that I came off much more of an asshole online than I am in person. How do you suss these people out? Don't trust people who are overly positive unless there's people who are negative who have defended them. That, like, it's shitty to say it this way, but like the only reason that you can differentiate Kent from other similarly kind seeming people is because you have the kind people as well as assholes like me all coming out massively defending Kent because he is awesome. And if you don't get people like me doing that, or you haven't met them yourself and seen how they handle things that they don't agree with, like this shit. Kent added me today as a friend on Discord to say hey and tell me he appreciated my work out of nothing. Kent called me one day just to thank me for something I had talked about that he thought was really well done, and he just wanted to know that he liked the work I had done. And this was like early. I was still a nobody at the time. It broke me. He's so fucking good. I don't want to just spend the rest of this glazing Kent, but I actually consider doing a video like an ode to Kent Dodds because he represents something very special, not just in software, but in general. And I want to draw a line between him and people who act like him but aren't, because he is a gem. I've been talking about Kent for like 10 minutes now. Let's finish this up.
Like, no, like you didn't make the change that I asked you for. It goes back to your point about like why being classically trained is still helpful. Like you have to be able to call out all the people working for you, whether they're human or not. Being technical enough to be able to do that is a superpower.
So just to wrap up,
my boss, by the way, at Netflix, he was actually really good at this. He was shockingly good. My last boss, Chris Wine, highly praised the man. Awesome boss. Really knew what was going on. He was really, really good at it. And this is one of those things that he was just super, super good at. And I absolutely loved. I absolutely loved what he did. He was just so dang good. So I always appreciated that you could have like really deep technical discussions, and he would be right up there just doing it was just so good. It was.
Yeah, I always really like with my management at Twitch, all but one of my managers were like this, where even when they weren't coding, they were so deeply technical that they could talk about hard systems problems in places they didn't even understand and be a really good sounding board and like dig through deep stuff with you. And it was the best. And I just thought that's what an engineering manager was for my first 5 years of my career, because I hadn't had a bad one yet.
It was actually really, really fun. Yeah, Chris Wien, W-I-E-N or E-I-N. E-I-N, W-E-I-N. Very, very good. Very great thoughts.
On with
I have nothing but actually
all these tools giving superpowers to the best engineers and making the bad engineers also worse. This is a quote from the founder of TrainLoop. How coding has changed 6 to 1 month ago.
We had these
10x
exact
speed
same
up.
glasses
Now,
at Netflix.
1 month ago, 100x speed up. Now it's exponential acceleration.
It sort of crept up on us, actually.
Yeah, it's like somebody dropped some like
I would not want a founder that thinks AI sped them up 100x.
giant beanstalk seeds.
I would literally
At
just
night
not
we
work
woke
for
up
that
in the
company
morning.
unless if I had to. Right? If I had a choice.
So,
If I had a choice.
I mean, I think our sense right now is this isn't a fad. This isn't going away. This is actually the dominant way to code. And if you're not doing it, like, you might just be left behind. This is just here to stay. And
You won't be left behind. Tools are going to vastly change. I mean, honestly, think about Claude 3.5 when it came out versus what you have now. All of your Claude 3.5 skills are completely worthless. The speed of change also is the speed of your skills going out the window. So just don't forget that. It's not that. And now notice that the difference between, like, honestly, like, you truly.
No, low level. Palantir guy's not useless. Gary's the best. He just had interesting comments in this video. I fucking love Gary. I've been planning a podcast episode with him for a while, like on his, not mine, to be clear. I don't have a fucking podcast. But Gary has so much genuinely useful insight on so many things. This just clearly went past his area. Yeah, Gary's good. Wait for our talk. I think you guys will be impressed with how thoughtful he is with that. He knows his stuff, just not necessarily for this.
You aren't being left behind. Left behind from what? Prompting skills? No, you're being left behind when Jesus comes back, and now Kirk Cameron's going to star in a pretty crappily produced movie called Left Behind. Honestly, you just weren't prepared for Jesus coming back. That's actually what they mean. And so I'm sorry. The Antichrist is here. We're all going to die. Mark of the Beast is actually Sam Altman's Jippity 4 butthole logo. Like, that's what's going to happen. It's just pretty bad. It's a pretty bad future. Here we are. I know, everybody. That's what it is. Go right on our foreheads. Big old butthole. Damn. Crazy. Okay. I mean, there was a lot of good insight in this. I think I think the big thing is that they see the world from a vastly different perspective than, say, I do. And so it's always really good to see someone else's perspective. And I realize that there's a lot, like, most of the world, the value of coding is not, or the value of becoming a good engineer is not to become a good engineer. The value of a good engineer is to become someone who can make a cajillion dollars, right? Or at least for these people, the value is for them to be able to hire you and hopefully make a 100x return on their money. And so it's just like, you know, that you got to remember that. You got to remember that. And so so that is a good piece of takeaway for you, especially if you're looking for a job or you're looking to be relevant, is what are they actually asking for in here? That's like, it's a good insight into where the popular so-called future is right now. And so I don't know. It's just something that's kind of interesting. And it makes me realize, like, right now, I'm probably the worst I am at launching and building a website, but I'm the best I am at building a tool, right, to solve weird problems.
Fuck, I'm muted. God damn it. Thank you, guys. Sorry. This is, I think, like the biggest gap between me and Prime right now is I'm writing more code right now than I've written in a long time, especially the beginning of this year. I wrote more code in January than I wrote for like half of 2024. I'm locked in right now. I am better at building a website. I am better at building system architecture. I'm better at scaling systems. I'm better at team, like, navigation bullshit drama because of all the investing and advisory work I do. There isn't much that I'm better at. There isn't much that I was better at last year than now. And that's a thing I've been not thinking enough about. But I do actually at the moment feel like the tools I'm using, the way I'm thinking, the work I'm doing, and the stuff I'm building, I'm better on all accounts. My upload schedule's a little less, my upload schedule's less consistent. I guess there's that, but otherwise, I'm fucking firing on all cylinders right now, and I just want to see how long I can go. I had my first burnout moment in a bit a few weeks ago, and I'm coming out of it, doing pretty well. But like managing the chaos that is whatever the fuck my life is now is the biggest challenge I have day to day. But I don't have a family relying on me and all the other things that make Prime's life much more important to maintain than the chaos that is mine. I can entirely change the way I live my life any given week, and it's okay. So just differences, things I think a lot about. But I'm really locked in on the engineering side right now and helping a bunch of different businesses figure their shit out and scale. So yeah, I'm really proud of the work I've been doing lately and the things I've been putting out, be it random CLI tools, actual web pages that people use, crazy stuff like T3 chat, and everything in between.
And so it's just like, okay, but is that a skill set that's in vogue? It's probably less in vogue at smaller companies. And so I'm not there. If I wanted to try to make a switch into a startup, I'm going to need to change what is my vogue set of tooling, which is that I need to have the ultimate ability to be able to scale and build, say, websites and go full, don't care about my credit card and throw it onto some auto-scaling serverless, blah, 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 blah. You can't launch a website. I can't launch a website easily, right? I can use Laravel Cloud and do all that and get that up and running. I'm sure I could learn Next.js in a day and a half and go and launch something very fantastic with Next.js. It's just not a skill set that I want to use, right? It's not something I want to go and get better and better at. Like, I don't want to get great at React again. Okay, I was great at React. I don't want to be great anymore at React. It's not something that brings me joy or fulfillment or makes me excited about coding. And so I've kind of oriented myself into building tools for other developers. Like, that's what I've always liked. That's just who I am. That's where I am. That's what I want. But listening to them, like, you got to realize that that skill set is not necessarily a great founder skill set. There are lots of founding companies. Thinking of Terso, by the way, they don't pay me anymore. Not sponsored, but I still highly recommend them.
You have equity. You still got to disclose it, bud.
Terso, very technical.
I say, even though I forget half the time, it's fine. I'm just joking. But like the disclosure and the bias stuff all this stuff's a mess.
Right? The founders, Linux core contributors for decades, they're awesome, right? Hashtag not an ad. And so it's just like, you got to kind of, there are what you're missing here is also startups that are deeply technical, that all of what they're saying is actually kind of worthless. It's actually not going to be going the way you think it's going. Anyways, great talk.
Yeah, the one thing, I'll let him wrap up. I have one additional thing after.
Good job, Gary. I loved your logo. I still can't believe he spent 2 years on developing that very beautiful logo. I mean, dude, 2 years? I don't even think I could develop that in 5 years. That's crazy good. I mean, this is the best I've ever seen. A gen.
I lost my point. Let me go back for a second.
Deeply technical, that all of what they're saying.
Oh, yeah. No, I remember my point. Okay, cool. So, obviously, very interesting, insightful, chaotic mess. Thank you for making it all the way to the end. Actually, editor, put a coupon code here for 3 months of T3 chat for half off so we can give something to the people who suffered all the way through here. Anyways, how do I put this point? On one hand, we just spent so much time talking about, what about everybody here live? I'll think of something for you guys in a bit. Don't worry. On one hand, you know what? Actually, you watching here live, just remember when this comes out to skip to the end and get it. You get the same code. You know what you're doing. On one hand, it's really interesting hearing the perspective of all these companies that claim they had 80 to 95% of their code written by AI. What I want to hear is the other side. I would love a similar follow-up, maybe not through IC, but whoever has the right access to do it, to see what things are like for the companies that said less than 10 or 20% nowadays. What does a company look like that formed itself and got into IC over the last year that is doing something so hard, so absurd, deep, unique, and technical that the AI tools only hurt them when they try to use them? I want to see those companies. What are they doing and what are they building right now? Because I bet those ones are going to be full of even more interesting insights. I've talked enough about AI forever at this point. This was supposed to take an hour and a half, and I think that's a lot longer than that. It's almost 9 p.m. here, so I'm going to go. Thanks for sticking through, and until next time, peace, nerds. This video is going to be a must-watch for any engineer that wants to be remotely competent. I don't want to make engineers suffer through whatever. However, this is going to be like a 4-hour fucking video. End of vibe coding. God fucking damn it. That was a ride. Whew. Let me thank subs quick, and we're going to start wrapping up. It is late. Did I not thank Uber CI for the 10 bomb? I'm so sorry if I missed that, man. Thank you so much for the support. There's a lot of people here I think I missed. Yeah, let's go through these real quick. I know I got Chask. We'll start with Robbie. Robbie with the Prime. Level Up Bouquet with the Prime. Realness with the Prime. New Dunnett with the Prime. James Peters with the Prime. Piff with the Prime. Malak with the Prime. Dom, thank you. Good seeing you, man. We got some big stuff coming next week. Thank you for the sub continuation. Tramp Vote with the 5 bomb. Thank you so much for that. 31 months of tier 3 from No Good Nick hitting the 32 mark. Consarai with the Prime. Thank you for that. Mecca with the 5 bomb. Tramp Vote with the 3 bomb. Ben Signal with the Prime. All these cheers. Thank you all for those. Bot Cooper with the crazy gift. Uber CI with the crazy gift as well. Tramp Vote with the cheer. Come to realize that code is a liability. Less is more. Absolutely agree. Tumblr WordPress. Same thing. Pretty much. Back to work. Enjoy the stream. Thank you, man. HQR with the Prime. Darzix with the Prime. Anytime, man. I hope happy my chaos is helpful. Shooterman 4000 with the Prime. Meep with the Prime. WebDev Kaleem with the 100 bits. Yaper, always good to see you, man. Thank you for the Prime. Funny enough, Yaper, Space Ghost Kari here was asking me some questions about a certain mutual of yours, certain cool AD. So, yeah. Thank you, Space Ghost, for the bomb. Nate Codes here, the 24-month, 2 years straight, almost 3 years total. Good to see you, man. Thank you for all the support. Then George here, the final one. How'd I get the ask button on YouTube videos? I must be in some stupid fucking beta. I don't like it. I'm never going to use that shit. I don't like the idea of asking a YouTube video questions. I just want to fucking watch the video. Cool. Who the fuck are we rating? It's so late for me. It's actually about to be 9 p.m. Holy fuck. Elixir instead of Gleam. Okay, I know where I'm throwing you guys. Oh, is George live? If George is live, I'm throwing you guys at him for sure. Okay, yeah, you guys are going to George. Have fun with George. Sorry for not rating LTT. They don't even notice, though. They got a big audience, and it's different crew. George will be really fun for y'all. Enjoy it. Goodbye, nerds. See you next week. Maybe earlier than Wednesday. Might be doing a Monday stream with some big stuff. Keep an eye out for it. Goodbye. Goodbye to YouTube
No,
as well.
it's not. Oh, I don't know what that was.